You are watching the Vodka stream.
Heyo, what is happening, everybody? We're doing out there. It is Friday. We've made it to another Friday. Hopefully, you guys are doing good. Put that there. Okay. What? All right. Jesus, things are weird. All right, how you guys doing? Let me see here. Sorry, I was organizing some messages here, and I meant to send something else. There we go. Hopefully, you guys are doing good. Hey, hopefully, you guys got an extended weekend. I mean, at least people in the States that are out there. I have. I'm starting off with a nice, good, tall shot from my Superman shot glass. I have next week completely off, which is great. Decided, work was light and had some time off that I been building up since I started at this company. So I'm like, all right, here we go. I'm just going to take the whole entire week off. So cheers, guys. Cheers to, Independence Day, I guess. That's coming up on Tuesday. It sucks when it's on Tuesday, right? Yeah. Anyways, cheers. So there we go. Good times. Woof. All right. Go ahead and make my spritzy. I'm not doing LaCroix this time. I'm doing the buble. The buble. I know it's bubbly, right? I'm gonna do that instead. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in, clicking in. Just a full panel tonight. We'll be talking about, of course, the Superman Legacy casting, and we'll talk about, possible future casting, because that was the biggest news that came out this week. And then, obviously, Indiana Jones 5, The Dial of Destiny, came out too, and we'll talk more about that. I was going to do a full-on review, but I just didn't have time. I just didn't have the time today, and I had a situation when it came to the laundry room, which caused me to not have towels for a little bit. So I couldn't just all right, let me just jump in the shower and shoot a video real quick. I was like, you know what? Screw it. We'll talk about it tonight. I mean, you saw my first reaction, but I do have a little bit more to add to my first reaction when it comes to Indiana Jones. And I'm sure we'll all talk about it because, I'm sure most of the people have seen it that are going to be joining. And we'll have a nice little discussion when it comes to Indiana Jones. Because, when it comes to what I was saying about something missing, I put on Crystal Skull when I got home. And I was like, huh, when it came to that. Then right after that, I started Raiders of the Lost Ark, but then it got late and I went to bed. And then you just go, God damn, that movie's so magical. Anyways, who's out there? Let's see. We got Jay Faze. Blue Beetle needs a booster gold post credit. Wouldn't that be interesting? Patrick, what's going on? Batman Gate. Yeah, what's going on with Batman Gate? Anybody? Huh? Anybody remember that? Good old Batman Gate from what's his name? Did a video on it. It was the talk for like a week. How's that going? Oh, wait. We're getting Batman 2, and Greg Fraser is going to be the cinematographer again on that. So it's always good. Netflix, Hollywood. Oh, okay, Hollywood. I think I heard about that. Hashtag Lawrence. Stand with James Gunn. Okay, so you trust James Gunn. That's good. It's good. It's good. Okay, I didn't hear about this. Roca and Snyder had meltdown. What kind of meltdown do they have? Why do people have meltdowns? I know Schneider has meltdowns. He's had meltdowns. I made fun of him for having a meltdown, and he blocked me on Twitter. Why do you have to have meltdowns? You can have rants. I have rants. I don't have fucking meltdowns. Jason, Mr. McKenzie, ahoy, hoy. Yes, welcome to the Vodka stream, everybody. We got Mama Film Junkie here. Ahoy, hoy to Mr. Phil as well. We got Brandon right here. Good to see you, buddy. All right. We got Chris Balga right here. What's happening? Stephanie T, happy Friday. Drinks are flowing. Okay, who else we got? We got Mr. Axel Droga. Good to see you, bud. Okay, going through. Don't jump on me here. Okay, so we got Fire Mud. How's it, Dave? Happy Aloha Friday from Pau Hana. Time. There we go. We like it. Got to do that, right? Okay, Dave. That is one very sweet. Yes, you like that? Yeah, got that on Amazon. I was like, you know what? I needed a Ghostbusters shirt. Found it, and this one was good. I need more. I need to start. I was looking at my closet and I was going, you know what? There's some shirts that I've had to, throw out because either they got messed up in the wash or they're just old. I think it's time to start. I haven't bought a t-shirt in a while, so I got to do that. So haven't you seen the fan-made live-action adult animated horror thriller TV series Washed Up yet? I have not. Cortez, up. I don't know if you saw this yet, but Discussing Films posted a quote from Corin Sweat where he told, I guess you meant told Cavill Superman dark and gritty, although I'm not really. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, he said that he said that he liked what Cavill was doing, but if he were to take Superman, he would do it a different way. But what's funny about that is Cavill even said the exact same thing. I mean, that's a thing when it comes to this whole back and forth and fans being fans is like what Corin Sweat said when it came to being like, oh yeah, hope, optimism, the normal buzzwords. Cavill has said the exact same things. Like if we were going to get a sequel from Cavill, he wanted to take that approach too, which I think that's where it was supposed to go. That's the funny thing is like it was supposed to go to that point. Snyder was just running him through the ringer first. It's like, hey, you're here. People hate you. Then you're going to die for them. And then you're going to come back and you're going to save the day. And then people are going to love you. It's kind of like that thing. And then you're going to be the Superman that we all know and love. So, I mean, it was always going to get to that point. Zach P, any word on Brendan Fraser playing Jonathan Kent? People are fan casting. I don't mind it. That'd be pretty sweet. I like it. Brendan Fraser as Jonathan Kent. I would not hate that at all. I'm sure it was I think it was just fan cast, to be honest. Jazz Preet, it's Canada Day tomorrow, so Canada also gets an extended weekend. So there you go. So also the people up north also getting a holiday weekend, so that's good. Rhett, what is happening? Can't wait for Superman Legacy. It's going to be great. Tony, what's going on, Tony? From the land down under. Good to see you, buddy. Jose, saw on Twitter people saying it's too late for Ezra's statement. It's not too late for his statement. It's just too late for the Flash movie. That's all. It's too late for the press for the Flash. I think the statement, and we'll discuss it, is that yes, very well, we needed to hear from Ezra, and yeah, it's too late just because the movie. I don't think it's too late in general, though. I mean, just legal stuff. Got ACS. What is happening? Alakazoo. Hey there. Indy 5 was great. The melancholic one, but still a show. Still it showed the sadness of growing old. Yeah. Old man. What's going on? Paul, old man Indy. I mean, we kind of already saw old man Indy a little bit, but this is old man Indy. So anyways, okay, let's start bringing in the people for the panel. Let's see. All right, let me turn on some things here. Whoop. Let me make sure everything. All right. Well, I mean, we have a special guest tonight. We got Indiana Jones himself. Da 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 da. Look at you.
I just had to. Just for the show. I had to, man.
Why not?
I enjoyed the movie.
Okay.
When I saw your first reaction this morning, I was like, okay, David and I've got some things to talk about.
Okay, yeah, we'll definitely talk about that. I enjoyed it too. I'm not saying like I hated it. It was just, yeah, we'll talk about it. But I appreciate the get up. It looks good on you, Scott. So, I mean, where's your whip? Is your whip in arm's distance? Just in
No,
case?
it's not. I actually had one when I was a kid.
Oh.
And it fell apart over the years.
Oh, they tend to do that. All right. We got some more people coming on. We got Paul. What is happening, Paul?
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. How you doing, man?
Doing okay. I saw the movie today.
Okay.
I did not enjoy it.
So we're gonna have a good discussion tonight. We're gonna have a great
interesting.
discussion. Yes, we'll have a great discussion when it comes to that. Then we got Anthony. What's happening?
What's
Hey!
up? What's up?
Look at that. He's rocking a Blue Beetle shirt. This guy.
Hey, yeah. I too saw it, and it was incredible. So
okay, so there we go. So we're gonna have a mixed bag, which I love.
Right.
I love that we're having like this mixed bag right here. Seems like Paul and I are almost like I probably enjoyed it more than Paul, but there was just something that was like he was missing something. But you two,
Anthony, we'll hang out later.
Yeah, yeah. Side stream, right?
yeah.
And then we got Phil. What is happening, Phil?
What's up, gentlemen? How's it
What
going?
up, Phil?
How's it going?
How's
Did
it
you
going?
see Indiana Jones?
I am the odd man out. I have not seen
You're gonna be the
Jones.
odd man out. It's all good.
I can mediate. I can mediate.
There we go. You can do that.
I'm actually curious because Indiana Jones was something that was a little before my time, so it didn't quite grab me in this. It wasn't shown to me in the same way Star Wars was, but I saw it at a later age, and I appreciate the first three for what they were. Crystal Skull. I was telling Anthony because we were just talking what an hour or so ago,
Yeah.
something like that.
Mhm.
The last movie I saw was Crystal Skull way back in Thanksgiving 2009. I'd sprained my wrist skateboarding, and we were watching a ton of movies at Thanksgiving before all the food was cooked. We'd watch Iron Man, Incredible Hulk, and we watched Indiana Jones, Crystal Skull, because I hadn't seen it. My brother wanted to watch it, and I remember I think I enjoyed it. Yeah, come to think of it, yeah, because at the time I was big into Even Stevens, so I was a Shia LaBeouf fan. Back in the day. So I enjoyed the movie. I didn't understand it was this boo hiss thing people talked about until you hit the internet. So I'm kind of curious about this one, but I'm not privy to spoilers. You guys absolutely go ham. I'm actually just genuinely curious to hear all your thoughts, especially Paul, because apparently he didn't like it.
I didn't think I'd be the odd man out, but I guess that's what it's.
You're not totally the odd man out. Like
Yeah.
I said, I have my it's just like one of those things where I was like, wow, that beginning, I was like, can this be the whole movie? Almost kind of thing. But at least that part. But yeah, we'll get to that. But thank you for joining, gentlemen. How's your guys' week? I mean, I know we all got holiday stuff coming up. I don't know who's celebrating. I mean, it's on a Tuesday. Doesn't that suck when?
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah,
Tuesday?
I'm working, so
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I managed
Well,
to
you get
take-
holiday pay, right, Scott?
I get holiday pay.
There
Yeah,
you go.
Mhm.
There you
Yeah.
go.
I managed to get Monday off, so I get tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, go back to work Wednesday. But they're like our company's cleaning our facility, so it's just us being a skeleton crew helping shit move and let people clean. So
Nice.
get free food out of it. So there's that.
Hey,
Hey, there you go.
Right.
Yeah. And where did you get that Blue Beetle shirt, Anthony?
I got it from
Y'all ready for
Walmart.
this?
Hell yeah. No, I got it from Walmart, but it's not my Walmart. The one I have in town, they suck. They never get the cool shirts. But yeah, I was able to get one this past weekend. I was in Tennessee and I found one. And then it was a kid shirt. And then I found this one yesterday in an adult size. I was like, yo, taking this. The other one was like a lighter blue color, but I was like, that was my first time seeing like some Blue Beetle merch just like out there. Like you know what I mean? I was like, yo, what? They already started doing that, but yeah.
It's interesting because the movie theater, I have a Harkins that I go to right over here at the mall. It's like 2 minutes away that I normally frequent. And it's funny because, I mean, this is what's so weird about, because they have the concession stand over here in the front where everybody goes, but there's a second one that's down the hall. You got theaters right here, and then it splits, and there's more theaters right there, and there's another one, but it's never open. They just were like, nope, we're never gonna fucking. So they'll put like posters and shit there. And when I went to the bathroom when I was seeing Indiana Jones on Thursday, I was walking back and I just looked over and they had a Blue Beetle poster just like chilling in the display case. Why the display case? Who knows? But it was just in the display case, and then I was like, I haven't seen that poster. I almost took a picture of it, but then I was like, well, I was trying to get back to the movie, so I didn't want to, but yeah, it's like just a random Blue Beetle poster in a display case, just sitting at a vacant non-used concession stand in the theater that they just don't use anymore. But yeah, so it's just, I mean, it's weird. It's like they're slowly trying to get things out there. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see the marketing for Blue Beetle, because
the marketing budget is probably gone.
Yeah, could be.
Maybe.
There's gonna be something, but
I saw a post of yours, Dave. Apparently Warner Brothers is on fire. Does anyone know what happened with that?
So that I don't know the details. Did anybody know the details? Everybody was just making Christopher Nolan jokes. So then I made a Christopher Nolan joke. I didn't know what to think.
Like that was.
I don't even know what you're talking about because I've been at work all day. So.
Yeah, it was random. I saw it on the way back.
And it's funny because no matter what angle they take it from, one of them had the big Barbie billboards, like the advertising on the building, and then you see the smoke coming from behind it. But then somebody got another angle from another side, and there's smoke coming from behind it. There it is. Yeah.
It was just kind of funny because, I mean, obviously Barbie's in full-fledged like press tour right now. And then, but then I saw just numerous. No, I mean, that's what we all thought. We all just thought like, my brain went there too when I saw the picture. I was like, Christopher Nolan. And then I saw a bunch of tweets. I'm like, all right, I'm just going to make a short video and just make fun of that whole thing. So we don't know the details though. That's the thing. It says there's no reports of injuries or damaged studio buildings. So it's just a fire broke out. Who knows? It was James Wan burning Aquaman 2. I'm just kidding.
No, Dave, come on. It was the studio burning for insurance money. That's much more.
Zaslav, like with a barrel, just like throwing it in there. We're not going to do this.
What if that was the burning of Batgirl?
That's what I saw. Somebody commented they're chasing somebody out of there who came in there to steal that Batgirl from the vault.
Yeah. They were leaking too much already. It was time to go.
You gotta get Tom Cruise. I'm telling you, get Tom Cruise. You can get that copy out of there.
I guarantee that movie's gonna leak at some point in the future.
I hope it does. I hope 100%. It does. Yeah. Why not? Yeah. And then we got Miss Rebecca Johnson joining.
Hey, guys. I was just looking at the articles about the fire at Warner Brothers because I heard y'all talking about it. It was a transformer that blew.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Optimus Prime showing
Transformer.
That's what was happening.
Michael Bay's revenge, I guess.
There it was. It was Michael Bay colluding with Christopher Nolan. See?
He pitched Transformers to Warner Brothers first. They like, no, man. He's like, all right. Well.
God, I just would not have thought that Transformers was going to do better than The Flash. Right?
I don't think that
was not on my bingo card.
Yeah, they just got another badge, and I think they're like 350 worldwide right now. The Rise of the Beast.
Like
Yeah,
I think it's doing really. It's not floppy. It's doing good.
Yeah,
I mean, hopefully. I mean, to be honest, it's just like Fast X. It's like, okay, I was like, okay, this movie's not terrible. It was the final act battle I thought was pretty cool. There's some cool things that happened in there. The opening, of course, was great, just like Bumblebee. And then, of course, when you get into the human element, I'm like, ugh. But I did like the cliffhanger ending of like,
I like the tease at the end.
It grabbed me.
I'm a sucker.
Oh, that was dope.
Yeah, the G.I. Joe thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and then you also have Michael Kelly there. I mean, I love Michael Kelly. As a matter of fact, as I was just watching the first episode of season 4 of Jack Ryan right before I came down here. So
that's right. That's the last season too, huh?
Oh, dude, everything came out like this. I mean, just like today, it was like season finale of Silo, first 2 episodes of season 4 of Jack Ryan. You know, yesterday was the first 5 episodes of season 3 of Witcher. Yeah, Indiana Jones.
Wait, the Witcher? What?
Yeah, Witcher.
Yeah, the Witcher came out.
Witcher season 3 part 1 came out yesterday.
I thought it wasn't supposed to come out until like the 21st or something.
Of like next month.
Maybe that's part 2.
Yeah, it's part 2.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, well, I know what I'm doing this weekend.
There
Okay.
you go. She has her weekend set.
All right. Good to know. Thanks.
But Rebecca, since we haven't talked since the Flash came out, I kind of wanted to get your 2 cents on the movie.
Yeah. It was better than I thought it would be for sure. I had super low expectations, even though Tom Cruise and Jaden Smith told me it was the greatest movie ever made. So I thought it got from A to B, and so it was successful in that way. And I thought there were some good moments in there. I thought the bit where Barry has to sort of give up his mom and make sure things go the way they're supposed to at the end. I thought that was really beautiful. And so there were some things that were really well done. I will say, as a Supergirl fan, hugely disappointed. Hugely disappointed. Supergirl hadn't been on the big screen in 39 years, and so they bring her back as a spoiler.
Go ahead. We've already talked.
To bring her back nearly 40 years on the big screen just to kill her off like 11 plus times. I counted the second time I went. I counted to see how many times they killed her. It was at least 11, but I think there were other like instances of it. And so I thought, what was the point? Why even put her in there? And I was disappointed because there were some articles that came out, I don't know, 6 months before the Flash movie, something like, I can't remember exactly when the time frame was, but there were a bunch of articles that were calling Sasha Kaje's Supergirl female Superman. And I got offended. Yeah. I was like, how dare you call Supergirl female Superman? And then I saw the Flash movie and she was female Superman. And I was so disappointed. She basically just took over Superman's role from Man of Steel. She used the New 52 Superman storyline. And I don't know. I just was hugely disappointed with Supergirl. I think there were some elements that were okay-ish about her portrayal, but if I did not know that she was Kara Zor-El, like if she had not introduced herself as Kara Zor-El, I don't know that I would have known who that was. And I've read almost every Supergirl comic ever written, and I've seen most of Supergirl adaptations. She would speak in real low tones, and then she would yell all of a sudden, and I was like, what is this? What is this like personality performance? But I don't know. I think she was fine with what she was given. She wasn't given a lot to do. So on a Supergirl level, I was pretty disappointed. Like I wasn't wowed by it at all. So that was kind of the big thing that I came out of it with. It was like, oh, the Flash stuff was pretty cool. And there were some good moments, but the Supergirl stuff disliked enormously. Especially when everybody was hyping her up. She was really the only one. Sasha Kaje, no disrespect to the actress. I loved her on The Young and the Restless. I've been a Young and the Restless fan since I was 15 years old. And so I actually saw her storyline on The Young and the Restless. So I know she's capable of doing more. So I also think it was maybe like a directional thing. Like a good director. No, I hate to sound really negative on Andy Muschietti, but I think a really good director probably could have gotten some nuances out of that performance, and it just was kind of flat. So, that I was bummed with. Although Helen Slater's Supergirl, I guess, was in there. It didn't really look like her. So it was a mixed bag. It was a mixed bag for me. But I got to go up to New Jersey to see it, to to hang out with my Supergirl radio co-host Morgan and her husband Mike, so that was fun. So I had a really good time seeing it. But some of the Supergirl stuff, not as impressed.
So would you, like, after watching it, and we do have a Supergirl movie that's supposedly going to be in the new DCU, would you want her to be continue or just get somebody completely different?
Oh, that could probably get me in trouble.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm just saying, it's like nothing against Sasha, but I'm just saying, like, yeah.
I personally don't know how you justify it. She's very much tied to the Henry Cavill Superman.
Yep.
She is basically just like an alternate Supergirl. Maybe if they had kept her with one of those alternate endings, they might have could have gotten away with it. But even if I wasn't wowed by her performance, and I should say that Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow is one of my favorite comic books that I've ever read. It's one of the most beautifully drawn. If you pick up that book, even if you hate Supergirl, even if you don't have any interest in it, pick up that book and look at it. It is gorgeous. And I have a lot of high expectations of that for that to be made into a film. And I think that even if you couldn't justify her being part of the new Superman, because you could put a different Supergirl suit on her and then just say, oh, she's this Earth's Supergirl now. Like, you could do that. It would be a stretch, but you could do that. But for me, I personally would rather have a new Supergirl, just because I want somebody who is really, because that story is basically Supergirl and this new character, Ruthie. And it's mainly the two of them doing stuff. Mm-hmm. So you really have to have somebody in that part who can really carry that stuff off. And I don't know, I wasn't super wowed by her performance as Supergirl in the Flash movie. Again, she wasn't given a lot to do. But I just want somebody who can really, like I said, high expectations for that adaptation. So I just want like somebody who can really pull that off. And if she gets to carry it on through, I just hope she puts in a good performance and there's a good director behind it. So I guess either way is fine, but I think I'd want somebody else to maybe take a swing at it.
Okay, no, it's good. That's why I was always curious. I was specifically curious about, of course, the Supergirl stuff. But I enjoyed her performance. I think relatively, like a lot of people did. But yeah, there wasn't enough. There wasn't a lot there. Like thinking about it, her scenes were good, but then at the same time, and it was just, it's a Barry Allen story, and then you got Michael Keaton's Batman, so it's like to try to like fit her in there is like, hey, by the way, I'm related to, and then there's like a little brief hey, yeah, I was sent here too, and what, and then there's that whole thing, and then boop, that it's pretty quick. It is pretty quick. I've noticed that the second time watching it, just like, yeah, I wish she was in it a little bit more, for sure. And that's what I always talked about when it came to even Michael Keaton's Batman and hers. Like, I just wish there was a little bit more stretched out, and there probably is somewhere, but I don't know if we'll ever see it, that there's just a little bit more stretching out of these characters when talking to them, getting to know them. And I think some of it just, there was just so much crammed into the story that, yeah, they just didn't have enough time to fit all that. And I'm sure that they're like, nah, you better keep it under 2.5 hours there, Andy. And that's probably what happened. So there's probably some scenes that did get cut out. So
yeah, we were joking on Supergirl Radio because kind of the thread that pulls Barry and Bruce Wayne together is their sense of loss and losing their family. And it's like, well, Kara lost her family and her entire planet and her culture. I think she may could have bonded with them over that. But yeah, I think there's probably some stuff on the cutting room floor, I imagine. So we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see. I know. I'm hoping that there's something, release something, hopefully, but we'll see. It's supposed to come out July
18th digitally, and then physically, who knows? But just remind me, because I don't usually buy on digital unless I get a code from somebody. Do they release a lot of deleted scenes when things go to digital release these days, or is that
really do, right?
They don't really do. And sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, sometimes what they've done, and this is because of what happened with COVID and the whole idea of like renting movies at like that $19.99, like that premium price. is a lot of times when they do that early release of a movie, it's just the movie, and then they'll upload the special features later. Like it just depends on like what their release strategy was, because it used to be like pre-COVID, it was almost guaranteed digital release with all the bells and whistles 2 weeks before physical release.
Okay.
Now it's like choose your own adventure crapshoot what you're getting, because sometimes you get those $24.99, $19.99 rentals, then you get like the full purchase, and then sometimes it's coming out 2 to 3 weeks or a month before the physical release, and sometimes it's the same day. There's no standard anymore like there was, say, in like 2015 forward.
Okay.
It's better to buy physical media anyway.
I agree.
It's better. It's better quality.
That now. Okay, great. So how are we feeling now that we have our new Superman and Lois? We have our new Chloe.
Hey, I got the Lois I wanted. That's all I needed. Like I know Jack about this guy as Superman, but I've got Rachel as Lois, and I'm happy.
Yeah, because you've talked about how the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel is like just phenomenal, which
a great show.
She's won an Emmy, something.
Yeah. I mean, the show's won Emmy. She's won an Emmy. Now I don't remember her. I'm not sure she showed up after I stopped watching the show, but she was also on House of Cards on Netflix. What I saw too.
Yeah, when I was looking at both her IMDb's, it's funny because Corn Sweat was in one episode of House of Cards, but she was she was a recurring character. So, but Corn Sweat was also in there at one point. Who knows what he was? But I didn't watch House of Cards, so.
I watched like the first 3 seasons, but I've watched all 5 seasons of Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, which, as I said in my tweet, I mean, the show's over. Like, it's ended. The 5th season was the final season. So now's a great time. If you didn't watch it, it's like, it's there, beginning to end. Just, go for it on Amazon. It's a fabulous, fabulous show.
Okay. How you feeling about it, Anthony?
The castings?
Yeah.
I've been...
Marvelous Miss Maisel. No.
Nah, man, I'm pretty much the same I've been since James Gunn even took over the entire thing. It's just staying at this little straight level of like between being hyped and underwhelmed and just riding the river, man. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like they got cast. And I was like, okay. That's the probably the easiest part of the entire process he has going forward when it comes to making this movie is just casting those two. From what I know, they're great actors. So I didn't. It didn't get me really excited. It also didn't get me bummed at any point throughout that entire thing. So
I mean, I think I felt the same way like as I felt when Cavill got cast. I'm like, who the fuck this guy? He looks like Superman. All right. It was just, that's the way I mean, when Corn Sweat he's been talked about for a while, a bit now. Yeah. So I was already like, but of course, when Cavill got cast, that was a different era of, that was a whole different, it's not like how shit is now when it comes to social media and whatnot. But when I saw his picture, I was like, I just looked and went, looks like fucking Superman and me. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. Yeah. And, when I see, Corn Sweat, obviously he's gonna he's gonna have to start working out, but then I was kind of wondering, like, what if they decide to go with a much leaner Batman, as opposed to just like packing on like 20-30 pounds of muscle. I was kind of wondering, because Pattinson, when it comes to Reeves Batman, is not a big huge dude. I mean, he's in shape, but he didn't get them all it wasn't went from Ben Affleck to this one, which makes sense because it's a 2-year. Yeah, it's a 2-year Batman. So, I mean, he's leaner. I mean, and it's funny, too, because this is always going to be like, I've had these conversations or people in my mentions that, talk about how scrawny he was and stuff like that. I'm like, have you not seen Batman comics?
Yeah, I pulled up a tweet on my show like a couple of days ago where it was just the transformations were ridiculous. It was like Hugh Jackman and then Hugh Jackman and X is. Oh, yeah. If your main concern with Corn Sweat is because he's not he doesn't look like Superman physically, bruh, the movie doesn't even start filming until next year. Like he has plenty of time to
Right now, Corn Sweat is eating a whole chicken. He's just
and you know what? And Jackman's doing the regimen again to become Wolverine again, and he's like, it's like 6 months. It's like 6-8 months, a lot of boiled chicken. Like it when all you, I mean, honestly, remember, these actors get paid to work out.
Yeah.
Like it's like it will get done, and even then. We've gone through, as far as body image is concerned, we've gone through such transformation. Because here's a couple of things I always think about. It happened to me this week as I was doing my marathon for Indiana Jones, and I was watching Temple of Doom. Because Harrison Ford spends a serious chunk of that movie without his shirt on.
He's ripped.
But he's not, he's not ripped.
In Temple of Doom?
In Temple of Doom.
No, I get you. Yeah,
he's lean.
Like he is solid. Like his because even his arm. That was the funny thing to me, is his arms aren't huge at all. They're kind of skinny. If you think of it from like a modern day perspective, but he was lean. He was toned. He was in great shape, but he wasn't like rippling, 6-pack of muscles kind of deal.
Well, he's never really been that, I guess you could say.
Well, but that was my point. But that was considered for 1984. Yeah, 84. Like that was considered in shape and shirtless. Like that qualified as being shirtless for half a movie. And then I think, look at Hugh Jackman in the first X-Men movie.
He's so small.
Just compared to what he is by X2.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I put on Days of Future Past over the weekend, and that, I mean, just his shirtless scene in there is like, Jesus Christ, dude! Like,
at the beginning,
the veins are just bulging out of you, and it's just
when he wakes up in the 70s.
When he wakes up in the 70s,
it's like it's almost hard to look at. I'm like, Jesus, so many veins.
Well, and that's the thing that gets me, is that now this is my own personal philosophy. It's just I feel like that Hollywood has kind of created this almost unsustainable idea about what these characters should look like on screen. It's entirely unrealistic to a point 100%. That's like you have to devote your every waking moment to trying to look like that. I mean, even Momoa said that. It's like, this isn't what you do. You're to live. And so because it's going to go away.
Oh yeah, I was like, what was I randomly, because I posted a Christian Bale thing, and I randomly came across an article when it came to American Psycho. He said that when it came to just being in shape for American Psycho, he said it sucked because it was leading up to it. He was working out 3 hours a day and eating so much to gain like the muscles, but then when he was shooting, he was barely eating because he had to slim down. So I mean, and then I remember there was even an article that was like a couple weeks ago when it came to Sylvester Stallone. He talked about when it came to Rocky 3, when he was super shredded, that he was obviously you have to like keep your caloric intake very low to get everything looking like that. And he said he couldn't even remember his phone number at certain times. Where it's like, wait a minute, like, because he just was so depleted. And it's like, this is what these guys do to try to get like to that. I mean, Hugh Jackman in Days of Future Past, I mean, they specifically wait. They know, okay, when is the shirtless scene? Okay, so I'm going to, 2 weeks ahead, he's going to eat like 1,000 calories a day. 2 days prior, he's not going to drink any water. And it's just, that's how you make it look like that. But I mean, to perform when you're just like depleted like that, fuck that, man. But you bring up a good point, though, Scott, because when watching the Arnold doc, I remember when they were talking about like action heroes in the 70s, and Arnold was like, yeah, they got these little scrawny kind of dudes and stuff like that. And then Stallone and Schwarzenegger come in and just start, and they're the big, and then that just went off. But then you get Die Hard, and then it's like, then you get the everyday dude. It's like Bruce Willis is in shape, but he's not. And he's in a wife beater the whole time, and he's even shirtless, but he's not just like he's like ripped. Yeah, he's just in a good shape, and that kind of like And then I thought about like Harrison Ford was also kind of like that same similar stature. It was like he's not bulging, but he's got a shape to him, and he's toned. And yeah, it was just kind of like, it's just kind of interesting when it comes to that. Maybe like it'll get back to that point too, because it just seems like, yeah, especially with superheroes, and I get it that they want to be like, you know,
The
look
art.
like how they, yeah, exactly. But then sometimes it's just like, it's ridiculous levels.
Also, I mean, spoilers, but the shirtless scene with Harrison Ford in this movie. If I look like that when I'm his age, applause, bro. He looked good.
He was 80 fucking years old. And
yes.
I was actually surprised that he got a shirt.
Did that?
Thing.
Yeah.
And I looked at him like, motherfucker's still fucking ripped, man.
Yeah,
he's still got, you know,
but still, okay. Spoilers for Indiana Jones. Yes. I'm going to go ahead and talk about that. But
go for it.
I still love the fact he's fallen asleep drunk in his easy chair. And he's walking downstairs in his boxers to go complain about the noisy neighbors.
With a backwards shirt on.
With a backwards shirt on. I'm just like, yes.
Grumpy Indy. Yeah. Grumpy Indy. I was like, good for him, man. He's still looking sharp.
Because also I see a little bit of him. He got shirtless in 1923, you know, the Yellowstone series, because he gets effed up in that show.
No, but I mean, yeah, I know. It's just Harrison Ford. He's just got those genetics. Rebecca, did you see Indiana Jones?
I haven't, but I've been enjoying this conversation immensely.
Okay. I was just trying to get a feel of like who's seen it or not. We won't try to like spoil it or anything.
Oh yeah, well, I may try to go see it tomorrow.
Okay. But right now we'll keep on the topic of Superman and Lois. But yeah, I mean, one of the things too that Paul, let me get your opinion on the casting.
On the casting, I have no opinion one way or the other. I have not seen Miss Maisel, right, on Amazon. Yeah, and I've heard it's a fantastic show. I just have not gotten around to seeing it, and I know diddly squat about the actual guy playing Superman. Pretty much how I was more or less with Henry Cavill, other than maybe the Count of Monte Cristo when he was like a teenager. You know?
See, for me, I had the Tudors to help me out with that. So
my mom told me about that too. She was like, "Oh yeah, the guy from the Tudors." I was like, "Okay," and she was already crushing on him then, and still to this day. Hi, Mom. Anyways,
but I have no real plan. I mean, they look the parts, you know, and for me, I'm not going to make real judgments on anything until I see like a trailer and am able to judge more or less like how everything's seen, what kind of tone we're going with, what kind of version of Superman we're going to get, you know, all that kind of stuff. But they look the parts, and I'm assuming like you were saying earlier, he's going to get, you know, ripped, or at least, you know, at a good place. And and then Lois doesn't have to really do anything. She looks exactly like Lois. So there you go. You know, I mean, that's pretty much it.
Okay. What about you, Phil?
Let's see. I'm about 50-50. Rachel Brosnahan. That's who it is, right? She, like Paul just said, she looks exactly like Lois Lane from your modern DC comic. I mean, I'll take Scott's word on Marvelous Miss Maisel. I don't have Amazon right now, but I'm sure I'll get to it at some point. I think she'll be fine. As far as Corn Sweat as Superman, I have a suspiciously sneaking feeling it's going to be Spit Curl and Red Trunks. I've seen him in the show on HBO Max with John Bernthal, We Own the City, and he plays a really good cop in that. So there's, you know, some Superman elements, if you will, in his performance there, I suppose. I look at him and I kind of don't want to give him a hug like James Gunn wants people to. So there's that. I don't know. I'm still really just in an awkward place with this whole movie, because I'm still very much attuned with Man of Steel and, you know, BVS, Zack Snyder's Justice League. So it's really going to take a lot for me to be really engaged with this. And honestly, I'm more curious who the villain is going to be in this, and since there was that mention of the Lex Luthor casting in the Hollywood Reporter or Deadline reveal, whichever one it was, of the Skarsgård brothers that are being talked about between the role of Lex Luthor, I'd prefer Alexander.
Same.
Yeah, that was an interesting. I think a lot of I either one would work for me. I think Bill is more age appropriate if they're going to be like, all right, Lex and Superman are kind of like similar ages.
Sure,
But I lean more towards Alexander Skarsgård because I don't know. I think having an older Lex kind of, I mean, I guess we've seen that before. I mean, Kevin Spacey and Ruth, they weren't the same age. I mean, Spacey was older, and I don't know, Gene Hackman was older than Reeves.
And John, and was it? And I don't know the difference between John Shea and Dean Cain.
Oh, I don't know either, but I'm sure that they had a good significant age.
I think they were close in age, but I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, I just feel bad either way for the cast at this point, because
I do too.
It's just like when you had Brandon Routh and Kevin Spacey and stuff. I think even from the get-go, I have to go back and remember at this point, but like I think they pretty much made it very obvious from like the get-go that like, hey, it's called Superman Returns because we're continuing the Reeves saga, but obviously Chris Reeve can't be here to do this, so we're gonna go with a guy that looks pretty much exactly like him in a modern day. And we're like, okay, and like that's cool. Like we'll see how this goes. Like let's see what they go with. How you're going to continue from Superman 2, and and even with the reception of Returns, Brandon Routh I think was still like revered as the character, and clearly like Crisis utilized that and stuff. And then like when Henry came along, they just had wrapped up the like the beloved Dark Knight trilogy. We all kind of knew like, okay, seems like Warner Bros. Has some stuff that they know what they're doing, and like we're going to start this whole new universe and go from there. But it started from a more positive outlook because Chris Nolan was involved and he had done well with Batman, and it was like a handing of another universe, a whole fresh start. And this also is a fresh start, but the previous universe is just ending in such a negative light. It's just I'm kind of more with Phil. Like it's just kind of like they have a lot of stacked against them. You know what I mean? And like I mean I hope for the best, but like I also prepare for the worst. Is that the best way to put it?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like that.
Certainly hope that both of them stay off social media, because
Oh,
anyone on this panel already knows that there are a lot more hardcore fans out there, if you will, would guess would be a term to terminize them as. They're not happy, and they are not going to be happy, and they're going to more than likely attack these people and just for playing a role. And I don't think that's fair at all. Am I over the moon about the casting? Like I said, I'm 50-50. I'm going to need to see it to be impressed. But that doesn't mean I'm just going to go out of my way to like, you're not my Superman, whatever. That's other people's prerogative. That's their business, right? But it's that I think they should prepare. They shouldn't have to prepare for something like that. And that's just the unfortunate world that we live in with this stuff. I wish them the best. I do wish them good luck, but James Gunn is directing that movie.
At this point, like I'm not eager about James Gunn either, but I am like at this point with all the stuff I've seen, especially over the last decade with, perception and everything else and fandom and all this, I wait until the product comes out and then I judge it. And then sometimes even if I'm not, sometimes even then, if it's not aligned with what I like, it may align with somebody else, and I leave it at that. But like I said, the bigger concerns with Superman Legacy isn't even the movie itself at this point. It's more about the behind the scenes and what Warner Brothers and how fast they're going to react if the movie doesn't work for them or doesn't meet their.
Well, they're currently on fire right now, so
exactly.
Going good. Going good. Scott needs to dip out for a second. He'll be back.
Okay.
Though.
Yeah. Okay. I need to go spend some time with my wife, and then I will come back. But hopefully, when I come back, I will have watched the finale of Silo. So so that'll be a plus.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
Enjoy.
Bye, Scott.
Bye, guys. I'll be back.
See you later.
Scott's gonna come back with a smile on his face. Anyways, sorry. No, but I mean, you bring up a good point when it comes to that. I mean, with the Flash not doing so well, which they probably thought was going to. I mean, but here we are when it comes to, we got Superman and Lois, and they are, they're not big names. So already right there, you're not paying a multi-million-dollar contract to somebody right there. So, at least they got that. And Rebecca, how are you feeling about the cast?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same vein as Paul and Phil, because I think for me, Warner Brothers burned a lot of my goodwill that I had for a lot of this stuff, and so I'm kind of not at this point like very excited about anything, and I'm sure they're great. I'll probably go see Superman Legacy in case it has some sort of connection to Woman of Tomorrow, so I'll probably see them. But I'm not I'm not excited about anything. It's just not something that I kind of care about. And I think it's also because I hate to be that person who's like superhero fatigue and all that, but like, especially for Superman stuff, and this sounds terrible because we should want more Superman stuff, but it's like Superman Lois is on TV. My Adventures with Superman is coming around the corner. And now they've got a new Superman movie that they're going to be making. And there's all this kind of stuff that's happening. And it's like, oh, I guess there's a new Superman. Oh, what to do? Like it used to be where it was like exciting because you hadn't seen Superman in a while.
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh, well, it's another Superman. Okay. So I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm in wait and see mood or mode. I'm not like super jazzed about the James Gunn of it all. But I'm willing to give him a shot. And I'm excited about a new Lois Lane for sure. Especially since this actress everyone says is so great. So I'll be excited to see, what she does with the part and what her role in the movie is. But at this point, I'm just kind of about it. Like I'm not, I'm just not like excited about it. Right. And I should also fact check myself. I looked it up on IMDb. John Shea is 17 years older than Dean Cain, if anybody cared. I thought they were more similar in age because they both were sort of like vying for Lois Lane's affection on that show. But no, John Shea
that makes it
significantly older.
So that's why, let's go with the older brother. Let's go with Mr. Alexander. But either one would do. But I mean, let's go with an older Lex.
As a fan of the material and stuff, like most of the comic books, for me it doesn't really matter that they be the same age or even close even in the same age, unless you're trying to do the Clark and Lex being friends in Smallville.
Yep.
Exactly. Unless you're doing that, there's no reason for them to even be close in age if you don't have to. And the vying for Lois, I don't know. I mean, girls do go for older guys, and they go for guys their same age. I don't know. As long as it's not overly creepy. I mean, we're talking about Lex, but it's like that's where I draw the line. So yeah,
I just picture Alexander Skarsgård bald, and him just giving kind of like a twisted smile, and and him in a suit too. Like I think just of all the roles that he's done, it feels like he could really do something interesting with Lex Luthor. Not to say that Bill Skarsgård couldn't. I just think his talents could be better utilized as a Batman villain.
Not Joker.
I meant Scarecrow.
Yeah. Oh,
okay. Scarecrow.
I like
definitely
that.
A Scarecrow.
I get sick and tired of the Joker casting for him.
So am I. Because it's so we get it.
Lazy.
Pennywise.
Lazy.
Yeah, relax.
Lazy, just like how Bryan Cranston said it's lazy that they keep casting him for Lex Luthor because he was bald and a villain at one point, and it's just like stop it. And I get tired of that when it comes to Skarsgård as Joker. I'm like, no, it's.
But I will say, after Andy Muschietti is now doing Brave and the Bold, I would like to see the guy who played the older Ben in It Part 2 as Batman. I think he could do something interesting with that. They have worked with the older Ben, whoever played older Ben. Just look it up on IMDb. Yeah,
I think I know you're talking. Oh yeah, interesting. What's funny is like I was gonna pull up a bald image of Alexander Skarsgård. I forgot that he showed up to a red carpet where he looked like this.
Oh my god!
Oh wow! Holy shit! Damn, that is That's perfect.
That's so funny right there.
There he is.
Hilarious. I mean, is that him right there? Is that him? That is him, huh?
Yeah, it's him.
Yeah, wow. So I guess it was for that, but it's just funny how that looks.
It's funnier that picture also has Jesse in it too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Wow.
Yep.
Passing the mantle right there.
Yeah.
So yeah. That is interesting.
Interesting.
I think it was last year. The Northman was one of my favorite movies of the year, and
Oh yeah,
too.
Northman
he
was
was he was awesome in that movie. But like, it makes me, at least if he's gonna be Lex, like the Psycho Lex, like he's gonna totally nail that without even like flinching. Like that'll be fantastic. But we'll probably build up to that, hopefully, unless they just have a whole like, I don't know, like a messy Steve Jobs where he does a presentation and then the second everyone leaves, he just like immediately like goes psycho on his on his minions or something. I don't know, but you know, depending on whatever James wants to put out there, I guess. But who knows?
It's going to be interesting too, because I mean, just going by that Rosenbaum podcast, he sounded like he didn't really like when it comes to Lex. It's like, yeah, Lex, sure, he'll probably be there, but he's not going to be the villain. Which I'm like, thank you. That's not okay. We've had Lex, we've had Zod. Let's bring on Brainiac. I mean, Brainiac has been like, Brainiac has always been like the next villain.
When it feels like it should be, right?
Yeah, it's like I guess they were planning on that at some point with the reversion. They were planning on it with Superman Returns, the second one. Zach has talked about how, I mean, Zach pretty much kind of teased it when you see the,
symbol,
the Brainiac symbol like underneath the world changing, so it's like he was already teasing it, and then of course Superman Lives was that he was going to be there. And again, when you go back and watch that documentary, and I highly recommend anybody who hasn't seen it or hasn't seen it in a long time, but of course after the Flash came out and we got that Cage cameo, I wanted to watch it again, and I showed my girlfriend because she hadn't seen it yet, and it's just crazy the concept art and what you could do with that character, and just how fucking creepy, and just
it was on YouTube for the longest time, wasn't it?
You can still find it on there.
You can still find it on YouTube.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
It might have like subtitles, but yeah, that's what we watched, because I was trying to find it on Amazon, because I try to be like, hey, I'll rent it. I try to, but it was unavailable. So I was like, well, where the fuck am I gonna watch? And so I just found it on YouTube. It was a good copy, and I was like, fine. But I still wanted to be like, I don't like to just be like, oh, let's stream it on
the creator. Yeah.
123movies.com or whatever the hell. I'm not one of those people.
Wasn't Brainiac gonna be like connected to the spider somehow? Wasn't like the spider gonna have like Brainiac's head?
Well, he was also gonna be a spider,
legs?
like he was gonna have a spider like body, like he had like the
trench
jacket,
coat.
Yeah, the trench coat with the long, collar, and it was like going to be that. And then when he finally revealed his body, it was going to be like spider-like as well. So there was going to be a correlation to that. And then what I always forget the name of that spider, that
Thanagarian snare beast.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, John Peters and Kevin Smith.
Jesus Christ. It's hilarious. And I love when
did they get credit in the Flash for that or no?
I don't think, did they? I don't think there was maybe a special
knows?
thanks, but I know Kevin Smith dug it, and watching his stream talking about it, he was just like, it's cool that, and then he even said that when he watched it once with his wife, he's like, that's my Superman. She's like, I know. And then when he watched it with his daughter, he's like, hey, that's my Superman. She was like, everyone knows that. It's like, yeah. So it was just, but it's just funny. Like, it's like, he was happy that they put that. It's funny because when you see that, you just go, oh my God, they did that. But then you go, oh my God, 80% of the theater has no fucking clue. It's like, that's what was funny about it. It's like, it was such a wink to nerd culture. And I'm like, sweet. But then at the same time, I'm like, man, like, who knows about that whole thing? And I'm like, I'm hoping that the Schnepp family, they got like a rush of just, the documentary being, but although it wasn't on Amazon, so I don't know what was the deal with that. But yeah, it just, because it's a very well made documentary.
Yeah, it's good. It's great.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was fantastic. So, but yeah, I mean, when it comes to Brainiac, I mean, obviously, it seems like that's going to be the way to go. Obviously, when Scott and I have been talking about, Superman the animated series recently, and we just talked about the Parasite episode, and I'm like, man, Parasite would be such a great villain to be in, to see live action. And the fact that, we're always talking about, I mean, when it comes to Superman, it's kryptonite. Well, you literally have like a villain who touches Superman and sucks energy out, and then he becomes that. I mean, like that is. I mean,
Pretty.
you want to talk about
yeah,
having a villain that he can actually have a fight with and punch. You have it also where it's like it's got the the draining of his energy factor, and I'm just kind of going. And James Gunn has even expressed that that's one of his favorite underrated Superman villains, and I'm like, man, if he could incorporate that somehow, that'd be sweet.
That character would be something in his wheelhouse, right?
Right?
Because everyone would expect Brainiac for a Superman film, right? No. Now that you mentioned that, yeah, I do remember seeing that somewhere that James Gunn mentioned that Parasite was one of his favorite underutilized Superman villains. And knowing James Gunn and how he loves doing all those unpopular, weird characters, Parasite kind of fits that bill. And it would also kind of, honestly, from a budget perspective, probably be a lot easier to do than Brainiac at this point.
Good point.
Well, if you want to do a weird Superman villain, Mixchas-Pitalik is.
Oh, you could do that too.
That would also be a James.
Yeah.
He's the most. He's one of the most powerful characters in DC Comics. I just want to stand up for Mixie on that. He could definitely change the universe.
I would be terrified if he touched that, but the parasite thing is interesting because if he did, you could actually have like a very low budget Superman, because if he can't fly, he can't do anything while things are going on in the background, right?
Yep.
Right. But
John Peters would love it. Sorry.
Oh God, yeah, no, I know. Oh, easy. I still laugh at that segment. I always pronounce his name wrong, but Mr. Mixchas-Pitalik.
Mixchas-Pitalik, or Mix-is-Pitalik, or Mixoplick, however you want to go with it.
Yeah, so many variations.
So many.
He's one of my favorites. I think he's underutilized. But for me personally, I feel that he is a character that could be very comedic, but at the same time, like I think he's more of a terrifying villain if used correctly, because of how much power he has and how much he could change anything with a snap of your fingers. I mean, as much as I would have enjoyed maybe seeing him voiced by, Gilbert Gottfried, rest in peace.
That's exactly who I had in mind, because I was just thinking, who would be a great Mxyzptlk opposite Nicolas Cage's Superman? Gilbert Gottfried.
Yes. For that version, yes.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. But no, I mean, it'd be interesting to see just like something that would have, I'm thinking like a grand scale budget though, so I don't know, but like to see something that just pops out of nowhere, almost like a terrifying thing. And that the Superman, because Superman is a guy also, and like the reason why he was created, the character of the fifth dimensional imp, is that Superman was always so powerful in the Silver Age. They needed something that could counteract that. And just in general, no matter what version of Superman you're going with, he's a guy that always is, the most powerful person in the room, or he always is in control to a certain degree. And Mxyzptlk just takes that completely out the door. So there's just a lot, but you have to make sure you're kind of like, managing a little bit too. That's why he's kind of always played as mischievous, because if he was truly evil, he could just, snap and then everything is done the way he wants. So I don't know. If he were to come into it, it'd be a very, very big tightrope, because again, he also plays into that like magic category. And you only have to watch Wonder Woman 84 to know the magic stuff can go completely off the rails.
Yep.
And you don't know where the story's going. But in not like a I wonder what's gonna happen next. Like, oh God, what are they gonna do next? Like what's like, So I mean,
you have him show up maybe in a post-credit, mid-credit, boop, there he is. Something. I don't know. I'm like picturing it. I think
that's something you do for a gag.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well,
I feel like that's something you might do for a gag. Oh, and you know what? Peacemaker did mention Batmite.
Yeah,
it's true. It's very, very true. So the imps technically, if I don't know what the continuity is anymore at this point, but technically they've crossed over into our dimension already. If Batmite is like real at this point, so yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So when it comes to Jimmy Olsen, do you think they go ginger? Do you think we get a ginger, young, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed Jimmy Olsen? What are we thinking here?
The ginger community has been eviscerated by.
Agreed.
Yeah, so probably not. Chris Rock was going to be Jimmy Olsen at one point.
Yeah, that's right. Kevin Smith talked about that.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then,
Chris Rock, bro. That should have been
even. I mean, I don't even fully know if he was Jimmy Olsen or not, or if he was just a CIA plant or whatever. But even Zach's version of Jimmy Olsen didn't even have the full red hair, and then immediately got shot. So I mean, but it is funny though. I don't know if you guys really think about this, or it's something I've noticed. You can almost pinpoint exactly what DC universe you're in by Jimmy Olsen, because Jimmy is he was always such a background character, almost always, that they almost kind of just have to do something really interesting with him every time he pops up to make their definitive version. Okay, this is what universe you're in with DC, because Jimmy's like, well, it's like in the Superman animated series, like when she jumps over accidentally to like the other dimension where Superman's been corrupted by Luthor into this like Nazi regime kind of thing. The first person she meets is like Jimmy, and he's like one of the freedom fighters with the long hair and like the mullet. And he's like Lois, and it's just like it's a completely different Jimmy. But it's like the first thing you see to make it clear that like yes, you are completely out of the regular world here. So, but yeah, sorry, that's something I just noticed.
That's fine. I'm just kind of wondering, because I think he's going to be. I mean, when it comes to Jimmy Olsen,
that was actually pretty good. What Paul just said, that was pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's good. Like, no, but I'm just saying, like when it comes to this time around, I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't think. I mean, honestly, I don't care which, what he really looks like. I just he captures the character, and he's like that. I mean, what I like Jimmy Olsen in the animated series. I mean, I think that should be what the Jimmy Olsen that we should get. The guy that's the kid that's trying to impress, trying to and even with that last episode with Parasite, I mean, it was funny because you watch that episode. There's Lois shows up in like one tiny little bit. It is a Jimmy Olsen Superman episode. And it just kind of was like, it kind of made me think, I'm like, okay, yeah, they need to really capture some of this when it comes to this new movie. And I'm hoping that James Gunn does. And I think he will, because I might have seen some things when it comes to call sheets. And I'm like, that person, what? You might be pretty significant in this. Good. Because it seems like, somebody even said when I was talking about this on Film Junkie Live was, they love the scene in Superman Returns when like Jimmy and Clark go and get a beer, before he has to rush off and save Lois. Yeah. And it's just like, you kind of want like those Clark and Jimmy moments, I guess, So, but I'm just, but I was just kind of wondering. I mean, I brought up like Cameron Monaghan, and like people were like, whoa, that's kind of cool. And then some people were like, no, that sucks. They'll never do that or something like that. I just thought, I mean, it's just when I looked at, I literally typed in young ginger actors, and he popped up. I'm like, oh yeah, he's what, 29? Yeah, but he still looks like he could pass it for 19.
No,
years old.
He looks like,
Oh, sorry, go on.
Okay. I was just gonna say, I think if Superman Legacy wanted to do something different, having Jimmy Olsen be maybe a more prominent character would be different. The 100%. Donnerverse really didn't do much with him. He was more of a character in Supergirl the movie, actually, and
that's right.
So some of the other adaptations, Smallville, even Supergirl had a James who did a few things, but unfortunately, they didn't do as much as they should have with him. Lois
and Clark, he was there, but he wasn't. He was just, he was more of a side character.
Kind of, like a supporting character at the Daily Planet. And I mean, Jimmy Olsen in the Silver Age, he and Lois Lane had their own comic book series. Jimmy Olsen's, Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen was hugely popular. It was actually the comic book series that Darkseid first appeared in, and so that character was actually really a big hit with fans. And I think there is to your point, Dave, with Superman Returns, there's lots that you could do with Jimmy. You could make him more of Superman's pal and have him more involved in the story. I would love it because I've always thought this bit was hilarious. The Jimmy Olsen Turtle Boy. I would love it if he turned into a turtle and grew to be a giant turtle man. I would love that. I think
wouldn't put it past James Gunn.
That does seem like up James Gunn's alley. And if it was my movie, I would have Mick Chespitalik in it, and he would turn Jimmy Olsen into Turtle Boy and cause some chaos.
There you go.
Take notes, James Gunn. Take notes.
So that's what I would do. But I think Jimmy Olsen has the potential to be a a character who could do something different in this iteration of the mythos. And I actually wouldn't mind it if Jimmy Olsen had more of a presence.
I'm trying not to be negative, but I'm just picturing a WB executive trying to, who probably doesn't know anything about DC and trying to be like, so what happens to Sam out of the dimension and turn Jimmy Olsen into a giant turtle boy? That segment's going to cost us $20 million.
It would be amazing. It would be so good.
It's like, well, we're just gonna lay the foundation though right now. That's all we're gonna do. A lot of people have been saying this actor for Jimmy is Jack Quaid.
Yeah,
I keep on seeing that. Obviously, he is the voice of Superman in the
yeah.
new animated show.
Yeah.
But everybody, I mean, when I was talking about it the other day, and even in the chat now, people keep saying, I mean, I could see it. He definitely would have, he's young. He's, he just watching him in The Boys, really.
Yeah.
He's an Oppenheimer too, right?
Is
I
he?
think he's
Wow.
an Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Him and Josh Becker and Oppenheimer.
Yeah, that's right. But he's a good actor. I mean, obviously famous dad, and looks like his dad. Well, looks like his parents, to be honest.
Yeah, he does. He is a perfect blend of
dude.
both
He
of them.
really, right? And it was funny
Perfect.
because I mentioned that when I was showing Steph The Boys. I already seen it. Already, it was already like 3 seasons in, 2 seasons.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're waiting on season 4.
But
yeah.
I told her, I was like, can you guess who his famous parents are? And she, of course, didn't know. But then when I said it, you were like, oh my God, yeah. Eyes and just his face and everything. Anyways, yeah, good blend of those two for sure. But I wouldn't hate that too. I mean, he's not a ginger, but hey, he
You can dye your hair.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I just wonder how legit they're like, if James Gunn's gonna just be like, obviously when it comes to things nowadays, like, we can change this to a different a person of color right here, which is what they tend to do, and for the most part everybody's like fine with it. But I'm just kind of wondering if well maybe they'll just keep that, or just, I mean, to be honest, I really don't care. But I'm more of the, let's just have Jimmy Olsen actually be something this time around. I want that.
I mean, if that's the case, I think Jack is a good choice. It's really funny too, because not spoiling too much about The Boys, but the relationship between Huey and Homelander is very much like a mirror parallel of Superman and Jimmy Olsen, except but it's like obviously negative, but this and like him standing up to Homelander and all that kind of stuff, which is really interesting. But I don't know if you guys have ever read it. It's kind of a mixed, I would say a mixed reception comic, but the Superman Earth 1 I thought was really interesting.
Oh, J. Michael Straczynski.
Yeah. But his Jimmy Olsen is it's really interesting because he's basically is a guy that is always going for the shot. Like he's almost like an adrenaline junkie, but he isn't a coward. But he's always jumping in for this one shot and stuff like that. I feel if they kind of went with that more in a sense. I mean, if they're trying to make Jimmy more than just the background, I think that would be an interesting way of going about it. Yeah,
I mean, if you have Lois Lane being this Pulitzer Prize winning reporter, then you should also have Jimmy Olsen striving to be this, award-winning photographer for the Daily Planet.
Exactly. And in turn, that would also probably inspire and get Clark to be like, I need to do better as well. Or, try to, work with them in that same capacity. So
never thought about it that way, because I'm not really much of a Jimmy Olsen fan, to be brutally honest. That character, even in Superman the Animated Series, okay, supporting character. Oh man, who's the voice? It's Max Goof. It's
oh yeah, we talked
Marsden.
about it.
Marsden. James Marsden.
Yeah, James Marsden. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great voice.
Yep.
That's arguably probably my favorite version of a character that I don't really care about too much. I thought Makad Brooks did a fine job in the Supergirl show for the most part until they turned him into Guardian. I thought that was kind of a weird change. Yeah.
Don't get me started on that.
Yeah,
one.
I could see Rebecca just going,
yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah.
But I think for this, I'm not shocked. To me, it really feels like James Gunn's trying. I talked with Anthony about this literally a couple hours ago. It feels to me that James Gunn's kind of invoking, or at least he's trying to invoke, Richard Donner in some sense, because David Cornsweet did in fact come from Juilliard, just like Christopher Reeve did. And if Lex Luthor is in this movie, well, that's again kind of another component of 78. It feels reminiscent. I won't necessarily say copying, but it feels reminiscent in certain regards. And I just kind of hope that I'm kind of with you, Dave, and I kind of hope it's the case, but we'll see. I hope he finds that blend of the two and doesn't lean one way or the other.
Yeah, I think
that's what I'm worried about.
I think his what he has to sort of balance with this movie is like probably harder than most super, because he's, especially considering what happened with The Flash not doing well by any measure at the box office, like the voices from the fans like are louder, and just like the general audience voices, he really has to get it fucking perfect, man, like straight, because if he comes out full like he was saying, red trunks and the curl or whatever, like there's a lot of people who won't like it, and then you know what I'm saying, so it has to perfectly balance a lot of shit that I'm not thinking he's going to be able to perfectly balance, but
nope.
So when it just wait till I'm gonna wait till it comes out, but yeah, it's tough. It's tougher than like any other time I've ever seen sort of a director come out and they're going to direct a movie about a favorite character, whatever genre it is, whether it be comic books, anime, or whatever. This is the hardest one, considering like the climate that's going on right now with the comic book movies and stuff. And probably the most famous one is Superman, and he has to, like, you know what I'm saying? He's like sort of rebooting, but also like trying to start a new thing with his movie, and it's got to be good. It's got to be perfect, or it's man, dude. The Flash's like monumental failing is sort of like it blew my mind, even though like I can understand reasons why it failed, but like when you have that, like he has to get it, man. He has to get it, and I don't know if he's gonna be able to, because damn, dude, the Flash, like think about that shit for a second. Like it literally, really, really just like bombed. So like he has a fucking job, man. I'm sure he's had conversations with his boss.
Oh, I'm sure.
There's already like, I mean, I don't know how serious it is. It's just more of like rumors and people just like, you know, just throwing shit at the wall. But like, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if fucking Peter Safran gets, you know, like I'm talking more or less this year of the DC movies, you know, like if they take him and throw him under the bus to be like, well, you were the producer, like you're done. But James, we need him to make a Superman, and like so he's still running things, and Peter just kind of gets, you know. I'm just saying, yeah.
Yeah, but no, I agree with you. But that if that happens, the burden is even heavier on his back for Superman.
Without a doubt.
And Superman is so difficult because in my experience, I've been podcasting about Supergirl and Superman since 2015, and I've also just been a fan for a long time. And I've gotten to know a lot of other, you know, Superman fans and podcasters. And in my experience, Superman fans are rarely happy about anything. So it is very difficult to please Superman fans. They don't know what they want. Even if they get something close to what they want, they don't like it. And and I speak as someone who, you know, kind of lives and breathes by the Superman family. But it's something that you're not going to be able to please everyone. And what I like about Zack Snyder is that he said something in an interview once that really stuck with me about how like he makes movies, not just Superman movies, but he makes movies to be what he would want to see. He makes them for him, because you're not going to be able to please everybody. So I guess if I were to give James Gunn advice, I would pass that along to him. Like, make the Superman movie you want to see, but it's going to be tough for sure.
I think he did say that in the Rosenbaum podcast. He said something about that, like making movies that he wanted. I think he mentioned some. There was some things that he said there that I was like, okay, that was good, because you know when people when you want to when you compare you know, directors. I mean, obviously the last Superman director was Zack Snyder, and we know that they have a relationship. They've worked together. They speak very highly of each other, but they have different styles. But I think there's even similarities that they might have too. And I think when you watch that Rosenbaum podcast, and I think James Gunn did a really good job of being like, all right, I'm not going to go on any other podcast. He even stated that. He's all, you're my friend, I came on here, but let's talk about certain things, and maybe I can switch some people that are kind of like, I don't know about this guy. And I saw that on my timeline. I wasn't saying like it was like a crazy, like, there's always obviously going to be the people that just fucking hate that guy with, which is, so it's weird. Like you hate somebody that you will never meet and never have met it like so much. Like I get it. Like you don't like his movies, you don't like his style, and you think he's a weirdo. Fine. But man, some people just flat out, you mentioned their name. I'll have people that somehow with a tweet that has nothing to do with anything James Gunn, and I'll have guys, mentioning James Gunn, and I'm like, this had nothing to do with James Gunn, and you turned this to James Gunn. How did you manage to do that? You are that obsessed? Okay, but I think like watching that podcast and listening to what he had to say, he had some things where he was saying something similar to that, where you can't please everybody, and it's like make the movies that you want to make and kind of thing. And but of course it's always in the back of your mind that you have to also, there's an audience out there that you have to and it's interesting when it comes to James Gunn, because not only is he directing this movie, but he's also running the studio. That is very, it's interesting. It's a that's why I didn't want him to actually direct this, because I'm like, dude, you got to run the whole thing. Why are you going to direct the Superman movie? But then I thought, okay, well, I guess that kind of makes sense. But then it's just, but you have a partner, so you're not having to do that part of it. But yeah, it's all a very, very crazy thing. But my whole thing when it came to like James Gunn was not my number one, probably not even my number 5, or even maybe not even in the top 10 of directing a Superman movie. But the fact that they brought a filmmaker in to be running the show, and I thought, okay, at least they have that, and it's somebody who's a nerd and knows the source material. So I'm just kind of going like, all right, that's that. I think that's a good choice to have. I know a lot of people wanted, at least in the Snyder community, where they were like, Zach and Debbie should be running this whole thing. And I'm like, yeah, that would be cool. But at the same time, why would you want to bring them into something like that, kind of thing? I want them to make their own shit.
Yeah, no, they're happy right now. They're literally happy right now.
We just got Empire Magazine. They just freaking released a bunch of shit. Yes. And it shows you again. It's like, and he tweeted out, he's all a new universe. And I'm like, yes, built from the ground up. You stay there. You stay there right now. You know what? Later on, you can maybe Zach will come back. But right now, I just want that guy to be building things from scratch. And that's what I want. It's going to be a trilogy that was confirmed too in that, so I'm like, he's going to be busy making that and spinoffs and, novels and video games and everything. Yeah. Let him cook over there.
After I did that commentary thing for the Full Circle event.
That little thing,
I talked to Zack Snyder for a couple of minutes after that was over, and he seemed really happy to be at Netflix, because he said something to the effect of like he was glad that Netflix lets him make all of his weird stuff and do all of his weird ideas, and I was like, that's awesome. So he seems really happy to be doing things that he wants to do, and they're letting him take chances, which I think is even more impressive, that they're willing to go with him on that.
Yeah, and I think at one point maybe Warner Brothers was like, okay, they gave him a shot, and well, I think they had a barrier, which of course was Christopher Nolan, and when it came to Man of Steel, it was like one of those things where I think Nolan was like, hey, let the guy do his thing. Okay. I think, Nolan was definitely there when it came to that. BVS, not there that much. I don't think it was, that barrier right there. So things.
Well, probably not once it got done shooting. When it came time for the editing and stuff like that, the distribution of it, he probably wasn't, because we see what happens when Warner Brothers tells Nolan, no, you can't have full control. Let me just take this fire to damn Universal. Let me take this fire movie to Universal. And then now you see what's about to happen with Oppenheimer this summer. Like, so I get, you're right. Yeah. That little buffer right there is it's
interesting. All right. We got somebody else joining. He's been backstage for a while. He doesn't have his camera on, but hey.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
What's up, Casey? No camera today?
Hey, yeah, no camera today.
Aw.
How y'all doing?
Oh, we're doing pretty
Good.
good.
Doing all right.
Sorry that I forgot. I was like, you're backstage, probably because I didn't see your face, and I was just seeing your icon, and I just totally was like, oh yeah, that's right, KC's backstage. So sorry about that. But
No
welcome.
worries, man.
Yeah, no, we're
Thank
just
you, thank
talking
you.
Superman Legacy. We're talking James
Oh, that
Gunn,
movie.
and what the point that I was trying to get to though too is like the fact that now we have a director directing a Superman movie where he still has to report to higher ups, but for the most part, he's got free range. He's not gonna, there could still be some studio interference, but it's not going to be a lot at all. There's going to be barely any. Might have some notes, but other than that, they're just going like, "Hey, you're running the show here." So I mean, there is that. But then, like I said, that if you're a James Gunn fan, you're through the moon. If you're not a
Yeah.
James Gunn fan, you're not through the moon. If you're like partial, which I don't love or hate him. I'm not, one of those where I'm like, he's made good movies. The Last Guardians was great. But at the same time, I'm like, I worry. I'm like, wasn't my choice when it came to Superman. But I do like the fact that he's running the whole show, so he's going to direct the movie that he wants to direct. Yes, he's going to have notes. He's even talked about how he wants to have notes, which is good. So, I mean, I root for it, and I always root for whatever the next version of these characters are. I want it to be better than the last. Snyder, what he did with Batman and Superman, that's just my favorite right now. When Matt Reeves came out, I was like, all right, I want this Batman to be better than what Snyder did. Was it, in my opinion? No, that still is my definitive cinematic Batman, but I didn't hate, and I still really, 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 really liked what Reeves did. So I'm hoping that, Gunn try to do better than what Zach did with Man of Steel and BVS and everything. That's a high bar for me, but I don't expect him to just soar over it. But if he can be like, just give me a decent Superman story, I'll be fine. Anyways,
I
Casey,
agree,
yeah,
and I think look, for the most part, I'm okay with that, and everything that he's been doing sounds great, and the structure that is present over there at DC Studios right now is also great. The only problem I have, even if he's directing the first movie or whatever, that's fine by me as well. I liked all of his movies so far. Um, to what degree, that is the only thing that's different, but I didn't hate any movie so far. So he's good in my books, but the only thing that's kind of making me take a step back is Superman, because it's so hard to nail a Superman movie, especially when this is first movie of a new cinematic universe, and you have a lot of expectations. It's James Gunn, everyone's watching. You have the responsibility of setting up the other movies and stuff, and you you also have a Superman movie that's gonna have to make at least some profit at the box office.
Yeah,
But
it's a good way to
with the
put it. At
Flash-
least some profit.
yeah, because after the Flash, I'm like, oh my god, this is
Yeah.
DC's all-time low right now, and
Yeah.
I don't know if a Superman project is the right project to start that one, although
Well-
it should be, because it's always been difficult for a Superman movie to hit that $1 billion mark. It never has, no matter what take it has been. So it's gonna be very interesting following up. A lot of it is gonna depend on that costume for me and that first trailer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
Because that will
a lot of-
decide what kind of movie that is.
Another
That's
thing
true.
too that Gunn brought up too in that Rosenbaum podcast, which just hit me right now, was because we're all talking about budgets. He's talked about how, like, when it came to previous movies, he always comes in under budget, which
Wow.
that's good. That's a good thing. That's
Yeah.
very much a good thing, especially when you have heavy
like
VFX,
Zach.
heavy. Yeah. Zach does that too. That was another correlation between. It's like, that's good that when you have a director that strives to, and he even said that he always wants to come in under budget. So yeah, first off, it's going to be interesting what the budget is going to be for this movie, especially after the. I can only, it's funny. I think Man of Steel was like 220, if I remember correctly. I think it was like 220. I'm wondering if this one's going to be less. I would not be.
The Batman was 100.
Yeah, I know.
And
That's
after
incredible.
the Flash bombed, I don't know if you'll get like 200 plus.
I think when it comes to the Batman 2, yeah, it probably would not get 200. It probably will, I would say 150, maybe.
At
Maybe
best,
another
150.
50 million. Yeah.
Yeah.
They need
But-
to save
but-
all the money for Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. I'm telling
There you
It's,
go.
It's,
You got that
It's gonna need it.
it's the most beautiful comic book ever created, so they need to put all the money towards that.
Yeah,
That's-
the
You know-
visuals that are going to be in that movie, yeah.
Hey guys,
That's the
real-
thing. Like the first movie needs to be, really high grossing so that the other movies get high
Yeah.
budgets.
yeah. So
The
go
boss-
see Superman Legacy, so Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow can get.
There you go. What were we going to say, Paul?
I want to say on the Superman topic, but I did just for fun. Without cheating, if you guys, without looking online, do you guys know what the budget for Indy 5 was?
$285 million.
That's correct.
295? Yeah. or
295.
How
yeah.
much?
It was already out there.
295. I saw it yesterday.
Woo!
I thought it
Yeah.
was at least 200. I did not know it was 295.
Yeah.
Reshoots and alternate endings really drove that thing up.
Okay, so that really did happen. They really
Yeah.
did shoot an alternate ending. Yeah, it shows.
Wow.
It
Okay.
shows. All right. Anyway, but let's go back to Superman real quick. I just wanted to put that. Out
Yeah.
there, 'cause I
Yeah,
think
no,
it's-
no. I mean, yeah, we'll get to some indie talk in a little bit, but like, yeah, it's crazy when it comes to these budgets and how, I mean, even the Black Adam budget got inflated, the Flash budget got inflated. I mean,
yeah.
there's a lot of factors, I mean, the pandemic,
COVID reshoots,
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
COVID was like a big factor. So now that's all said and done, and hopefully we don't fall into another one. And then like I said, when it comes to these two that got cast, it's like, yeah, they're they're fairly unknown. I mean, unless you've watched the things that they are in, but they're fairly unknown. So I mean, you can pay them. Obviously, the value is not there. I mean, obviously, when it comes to sequels, their value will increase, especially if it blows up. But I mean, they already have that. So like when it comes to other characters, I mean, we're gonna get probably just unknown people just to play. And another thing that, going back to the Rosenbaum podcast, is like James Gunn's not all about the name. He's like, what character fits the role? He says like it took him forever to find out who Star-Lord
was, right? Yeah.
I mean, he saw people that were names, and he was just like, nope, you don't fit. And then when Chris Pratt came in, it's like, there's the guy. And nobody knew who Chris Pratt really was. I mean, yeah, when they watched Parks and Recs, maybe he was like the chubby, funny, dumb dude in that.
Right.
And then I think he was also starting to come off. I think this was before he got the what was that movie that was in where he played a soldier? Zero Dark 30? No. Is that
No,
one?
yeah, no, he was in that.
Is it that one? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's that. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, but still, he was not a name, and he even said that when it came to the Guardians of the Galaxy, he was like the only kind of name was Zoe
Saldana.
Yeah. So I mean, Dave Bautista was only known in the wrestling community, and now I mean, again, I am very much trying to sell James Gunn to the Snyder people almost, because it just the parallels that I was hearing when he was talking and just saying like, yeah, you choose the right, you don't want to, who cares about the name, you choose the right person for the role. And Zach had a knack. I mean, Zach just has a knack for casting like fucking, it's crazy. And I love the fact that he chose Ray Porter for Darkseid, because obviously you want, I mean, look what happened when it came to Marvel. They're like, we need a name, and oh yeah, we're gonna get Josh Brolin, which nothing against Josh Brolin, he still knocked it out of the park as Thanos, and it worked out great. But at the same time, it's like Zach literally just shows a voiceover guy that was just showed up in that scene that we see him in Justice League and said, yeah, but you're also gonna be the guy, you're the guy, you're the voice.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that was intense. Thinking about Superman Legacy and like the kind of Superman movie that it's kind of shaping up to be, we're villain aside, where there are going to be members of the Authority, and I think that in and of itself is kind of interesting to an extent, because it's the first time, if you look at the first 4 Superman films featuring Christopher Reeve, they were Christopher Reeve Superman films, and they were lack of a better phrase here, they were the first superhero films of the modern age.
Yeah.
And then you get to Superman Returns, which was kind of an, a side sequel to Superman 2, and it did what it did, and people revered it in certain respects. And then you get to Man of Steel, BVS, Zack Snyder's Justice League, and that was a natural kind of progression from a story that still remains unfinished, but you still get the idea of what he was going for. But still, like, there's a lot of really beautiful symmetry in that trilogy. But now the idea of doing a Superman movie where there are pre-established superheroes that we have not seen before in live action, like members of the Authority, that I think is another question. Which members of the Authority are going to be in this movie, and how do they factor into the plot? And it has to come down to who the villain is. And I think that's another thing. You have to do a Superman villain that is not Lex Luthor or General Zod.
Yeah. Would Brainiac fit that mold in terms of the Authority?
I think Brainiac would fit a mold if you were trying to shoot a budget of $225 million. I think
that's very fair.
I also think that a character like Brainiac could be very viable under James Gunn, because he did Starro.
True.
In the Suicide Squad. So he can do big, and he can also do something small. He's also a very colorful filmmaker. So truthfully, Parasite, Mxyzptlk, or Brainiac, any one of those villains James Gunn could probably utilize if he wanted to.
I think I heard KC mention Krypton. Krypton on Sci-Fi did an amazing job with Brainiac. Just incredible. If you've never seen it, watch.
Oh yeah, that shit was. I was
Sci-Fi's
so heartbroken when they canceled that shit.
Yeah. So it can be done. I mean, if a television, on a television show on cable could do Brainiac so well, it is possible to do a Brainiac on a lower budget.
And then, of course, people like bring up Metallo, which was funny because Metallo was going to be in BVS at one point. We saw you see that concept art. It's funny because, when I always try to remind some, like, especially some of the diehard ones out there that are very, loud, is we have to realize, like, when it came to BVS, I mean, there was a different script. There was a David Goyer, Zack Snyder, and they were going to have, like, obviously there's like the similar like foundation when it comes to BVS, but it was going to have a Metallo. Of course, it was still going to have Lex and all the stuff. But when Terrio came in, I mean, he made it more of like a political, like almost like a political thriller type thing. But, from what I gathered from what I've heard, it was like when it comes to the original script, it had more action and it was going to be, about Metallo, but I'm like, but to bring in Metallo, Metallo can be, it's funny because even when rewatching Superman, the animated series, you get, what's his name? Corbin, right? His last name's Corbin.
John
Corbin.
John
Corbin.
John Corbin.
John James. That's my name too. But they establish him early, and then we're eventually going to get there. Well, I think the episode we're actually going to watch this week is all about him turning into it. So there could be a slow progression right there where it's like you have the character of Corbin in this movie, but it's not quite there yet. Just start laying the foundation. You already have this established world. And see, I think that could benefit, just like how Matt Reeves benefited that when it came to the Batman. It's like, all right, we're already established here a little bit into this, so I can have a Catwoman already. There's a Penguin, there's a Joker, and then of course we have the Riddler that's just showing up right here. So he kind of benefited from, like, having that already foundation, I guess, where there's already like a rogues gallery. And I'm kind of hoping that, I think James Gunn should take that similar approach. It's like, okay, yeah, there's a Batman somewhere. There's already things somewhere. So we're not starting from square one when it comes to this Superman. I like that. And I think
that's exactly what he's doing.
Oh yeah. And I think that benefits it, to be honest. We're not retelling the story again. We're jumping right into it of, like, Superman's here. He's already got people that hate him. There's already villains, and there's an Authority, which nobody's even heard of. And, done right, done correctly. Obviously, we're supposed to get an Authority movie. Hopefully that can, that could boost that movie. And I'm curious about who's going to take that movie. Is it going to be R-rated? Is it going to be, what exactly is it going to be? And I hope that it's something special, because it could be something unique and new. I mean, I've heard of them, but the rumor is it's Matthew Vaughn. Oof.
Wow.
That'd be interesting. I could dig that.
If you're doing The Authority, you have to go R-rated.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
there's really no.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, a PG-13, maybe you could skirt, but it's not going to be what it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think the thing we need to really gauge here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, see, I think we're all here. I think I can mutually say that we're all passionate about, movies and comic books and stuff like that. But when it comes to Superman Legacy, I think we need to gauge, like, where is the general audience's interest? Because realistically, even these days, if a comic book movie even bombs, it still makes between $200 and $400 million at the box office. So I want to say that's the general fan base. And when I mean that by, like, comic book guys who are going to go see the movie no matter what the quality is, no matter what the director is, they're just going to go see it because they have to know how this version comes out so they can at least, talk about it. But that's how far you get with that audience. So the general interest, I feel, is kind of the filler in for, like, the rest of it, basically, So, I mean, from what you guys have talked to, I want to say a general audience or friends who are not into this stuff in the same level, like where are they at with, like, a new Superman movie? Like, do they care? Are they intrigued? Or do they know anything about the previous stuff that's been going on? Like, what's the,
That is a good question because,
It is.
to be honest, I haven't really had deep conversations. I've talked to one of my really good buddies who's all into this stuff, and he's down for it, but he doesn't rush out to go see these movies.
Mhm.
He's not. I mean, I took him to go see that early screening to The Flash. Other than that, he probably wouldn't even went out to see it, to be honest, if I didn't do that, even though he's like a big Batman fan. When it comes to Superman, that is actually a good question. I should probably put that out there more in conversations, just randomly. So, Superman Legacy, anyone? And everybody's like, hello? Fuck you talking about? Yeah.
I will say I do work with somebody who, this is a general audience guy, he doesn't have shit like this at his house. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's just
Does he have Twitter?
No, he doesn't. No. But
all right, he's qualified
because Paul was right. Like these movies, it's normally whatever it grosses, it ends up grossing probably not 80% of that is probably general audience, man. Like, there's a hardcore people like us that's probably gonna go back and see it if we like it a few times. But he was even like, oh, so they just gonna throw Michael Keaton in there and think we gonna go see like literally. And he still ended up going to see the movie. He still, because I told him, just go watch it, dude. Don't fucking judge off whatever you hear, but just go see it. And he mildly enjoyed it, but he said that before he saw it, like, just because they gonna have Michael Keaton. So it's like the general audience is like kind of smarter than they were fucking 10 years ago. Like, when it comes to this stuff, it's just because of social media, and they get to see a lot more stuff. But I don't know, man. With the Superman stuff, I'm a big Superman fan, and I haven't had any like a normal person just come on and be like, yo, any more Superman movies coming out, bro? Not at all. So I don't know how to judge that. You know what I mean?
It's hard.
Yeah, and I think the movie industry has changed so much too with the advent of streaming. People aren't really going to see movies as much as they had been. I know The Flash did not and has not done well at the box office, but the last couple of movies that I've gone to, there's kind of nobody in the theater, and so I think
my indie screening had probably about 5 other people in there.
Yeah, so I don't think people are going to see movies as much because it's more expensive. I was talking with some friends last weekend, and my friend has her husband and then 2 kids, and she was telling me that she had like learned how to work the system so that ticket prices were cheaper and stuff like that. So I think people are having to make these bigger efforts to go see movies nowadays, and they're probably being more selective about what they go see. And I don't blame people. I'm the same way. I used to have an AMC Stubs A+ thing, whatever it was, and I would go see 3 movies a week or whatever. Now I don't do that anymore. So I'm much more selective about what I go see. And on top of that, even if as entrenched as I am in the world of DC and my love of films, I have superhero fatigue. I'm just going to be honest. Like I'm at the point where the other night I got out my old Alfred Hitchcock. I have this like DVD box set of his early stuff, like his silent films from the 1920s, and I had not really ever popped them in, and I got to the point where I was like, I would rather watch a 2-hour Alfred Hitchcock silent film from 1928 than care about any of these new DC movies. So I think I for one want something new and different. And so I wonder sometimes if the general public is having those kinds of feelings too.
I mean, they definitely are. I mean, I don't disagree with the fatigue in a certain way, but like at the same time, like Across the Spider-Verse to me was one of like
true. It's done well.
Absolutely
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah.
And that movie is outgrossing The Flash like without even breaking a sweat. Like it's because they did their first movie, which did okay and had a good profit, and then this one is
won an
just,
Academy Award. Yeah.
Yep, that always helps. And then this new one has just been, like even above that. And I mean, it'll be another few years before we get another one, but like, yeah, I mean, there was an art style to it back in the day when you didn't have 3 or 4 of these movies coming out every year, and you'd have to wait 2 or 3 years between each sequel because they took their time with each movie. And it was a bummer if like the next one came out and it stunk, but like it was just more of like you got excited because you weren't getting Batman every year, and I feel bad. With the staple of DC, even with Batman at this point, because I mean, if James Gunn stuff works out or whatever the case is, if Andy gets to make his Batman movie, he's hypothetically going to be making it around the same time as the Matt Reeves sequel. And, I mean, my version of this DC stuff way back was letting everyone kind of do their variation on the characters. But if you got 2 competing Batman movies in the same year, and people, are probably going to want to lean more towards the Matt Reeves incarnation because it's something they're already familiar with. It's a darker version of the character, which, for Batman works, right? And then I don't know. It sounds like the Andy with the Brave and the Bold is going to be much more of like a family dynamic type of deal. I mean, and maybe it's different enough where they go for it. But if they're strapped for cash, they're going to be like, I'm going to go for the one I already have investment in,
Yeah.
You're splitting the audience. Yeah.
Exactly. So I mean, in that case, it's a real bummer.
I agree with Rebecca as well about how you need to have something special come out in theaters for people to go watch them. But then I saw The Flash and I was like, why did people go see this one? Because this kind of looked like that type of film. And then I was like, I don't even know anymore, because there's a lot of factors, not just one, but that is definitely one of them. I do feel that as well from interacting with people and stuff. They don't, even with Superman as a character, right? I don't feel that he's as relevant today amongst general audiences because of the last few years, because of how old the character is, and whatever the reasons are. But I do feel that's something that needs to be updated for the modern audiences, and that's also another factor. But yeah, the most movies, on streaming, they are of high quality as well these days. So it takes a lot for studios to push people to go to the theaters. Something like Top Gun Maverick comes out and people go see that. Oppenheimer,
Avatar.
maybe people will go see Avatar. But I thought The Flash was kind of like that as well, because it looks like a big blockbuster. You have Michael Keaton, you have the Snyderverse timeline and stuff like that. So it was kind of like a all check boxes type of a movie. So I have no idea why it did not perform.
Yeah, I mean, it's now like, talking about tickets. It's almost like taking the family to a theme park now, like going to Disneyland. I mean, it's like it's a whole thing. Like you go, I mean, when I go to, the movie theater, like when it's just me by myself, I go the one, I just buy the ticket. I don't get popcorn. I don't do anything like that. I just walk right in, watch the movie, walk right out. That's it. Yep. When I go to the more luxury theater, like when people go with me, yeah, I mean, I still don't. I mean, there's been times where it's like, all right, I didn't eat dinner, so I'll get some food there, and yeah, like a burger is like Jesus Christ, it's like some popcorn. What the fuck, the beer is cheaper. I mean, my God, and it's like a separate thing. I'm like, I get 2 beers for like the price of a cheeseburger over here. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole thing now.
The movie business also eats itself though too, because
Yeah.
I mean, again, I don't know all of the ins and outs, but I think like, there was a time in the older days, I think the theaters used to take in more of the percentage, and they don't anymore. That's why all the snacks were raised to
There
a
you
higher
go.
level,
Yeah.
and inside restaurants and all that stuff, because they need that money to keep the theater afloat. So, and on top of the fact of all the ticket prices continuously rising, like I think there was one year, this was like 2009, like it was the highest year of people going to the theaters and like forever, and then everyone raised the ticket prices, and it's like that doesn't help anyone. So I don't know.
Like I told you guys, like the theater over here, that second concession stand is just every time I go, there's nobody working it. They just throw posters on it. There's a TV
Same
that
here.
shows trailers. I mean, that's the thing, is like these theaters are just trying to like stay alive as much as possible, to the point where they just close down that second concession stand, because it's like, why even have it up? It's just gonna suck up some more power and suck up some more resources. We have to pay more people to work it, but it's just I mean, that's the way it is. That's just the way it is. And so like you said, I'm like, I mean, and then we're in such a when it comes to the summer blockbuster season, we just had so many just in a row, and then the Flash comes out and people just like, right?
They're like, no, bro.
They just basically
didn't have any competition.
But then you have a movie, you have a small film as The Blackening, a small horror film that costs like $5 million, and it's already made 25. So it's already like fucking profiting, and you love to see that shit. But at the same time, it's just like, there you go. I mean, it's not, I think it's, sitting at like 20, not a lot, but for a small freaking horror film that's kind of parody, I guess you could say, when you see the trailer, it's like, there you go. I mean, like little small movies like that, you love to see that stuff when you see these big, huge franchises flopping at the box office. I mean, you have an Indiana Jones film now that we have, that we'll dive into too, that is not doing well at the box office. And it's like, what is going on right now? And then after this, we got Oppenheimer, Barbie, we have Mission Impossible. So we have a biopic.
Those will do good.
Well, we'll see, because it's interesting, because all three of them are different in the fact that you have a biopic that's 3 hours long about an atomic bomb made by a very, a renowned
Nolan,
director. It is Nolan, but still, I mean, names don't really mean much, I don't think, nowadays, like it did in the past. It's like what Quentin Tarantino said when it came to like movie stars. It seems like almost like now you see Nolan, but Tenet, that you can't really gauge it with Tenet, because that came like right in
right in the middle.
So you got that, and it's funny too, because I remember earlier this week, Christopher Nolan was saying like, oh yeah, I showed it to another filmmaker and they said it was like a horror movie. Oh yeah, and then when you show it to people walked out of there depressed. I'm like, it's really good selling this thing, this 3 hour R-rated biopic that's going up against a Barbie movie, and then you got the Barbie movie that's an existing property that's never been adapted. A movie, and it's got two just huge stars that are leading it, and a crazy cast and a crazy movie. And then you got Mission Impossible, the 7th movie in a franchise from one of the biggest movie stars that, his last movie made it like $1.56 billion. It's just a weird time, because we have like this lull of like, we were like boom, boom, boom. And like, it seemed like these previous movies did okay, mostly well. Even Fast X made $500 million. And you have these movies that came out, then the Flash just fell flat on his face. Indy looks like it's falling flash on his face. And then we're going to get this new wave of summer blockbuster movies. And I'm just very curious to see how they do, because they're so different. They're so different.
I feel like Oppenheimer and Mission Impossible are definitely going to be big hits, because I don't know about other countries.
You don't think Barbie's going to be a big hit? You think that
Barbie's tracking between $70 and $80 million for its opening weekend?
I don't know, because even the people I've interacted with about Barbie here, they don't seem to be interested or know about what kind of movie that is, they've been, just making fun of it, like who is gonna go to a Barbie movie, stuff like that, right? But but that's
Okay.
funny to me because I'm
That's
probably the most excited about that
Yeah.
because of the
It's
concept.
pretty funny, right?
And
Like
yeah,
I went and saw my nieces and my nephew yesterday. I asked my niece, I was like, "Have you seen the trailer for the Barbie movie?" Her eyes got so bright. She was like, "Yeah, I hella want to see that." I was like, "All right, fine, I'll go take you to see it."
of course.
For me as a guy that loves movies, like I heard Barbie movie when it got pitched a long time ago. I was like, okay, and then I heard Gerwig, Margot
Yep.
Robbie, Ryan Gosling. I was like, sold, and that's all I
Yeah.
needed. Like that's
That
for me.
first teaser
Yeah.
though,
Oh yeah, it's great.
it looked
Yeah.
amazing.
Oh yeah, they did the 2001 Space Odyssey
Yep.
thing, which
Yeah.
I recommend anyone who haven't watched in a while watch it again. I did last weekend I think it was last weekend because TCM was on my brain, so I went through the TCM library on Max, and I was like, you know what, I haven't seen 2001 in fucking years. Put that shit on, and I was just like, I forgot like how crazy that movie is.
It's bonkers.
Just like,
Yeah.
it's so bonkers, and I'm like, kids today would just be like, what the fuck are we watching?
I saw it for the first time a few
It's
weeks
so-
ago, and
I love
yeah,
it.
I just immediately went into YouTube a rabbit hole about theories and everything
Yeah.
that people are discussing.
Well, I
and
read
yeah.
the book. I also read the book when I was younger, but just what Kubrick did with the score and the visual, even the visuals. When you look at, I mean, I know it's remastered.
The
whatever
ending
hell we
too.
watch it, but like when
yeah.
you watch some of
Yeah.
those, when you watch some of those visuals, you go, "Holy shit!" Like this was when? What year did this come out? I mean, some of the visuals are like pretty damn stunning. But I mean, I remember when I was talking about this on Film Junkie Live too, I saw people in my chat go, "It's so boring. I got so boring." It's like, yeah, I get it. There's a lot of long, drawn out scenes and blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. But that's what's beautiful about it, to be honest. And I'm like, nobody could actually try to attempt to remake that movie. I think Christopher Nolan had an attempt. Like, he was like, I'm going to make my own 2001 Space Odyssey. And he did that with Interstellar. And he fucking nailed it because the similarities to the no sound when things are happening in space, he brought that to Interstellar. And I was like, when I was watching that again, I'm like, oh yeah, Nolan did that for Interstellar. He made his own 2001 because when you have those quiet scenes and it's like, well, that's what it'd be like in space. There would not be any noise or anything. You would just hear nothing. But Kubrick did such a crazy thing where it just, the way that he cut those tense scenes that were like that, it's fucking bonkers. And then when you get like the score, sometimes you're like, what? And the opening with all the apes, what? Like it's,
Yeah, what is the obelisk? The obelisk?
the monolith.
Obelisk.
The monolith. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love looking at those theories. So it actually has a lot of like thought-provoking things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But but I
And he
suggest
doesn't
anybody
explain
go-
any of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who
That's
knows what that means? So decide for yourself.
No, it's what was I? Oh yeah, we're talking about But that's the thing.
So
though,
yeah,
like,
sorry. Go
what?
ahead.
No, I was just saying, like
No, no.
nowadays, like it's all about the existing franchises and superhero movies.
Multiverses.
I love that the next 3 big movies, and apparently they're all kind of joining together and being like, we're buying a ticket. Did you see all that stuff?
That was so funny.
Cool. But I'm like, I like the fact that the next round of these movies is we have a Barbie movie that's like, what the hell is this? We have a movie, a biopic that's about the atomic bomb that most likely will get award season recognition like crazy. But I'm like, who's gonna? What's the audience?
Everybody, Dave. Everybody.
I know that's what you say.
I was
That's what
saying.
you
I was
say.
saying that.
That's what you say. But then of course we got the 7th Mission Impossible coming off of Tom Cruise's big $1.67 billion win from Top Gun.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, oh man, I'm just curious to see like where everything's gonna be when it comes to audiences with those 3 movies.
Yeah.
I'm
What
so
else is
excited
cool?
about those because they're also different.
Yeah.
Oppenheimer's historic, it's a very specific point in time. Barbie seems like a romantic comedy, maybe, and it looks very visually
Meta.
aesthetically pleasing. Yes,
Very meta.
and I think it has a very, a very specific take from that director. And I haven't seen the Mission Impossible movies in a while. I think the last one I saw was Fallout because Henry Cavill was in it. But but I saw the behind the scenes of Tom Cruise riding a motorcycle off a cliff, and I was like, okay, I might go see that then. He made the effort. I might as well go check it out. So I'm excited that they're also different, and it would be a different experience every time.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to those, I think they've also embraced the competition because make no mistake, even though they're all different, there's some competition there. That thing that who started? It was Cruz and McQuarrie that started taking a picture in front of the posters with like the tickets, and they're like, yo, Indiana Jones, we'll see Barbie was. Bro, let me tell you something. Then they turned around and did it. Margot Robbie and them for Barbie, dude. They're embracing it, which is cool because it's gonna be a rough one for them this month, man. That's a lot of movie to share on just a limited amount of screens, man. I'm excited. I'm weekend one, Barbie, Oppenheimer, watching both those things, but and Mission Impossible comes out a little bit before those, but it's I like to see that. Like when I saw Tom Cruise and them do it with the tickets, but then when I saw them reciprocate it with the Barbie stuff, I was like, okay. And it's funny because they both have Indiana Jones posters in their thing. I don't know if we'll see that from Indiana Jones, but I also don't know if we'll see it from Nolan and then for Oppenheimer as well. You know what I mean? Like sort of doing that same, like taking a picture with the ticket thing, but
no, he's the one that launched the bomb at Marvel Studios. Marvel Studios, Warner Brothers.
I'm gonna tell you something. The greatest gift I've seen in the past, like recently, is just the Aunt May from Spider-Man on the bed praying, and they're like Barbie fans watching Barbie and Oppenheimer's playing next door, and it just explodes when like Green Goblin. That is incredible. It's incredible, man. It's incredible. It's
Anthony.
Perfect. What's up?
You bring that up, right? So I feel like that is also another reason why Tom Cruise was praising The Flash. He probably wants all the movies at the theaters to do well so that people start getting back to theaters for all blockbusters. So that could be one reason, and that kind of disappointed me.
Yeah. But it was in a tough spot though, man. I don't know. I don't know. It just seems like what I hate about the whole summer blockbuster season thing is like when it comes to August, why does everything just fall off in August? That's where it's weird with me. It's like it starts. Sometimes it starts in like March, and then April, May, and it's like not even summer yet. I mean, we just started summer like 9 days ago.
Yeah,
and it's like we're already right in the middle of summer blockbuster seasons, and then when it comes to August, it just kind of falls off a little bit. They all try to cram it into like April, May, June, especially June this month. Jesus Christ, it's just been absolutely insane. And then July is also going to be pretty crazy too. And it's just like they just try to spread it out a little bit. It's like I get it that September is not the best, but at the same time, it's like put something in there. You just never know. Put something over there. I mean, sometimes things in January will fucking hit.
Equalizer September, right? I did it. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Equalizer. Yeah,
September.
3.
Yeah, September.
I think so.
Yeah.
But see, that's what they do. It's like, okay, this is a small action film, a third one, put it right there. But I mean, it might do well. I hope it does because obviously Denzel Washington's great freaking franchise. So I don't know. It's just weird though. It's like just put one of them over, there or something like that. I mean, the Flash could have like waited a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
I've always compared Hollywood and executives to high school because they respond to just
pretty much
until something happens. Basically, I mean, 1975 to 77 is where that changed because before Jaws and Star Wars, the summer was relegated to B flicks and for like the kids coming home from summer, and basically that was it. And then they figured out, oh wait, they're going to spend all their money watching these movies during the summertime. So ever since then, it's just always been a bloodbath. But all it takes is one big movie to come out in like a February. I forget what movie did that, but some movie came out in February or March and did very, very well.
Deadpool.
That's what it was.
Black Panther also did too, but Deadpool was like that big hit that was like, whoa.
Yeah. So then all of a sudden the studios start to relegate around those months, like as well as the summer. So it's just they're just trying to get the most for their buck for the time that they throw those slots.
To that point, why do you think Craven's got an October release? Because Venom had an October release.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I mean, for all these blockbusters and stuff coming out, I think their biggest, like you guys were saying earlier, but yeah, their biggest hurdle is just the fact that they're so close to one another. That's really what it is. But honestly, in terms of my personal interest, I'm interested in almost all of those. Maybe the Mission Impossible one, not so much, but only because I'm really just behind on the series. It's not due to the the trailers have been great. And if we're talking about like Top Gun Maverick, I mean, one, you had fans of the old movie, but also because Tom pursued and pushed so hard for the practical effects on the planes, and in a time where we're still getting like CGI Indiana Jones of all things, like people want that practicality so much. Even with Nolan has always been a big proponent of that. I mean, he detonated an actual bomb for the movies, so I mean, people hear that shit, like it's a good publicity stunt, but people hear that and they're like, I gotta fucking see this shit, like because they're so used to just seeing the overabundance of the CGI too. I think that kind of helps, do this thing. But this next slate, there's going to be people that are going to flock to the Oppenheimer who are hardcore Nolan people who are or in that world that want that, and then there's going to be, a bunch of teenage girls and little girls that are going to want to see the Barbie movie for whatever reason, which is taking things out of like the cues from like the Lego movie and what they're doing and stuff. So you can have a general audience, but yeah, the fact that they're all so close together, then it's going to become about more dictating like the choice. But I think Barbie will probably do okay. I think that at the very least Oppenheimer is going to break even. I feel this, and then Mission Impossible. The last couple have been doing really good, so I feel Mission Impossible will still do pretty well. But it just depends on in relation to the rest of the series. What's the other one? Oppenheimer, Barbie, Mission Impossible.
I think that was the three.
Yeah,
there might be something else. There might be
Okay.
something else, and I'm totally like blanking. But those are the three main ones. Well, they were talking about Indiana Jones also, but
yeah. I mean, in India, I think we know where that's going to go. Blue Beetle's in August, right?
Yeah.
Yes. August 18th.
Okay.
Also, I think there's a lot, even though it's Nolan and it looks like I have been thoroughly impressed with everything I've seen from Oppenheimer, period. But like, this is as far as being able to put a movie like this out during the summer, this is very telling. Like, if it doesn't do well, I think it's going to do well, but if it doesn't in its spot, like putting a movie out like Oppenheimer, where it's not superhero action adventure, like the summer blockbuster popcorn type of movie, it is literally about a very serious topic where it's like across the board, fire actors, everything's top notch, but the content of the movie, if it doesn't fit in the summer, like if people don't go watch it here, I don't know that he'd ever be able to put out like a movie like this at this time of the year, besides like award season.
I'm just thinking about that pitch meeting where it's like, what, you want to make a movie on Oppenheimer? And it's like, yeah. Like, are we going to actually show? We're going to launch it. We're going to do a small version. We're not going to do VFX. Like, there's no fucking computer generated shit. We're actually going to fucking, They were like,
in terms of Universal, they're just, I think personally, they're just at this point where like, we have Nolan. We're gonna give Nolan whatever the fuck he wants.
Fuck yeah.
Like I think the worst case scenario is like they just won't let him do a movie released in the summer again. But
that's
for
what
them,
I'm saying.
Yeah, but for them, I think realistically, if it does okay at the box office or whatever, they'll be like, okay, fine. But for them, it might even just be like an awards thing. Like
they
might
win a bunch of Oscars, bro.
or even just getting nominated because they can be the studio that's like, hey, we did Fast X. But we also did Oppenheimer. Like we're the new Warner Brothers. Like
polar opposites,
Got to balance it.
I'm curious what the effect of a cinematic experience has on an audience. Like hearing the idea that like Nolan actually detonated a bomb. That makes me I'm a Nolan fan anyway, so I'd still go see it. But like now I'm curious. Why did he choose to do that? What's it gonna look like? What's the effect of that? I would be curious of that as an audience member. Even with like the Mission Impossible stuff, like seeing him really drive that motorcycle off of a cliff, that makes me interested in that. So I think, especially these days, where because my brother teaches at a university, and so he's doing research on like the younger generation and kind of what they're into because he teaches marketing classes, and that's kind of who he's sort of speaking to. And he tells me all the time that the younger generations want an experience. They want, because they're on their phones all the time and they're so in the online world that they want to go out and have an experience. And for movies to get people back into the theater, I think that's part of what it's going to have to be is like, oh, I need to go see that on the big screen because it's going to be a special experience. It's not something I could just get in my living room watching my, streaming on my TV. Because I think that's partially I didn't get to go see Top Gun Maverick just because of scheduling and stuff. So I didn't get to go see it in the theaters. But what I heard from everybody was like, you have to see this on the big screen. It's amazing. The visuals are so amazing. And I think that's partially probably why it did so well is that it was this big screen adventure experience that you couldn't get on your smaller screen at your house.
And I'm hoping that same effect happens with Oppenheimer.
I think it has the potential to do that. Yeah.
I can tell you as someone who didn't give a shit about Top Gun. Like, I mean, I liked the movie fine. I understood why it was a classic in its day. It's 80s cheese with like a little bit of melodrama. Like, I was like, all right, cool. But I went in like, okay, this is gonna be a movie I have to see in IMAX on the big screen, and then I'll judge the movie as it is. And I saw it in IMAX, and after I got out of Maverick, I was like, I love Top Gun. This is the greatest thing. Like, this is a fantastic experience. Like, but and it's still like it was. I mean, to me, it is a superior sequel as well, like story wise and like writing and like acting and just like I think it's just a better movie, but. They made it a great experience. Like, and when they're in those planes, you fucking feel it. I mean, I saw it in the IMAX experience. So on a regular theater, it probably still felt pretty good. But like, it was something to go to the movies for. So, yeah,
that was the last time I genuinely remember a theater being packed too. That I went to where the theater was pretty much full. It was Top Gun Maverick, and. I think to Rebecca's point, like you need to do something that's got spectacle and heart, but just has that capture to a general audience. And I think Top Gun Maverick had the novelty of, Tom Cruise, but also being a legacy sequel that had been long time talked about, wanted by, few and far between fans. But even still, like it was one movie it was one of those movies that just happens once in a while and it follows a very specific kind of criteria, and it just hits all the right notes in the way that it did. But it also took a lot of really great craft in making that sequel as strong as it was with what they could do and what they chose to do. And also, I think that just having the icing on the cake with Val Kilmer coming back reprising the role of Iceman, put the pin on it perfectly with the way that he factored into that movie. And I think if you were to do a third one, I don't necessarily know that doing it right away would be in the best interest of preserving.
No, they don't need to do that.
They don't need to.
No,
they don't.
Tom has been pretty open about how protective he is. Like, I mean, he didn't do because Maverick or the sequel had been in the works for I think over a decade.
Yeah.
One of the reasons he stopped is because Tony Scott died, and he was like. I can't make this movie if I don't have Scott's visuals. Like, he's the whole fucking reason that Top Gun is what it is. Like, and like that was like a thing that stalled him for a long time. And then I've always been a big fan of Tron Legacy, and I guess it worked. And they had worked together on Oblivion. So he probably knew that director would like listen to him and had good ideas or whatever, and it worked.
Krasinski.
Oh yeah,
Joseph Kosinski, right. Yeah.
I couldn't pronounce his name, so I didn't. I tried to do my best.
Well, also Tom Cruise also has the novelty of having Christopher McQuarrie at his right hand.
True. That too.
Yeah.
And Christopher McQuarrie had a hand on that script, and I do think that Christopher McQuarrie and Tom Cruise are just like a true power duo in Hollywood. Like, no matter what they do, it's gonna be cinematic action.
It's gonna be gold.
Yeah. Chris McQuarrie is probably one of the most intelligent writers in Hollywood right now. Like that dude knows how to craft a story, and there's a reason why he's a script doctor here and there.
Did you hear like I remember like quotes from like about Mission Impossible 7. They're like, Tom Cruise basically is like, I want to launch a motorcycle off a cliff, and Christopher McQuarrie was like, I want to crash a train. Like, all right, let's do this.
Well, there we go.
Yep.
So I mean, you talk about two crazies that just like are just coming together to be like, all right, let's do this crazy shit. But then it's funny when you see the behind the scenes of that, you know, of Tom Cruise doing that, and you just see like Christopher McQuarrie like, don't die.
Yeah.
Don't die. Like he is shit. Like he is holding it. Like he is about to like, okay, oh god. I mean, like I think he even was there a joke, or maybe I just made the joke. I'm like, that's why Christopher McQuarrie's hair is like gray now. It's
it wasn't when he first directed his first Mission Impossible movie.
Right. Pretty much.
If there's one thing, I'm sure the movie's going to be fire. But the look we've gotten behind the curtain for that movie in the past just like 8 months is incredible, man. They just shown us so much stuff, and it's like, sometimes you'd be like, don't reveal the secret, but at the same time, I'm like, this movie's still gonna blow my mind. So I'm just like, I'm there for it. It's always cool to see Tom Cruise jump off something and with no wires or anything.
Well, I mean, I'm looking forward if they're going to crash a train and Tom Cruise is fighting Isai Morales on top of a train. I'm only maybe kind of putting two and two together. Maybe that train might crash. I don't know, but like still, the novelty of seeing Tom Cruise fight Isai Morales with a knife fight on top of a train like that in and of itself, I'm like, yep, I'm here for this.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing. Like, and by extension, I say this extends also to the Mad Max franchise, because Fury Road, I was really worried about before I saw trailers, and then I saw the trailers, and I was like, oh, okay, this is practical. And then like I saw the movie, and with few exceptions to like adding, some extra canyons or something, or a weird tornado sequence, which like that needed to be CG, obviously, but all like the stunts, like him being on the trucks, like all that shit is done practically. I mean, they probably use CG. I mean, I'm saying this about any film. They use CG to help enhance certain things to make it look a little bit better. But for the most part, that's what people want. They want this. If what you're making is supposed to be a certain way, like they want it to look and stay within that in that realm. That's why. I mean, again, not to go back to Indiana Jones, but like when you're seeing a CGI Harrison Ford running on a CGI train, it's not the same. It's not the same as watching Last Crusade, where it's River Phoenix running on that train. Or I mean, it's probably a stunt double, but those are real people running on a real train. So it's that immersion into the movie and staying within that illusion, basically.
Yeah, I know, it's all crazy. When it comes to practicality in those VFX, but we got someone joining right now. I know some people are going to take off, but we got somebody joining right now. Ray! Oh shit! What's happening? Cheers.
What's good?
What's up, buddy?
How's it going?
It's going.
Nice shirt.
Boring week, huh? Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Never a boring week.
Nothing happened this week. Nothing to talk about at all. What in the hell? When is anything going to happen? Seriously. There's nothing.
I don't know, man. You tell me.
Nothing to discuss. Nothing to go see.
Never a dull moment, right?
No, never a dull moment at all.
That's why when I think sometimes when Ben he goes like, there's nothing to really talk about on stream. I'm like, are you kidding me?
No, there's always something.
I'm like, I do 3 streams a week. What are you talking about? Like, goddamn, like, how are you not saying like there's not stuff to talk about? There's always seems like there's stuff to talk about. But hey, what's going on, Ray? Good to see you.
Good to see you. I did see Dial of Destiny earlier today.
Okay, good, because we're going to dive into that. I know some people need to head out. Anthony, Phil, and Casey, you also said you got to head out too.
Yeah, y'all talk about Dial of Destiny. I might bounce because
Rebecca, I figured you would too. Scott should be almost coming back. I know he said that he'd be back, so hopefully we dragged it along where he's done with his wife, or done watching something. Sorry. I know.
Oh, not right.
I know. I went for that joke. Come on. But no, like maybe he'll jump back. But yeah, we can have a great little Dial of Destiny discussion right here. Yeah, I appreciate Anthony, Phil, Rebecca, Casey. Thank you for joining. And let's go around the horn. ACS, promote it first.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter, on all forms of social media at 2279 ACS, add an underscore to that for Twitter. Dial of Destiny was fire. I watched it and I can't wait to watch it again. I was just in that thing. And just real quick before I bounce, three things for Indiana Jones movie. Three things. Number one, when he punches somebody, it's got to sound like he's hitting a slab of ribs. If it doesn't, not an Indiana Jones. Number two, when he travels, you have to see the map. You have to see the dotted line to get to the X marks the spot. Number three, the action has to be Indiana Jones-esque, as inspired by Raiders of the Lost Ark, and it had all of those for me. And the performances with fire. Appreciate you having me on, as always, Dave.
Always, man.
And y'all have a nice evening. Peace.
All right, take it easy. All right, Phil.
As always, thank you again for inviting me on to Vodka Stream. Talk to you guys. It's always a blast getting to talk to you about anything pop culture. If anyone wants to follow me, again, it's like just unfiltered Twitter, Vero, Instagram. If you all want to listen to my podcast, the Eternal Night Pod, Eternal Night Podcast on Podbean. You guys can listen to it there. Also, I was on another show, DC Unlimited, a couple friends of mine, and we were talking about The Flash, naturally, because everyone's talking about that movie. That is pretty much it. Thank you again for having me on, dude. I will always chat with all you guys later. Take care.
Sounds good. All right, Rebecca.
I am one of the co-hosts of a podcast called Supergirl Radio, so you can find us on all the social media platforms at Supergirl Radio, and we're at supergirlradio.com. We're also we live stream every Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern over at the DC TV Podcast YouTube channel, so if you want to check us out there. And we'll be talking about Supergirl as a soap opera actress coming up, since Sasha Kaje was on the Young the Restless a little while back. We want to let people know that Supergirl at one time was on a soap opera called Secret Heart. So if you're interested in that, we'll be talking about that coming up. And I also have a personal YouTube channel, youtube.com/duckmilkprod. I've been taking a kind of a little hiatus because I've been traveling so much, but I'm going to get back, talk about the Full Circle event, and do some other things related to film criticism. And then I might start maybe contacting some of you guys to maybe come on and talk about why you're fans of the Snyderverse. So definitely check that out if you are interested. So thanks for having me on. It's always a fun time to chat with you guys.
Always great, Rebecca. Have a good night.
All right. Talk to you later.
Then we got KC.
All right. Sorry to have to go because I know I stay for the entire time.
I know, right? What's up with you?
Yeah, my shift is changing, and from next week on, I'll have this day free, so I'll be on. But yeah, you can find me at Krypton Cage. Always fun having to talk to you guys. Sorry, Ray, I don't have any hot takes today. So we'll have to do it next week.
You do. You just you're leaving.
Yeah.
If you'd been on for a little bit longer, you'd have said something.
Yeah. But yeah, nice meeting you guys again, and see you next week.
All right. Take it easy. All right, Ray, since you're wearing the shirt, we'll get some more Superman Legacy talk, and hopefully by that time, maybe Scott will be able to rejoin in the indie discussion that we'll definitely get into. But I do want to get your take on, we have our new Clois, as people call them, which, it's fun. It's good. It's a good combination of the names. How are you feeling about the Superman and Lois casting?
I learned many years ago not to prejudge DC castings. I feel like we've gone through this so many times. I after Heath Ledger, right? Because I still remember that headline, Batman Goes Brokeback in 2007. Still remember that.
Yeah.
Right. And then, the initial freak out a lot of us had about Affleck 7-8 years ago and how that turned out. Right. So it's like, I'm at that point where it's like, okay, I don't know. I've never seen a thing David Corenswet has done. But I'd seen people like mention him, like he's come up a lot in discussions in terms of like, oh, it should be this guy, right? And it's like, okay, I'm open. I'm kind of the opinion that with this character, it's weird because it's not the same with Batman, but like with this character, with Superman, you almost kind of have to go with an unknown every time.
Yep.
Because if you go with a known, it's almost like there was a rumor many years ago before the first Kelvin timeline Star Trek movie came out. There was a rumor that was going to be Brad Pitt that was playing, or not Brad Pitt, Matt Damon was going to play Captain Kirk.
Oh wow!
And it was like, no, he's too big of a name. You can't have there's an aura around like who plays that character, and there hadn't been. I think at that point it had just been Shatner, really. Like
Yeah,
they hadn't really
I don't think there's
gone
anybody
into-
else that had played that role.
No, and now they have 3 actors that have played that role. But it just no one knew who Chris Pine was like before 2009. And now we know him as Captain Kirk, we know him as Steve Trevor, right? He's the favorite Chris
all over the place.
right?
Yeah.
Like out of all, like many people's favorite Chris. So I feel like Superman is the same way, where it's like it has to be somebody that like this is their breakout. Like it's the unknown, the relative unknown that the general audience really has no initiation to. And it's weird how Batman can get away with the opposite. Like you can cast the Twilight guy or Michael Keaton, right? Or like Ben Affleck. Like they can make it work. It's weird how that works with Batman, but it does, or Christian Bale. Right?
When it comes to Batman, that character transcends the actor so much. I think it's just because you're only seeing this from it. You're seeing eyes and the mouth. When it comes to Superman, I mean, what's hard about the actor that takes that is like you have to embody. You have to have the face, the hair. There's just something about. I mean, that's what's different about it. But when it comes to Batman, I mean, you're covered. I mean, Ben Affleck's probably when it comes to all the Batmen. I mean, Christian Bale was still on his up and up. I mean, I remember when he got cast, I was like, oh yeah, the American Psycho guy. Totally could see that because I loved American Psycho. That was like a favorite movie of mine. So I was all about it when that casting came about. But relatively, he was not super known. So it's like, okay, so he could do that. But when it comes to Ben Affleck was already well established.
Oh, yeah,
but at the same time, it's like the character still transcends him because, and I brought it up before too, because when you see a Marvel poster of like any of these actors that are, covered, on the posters, they're not, because they're like, hey, it's Robert Downey Jr., it's Tom Holland.
Robert Downey Jr. is the biggest one. Like you can't.
You never
put
see
him
that
on
with a Batman
poster
poster. You never see a cowless. It's always the cowl on.
Oh, the cowl. No, that's a fantastic point. Seriously,
Yeah.
because like every poster we've seen, he's never been. It's almost like taking the cowl off is like wrong, right? Like it just doesn't work if you don't see them.
You always
with
want
the
that
cowl
one
on.
shot of that because it's always cool. I always love the Bruce Wayne shot of like him in the costume, not the cowl on, which we saw Ben Affleck do a couple of times, in BVS and in Justice League, and it always looks cool. Even when Keaton did it, when did Kilmer do it? I don't know if Kilmer did it. Maybe, I don't know. I'm like drawing a blank, but there's just something cool about that character without the cowl on, because there's just something cool about it. But at the same time, like I said, you'll never see that in a fucking movie poster at all.
No, not at all. But look, as far as the look, he looks perfect already. Like without without the whole body shaming bullshit, he looks like he's got it here. Like as far as the eyes and the and you can totally like I've already seen a couple of really good. I've seen some not so good ones, but I've already seen a couple of really good manips.
Yeah,
and it's like no, it physically speaking, it should work. They should get a good look for him, hopefully without trunks, because I'm anti-trunks.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are anti-trunks.
Yeah, but we'll see how that goes. Now, as far as Rachel Brosnahan, the funny thing is, I have not seen Marvelous Miss Maisel. But I have seen her in The Blacklist and in House of Cards.
Yeah.
And she's going to kill it. she's she will be perfectly like remember when the test castings came out, like when that's like a couple days earlier, they had those pairings, right? And it was funny how like people were like mix and matching. They were like, because she was paired up with Nicholas Hoult, and they were like, no, pair her with Corin Sweat. That's the pairing we want to see. And it was like, and that turned out to be what it is. But with her, no, she'll kill it. She will be
one of the things that I pointed out too is like most of the clips that I've seen from Corin Sweat have just been like him playing like a character that was in the 40s or the 50s, or like, you know, it's never been modern. Same with her, because I see a bunch of Marvelous Miss Maisel, and I was like, man, wouldn't that be crazy if like, I mean, it almost seems like, okay, maybe James Gunn is trying to be like, okay, bring that old timey vibe to modern day, you know, like fuck, I can't, I'm drawing a blank. What were the old? Yeah,
Max Fleischer.
Yeah. Bring that to like modern day, like bring that style to modern day, because I loved watching those cartoons when I was a kid. I had them all on videotapes. I had, you know, and I'd watch them like crazy. It's like, yeah, maybe kind of, I mean, like, obviously you got to modernize him. And I know I've even seen people like theorize, well, what if he's, you know, going to do like a different era? That would be bonkers if he was like decided, all right, my DCU takes place in the fucking 50s or something like that. That would be insane. But I'm just saying, like, but at the same time, it's like almost like when just looking at what these two actors have played in the past, it's like it's almost like he wants to bring that old timey way. I don't know, like the characters that they play, they want to bring that, but he wants to bring it to like a modern day. And I'm kind of hoping that that's the case, and that's why he chose him, because yeah, like you said, Ray, it was like when they were like, okay, yeah, they were matching them with this, and she was paired off with Holt, and I was like, yeah, but I'm sure they're switching dance partners. There's no way. And then of course they said like Emma Mackey she came back to read like with all of them and blah, blah, blah. So then, of course, all the scoopers were like, it's Emma Mackey, guys.
Right.
And then I almost think that James Gunn and crew were like, we're going to fuck with these scoopers.
That was
right
on some level, right. Whether he was testing, like,
yeah,
I almost, yes, I do think it actually, I think it's
because all the scoopers were saying Emma Mackey was it.
But part of me thought it was like testing the waters, but no, now I think you're fucking with them was a better way of putting it. Yes,
yeah. Just because we know that James Gunn likes to debunk shit, especially when it comes to people telling. And I almost think that whole thing was just to kind of see, because like I said, I saw a few of the scoopers who were like, yep. I mean, they were saying Corin Sweat and Mackey, just because, and it just seemed like because like the main thing, like when it came to at least the THR article, was the fact that she was reading with all of them, but then all of a sudden it's like, nope, it's Brosnan, haha, there you go, and then it's like, whoa, and then all of a sudden I see people, of course, retweeting like, well, this didn't age well. I'm like, there you go. I'm like, I'm kind of wondering, I'm like, maybe they played that little game a little bit, you know. They're like, oh yeah, we got Corin Sweat, but we're gonna fuck with them when it comes to Lois Lane. And I hope that's the case. I really hope that's the case.
I hope so. I really do, because I feel like there's still, I feel like they still haven't necessarily, there hasn't been a price paid for the bullshit that these like scoopers and trades have been peddling for the last 5 to 10 years with respect to DC. And the idea of, you know, I mean, if he scaled back on the Twitter stuff, you know, like you said a couple months ago, but the idea that if he's starting to play games with them now, like with respect to this, like, yes, please. Because you know what it is like this, because we know that, you know, obviously this stuff comes out, you know, and it's a distraction for, you know, Phil was saying that people are talking about the Flash. Well, they were talking about the Flash until Wednesday. And then this took over, right? Yeah. And I remember back in the day, we've talked about, you know, one of the criticisms that a lot of us have had about Warner Brothers in the past with respect to DC is that when it came to PR, they weren't very good. They weren't good at all. One, at PR, and two, at controlling the narrative surrounding the scoopers and everything going on with their franchise. So when something happened, or when a bad scoop came out, you know, like the Wonder Woman was unwatchable or whatever, right? There'd be no response, and it would just run like wildfire. And this is a case where literally we're seeing them control a narrative. They did not want more bad box office headlines about the Flash to continue for the rest of the year. They stopped it. They stopped it cold with this. And
they definitely fast tracked this. I was even hearing some of that stuff too from my buddy in the know. It was like, it's like it almost seemed like they were just like this might have been, they might have waited till around Comic-Con time, but they were just like, get it out there because of all the negativity that's surrounding the Flash. And it worked. Like you said, it worked because then all of a sudden everybody diverted their attention to this. And for the most part, obviously there's always going to be that certain sides are just like say like, nope, if it's not Cavill, it's nothing, but we saw that before when Cavill even got it. I mean, it's not my Superman kind of thing. So it's like, but for the most part, when I just saw the timeline and just saw people reacted to it, everybody was just kind of like, he looks like that. And it's funny too, because Colbert, he tweeted out something that he just tweeted out. He's like, oh yes. Yeah. An actor that looks nothing like Henry Cavill. But of course, when people look at that, they were like, oh, well, fuck this guy. He's a Snyder guy. But he was going, no, the whole point of like my layered tweet was, they all look like Superman. That's what it is. It's like, okay, we can all like, Corn Sweat and Cavill have similar eyes, but I've seen shots of Corn Sweat where he doesn't look like Cavill. A lot of shots, like especially when he's like red carpet or something like that. They do have similar eyes, but then at the same time, it's like they all. And then there's even people that responded, like he got. That tweet of his like took off because people were shitting on him and everything like maybe they just look like Superman. It's like, that's what he was getting at. Totally. You guys misinterpreted what he was trying to say because it's like you look at all the actors, guess what? They're all going to look similar because guess what? They were cast to play a character that has dark hair and has this he's Superman.
Sometimes Steven goes for a deep pull on Twitter, and I almost want to remind him, do you remember the collective intelligence of the people you're posting this to? They're not going to get it. I'm sorry. It just that's this. But that's what I love. Go so far over their head.
I love that though, and he loves that too.
No, that's why he does it. That's totally why
that's why he does it.
But
it was just funny seeing the people react to that, and it was getting so much traction. It's like, I mean, really, he was just trying to make it the point that. A Superman, somebody who's cast as Superman looks like Superman. That's what it is. It's like they all look pretty similar. But like when you show a picture, like I remember sending a picture to some friends and my girlfriend, like, look at this guy might be Superman. This was before he got cast, and I was like, he does look like a younger Henry Cavill, and they're like, oh my god, and it's like, but then when you see him in certain other things, like maybe like a cousin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's American, so he's not British, right? So that's different. But there's like you were saying, the difference between Superman and Batman is like actors can get away with Batman more because of the cowl, the cape and cowl. Like really, the cape and cowl is their that's their look. They have to have that, right? So really, what you're looking for with a Batman actor is, do they have the jaw?
Yeah.
Right. If they have the jaw, then that's really it. But with Superman, like you said, you got to have the hair, you got to have the eyes, you got to have all of it. Right.
Yeah.
And so when you even though you've got to get a good actor, but you have to get somebody that has the chops to be able to pull it off, you're still starting with the physical look.
Yeah.
You still have to cast somebody that physically looks like he can be Kal-El, the last son of Krypton. You have to start from a baseline of the physical expectation for the character. And so that's why they all fit it, right? Like to this point, they all fit it. And no, I mean, come on, man, I'm open for it, absolutely, to see what he does and curious on the take and how it the biggest thing, because I know some people, and I know initially I had the thoughts like, oh well, did they rush this? Like I know why they did it for PR purposes, but did they rush the casting? And then I thought about it. I was like, no, because to be honest with you, he's probably been thinking of these. He's had these ideas for a minute, and I find it difficult to believe that they didn't have that he wasn't thinking of some type of contingency if any of the 4 movies this year just decided to drop trowel, right?
Yeah.
And this also allows us it also allows one of the most important aspect, arguably the most important aspect for these actors is the chemistry between them. Because that's what didn't work in Superman Returns. You know, there was absolutely no chemistry between Brandon Routh and Patton Oswalt. So but there was chemistry with Cavill and Amy Adams. There was chemistry with Reeve and Margot Kidder, right? That's like arguably the most vital piece of this. So now that you have them now that you know who they are, now you have them cast, all right, you have a year and a half. Build it. Yeah. Build that chemistry and really cement that organically.
I do want to make a point. Just again, it's probably not the main cause, but it should be noted that SAG and I hope I'm getting the lettering right. AFTA or
AFTRA.
Yeah. Let's just. I mean, again, like I said, they look the parts. I've heard they're competent actors. They'll probably do a good job, but like. It should be noted that the SAG people have been very, very close to going on strike. So
it could happen. Yes.
Yeah. It is convenient that the timing is very close. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not pointing any fingers, but
you could be right. You know what? I mean, let's face it. Like when it comes to this, I mean, I'm sure that that was a factor too to like get that out there as soon as possible, and maybe we'll get like the entire main cast before all that too. Like I mean, as much as I'm sure anybody who's like trying to support all this, and when it comes to the strike, especially writers, I mean, but I mean, I was saying this on Film Junkie Live too, is like the fact that it's like, I was hearing that even Zach, like just because he's part of, because he writes also, that he, before the strike was initially happening, because it was like that Monday after Full Circle, I believe that's when it started. Like he had to like pump out some things to be like, hey, I'm still kind of working on something. And so I'm, so when it comes to what I'm working on, you can't stop me because of the strike, and we can move forward with certain, like, I guess when it came to, I don't know the logistics. I was just hearing when it came to stuff like that. And yeah, you might be right. Like, okay, we already have these actors in there. So like if the strike happens, we still move forward. Like, because we have, I mean, that's another thing that this movie has against it too, is like the writer strike. Well, the whole little universe thing, because then it's like, well, when it comes to other projects that are, in this DCU, it's like they can't really move forward with a lot of that because of the strikes happening. But at least Gunn could be like, well, I could still move forward with my movie, get it going, try to get a head start when it comes to this. And I'm sure that's been pretty damn stressful.
That is a very valid point. I can't imagine that it plays no part in this. It absolutely does play a part in this, without question. It'd be nice if James Gunn and Peter Safran's boss could get his head up fast. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
I think having some iconic filmmakers go, hey, whoa, dude!
That was like that was such a crazy thing where literally they like Spielberg and Scorsese just come out and like give him the hand slap, like, no, bad David.
I think it's very interesting that Zaslav. I mean, again, I think Spielberg and Scorsese helping to curate TCM is a great move, but then in the same breath, same week, Zaslav gets invited to the Academy. I was like. The guy that can't pay his writers. So okay, all right.
That was very random, and I was like, seeing all the people that were invited to the Academy, and then I saw Zaslav. I'm like, that's gonna go over well.
That's one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, it's like he's a businessman. He's more of a businessman, guys. He was brought on to try to solve the debt problem, which I get that they brought him on for that. But then, but at the same time, it's like, I get like when it came to certain things and taking a business approach on certain decisions, sure. But then certain things, it was like, whoa, dude, whoa, now you're just, I mean, especially when it came to the whole Turner Classic Movies thing, now you're just fucking with history. You can't, and that's why other, actors came out and were like, do not, this is, we have to preserve this. And then Spielberg, Paul Thomas Anderson, and Scorsese go, hey man, let's figure this out, because no, we can't do this. This is history. We have to preserve this right here. And thankfully that did happen. And we're all good with that.
Imagine, it's funny because, it's like every other day I see like, hashtag fire James Gunn, hashtag fire Gunn and Safran. Imagine how much potentially worse this situation could be if it was still just DC Films. If it wasn't DC Studios, if that autonomous entity didn't exist. Right, like it always should have existed. Imagine how much worse this could potentially be if it was just another division under Warner Brothers Pictures Group. My God, seriously, I don't even want to think about that anymore. Like,
I've talked to Dave about this, and I'm just sort of like, I'm glad DC Studios exists as a entity, but for me at this point, especially with the moves that are made by Warner Brothers and Warner Brothers Discovery Extended, like I'm not taking anything at face value anymore. Like, I'm just going to go with whatever I want to see consistency from, like, okay, does it look like this is a studio controlled thing? Does this look like they were allowing them to do their thing? Or like how much control is this and that? And just, that I'm going to take it one step at a time and just see how it all like goes out, basically,
I think we're at that point where, especially if anyone that's been a DC fan for the last decade, it's kind of how we have to take it.
Yeah.
I'm glad that I'm very happy that DC Studios exists, because I've been calling for it for like the last 2 years. I'm like, because anytime we had the debates with people, like, how DC needs to get their own Kevin Feige. And I'm like, no, DC just needs to have their own studio.
Yeah.
And
they got it.
But right, they have it now, but like by the same token, we still need, like you said, to see the biggest thing that I've said, that I need to see from them, in addition to the consistency, because I don't know if this will work. Like, I can't sit here and tell you that the DCU is going to work. I am rooting for it. I hope it does. I cannot tell you for any certainty. I can't tell you I have like 100% confidence that it will work because of the last 10 years. But the biggest thing for me that I think they really need to do, and I've told Dave this many times, is that branding. There must be a real concerted effort to branding with this franchise. There needs to be a logo for the DCU. There needs to be a DC Studios logo. That needs to be burned into the brain and the consciousness of the general audience. It must be made abundantly clear that there is a DC Studios. They have a franchise called the DC Universe, and it is it is uniquely different from other superhero content that you see. That must be reinforced. That is a massive part, and that's why, quite honestly, that's the reason that we're seeing. I think that's the biggest reason we're seeing the issues that we're seeing now with the DCEU slate for this year, because fans have all their reasons, like, oh, it's because they're upset with Ezra Miller. General audience still has no idea who they are, largely, truthfully. But then they say, well, it's because it's not connected to anything and they know it's ending. Well, is it really, do they care that much about like whether or not it's connected to something, or are they looking at, a landscape where they come into a calendar year and they see 9 superhero movies, if you count Craven, 9 superhero movies coming out this year, 3 from Marvel Studios, 4 from DC, and 2 from Sony, I guess, counting across the Spider-Verse, right? And they look at their budget and they go, we ain't going to see all these. Which ones are we going to pick and choose? And and this isn't even a case where, because people are like, well, they're going to all the Marvel movies. They didn't go to Ant-Man. They did not go to Ant-Man 3 whatsoever. But they did go. But they did go to Spider-Verse. They did, and
Guardians,
right? And they saw Guardians and Spider-Verse, and then just think about the month of June, right? Like, say you got kids that love Spider-Man and they love Transformers. Well, that you blew your entire June budget at the theater in the first 2 weeks. By the time you got to week 3 when the Flash came out, no, where you can't afford it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that. It was in a
Yeah.
tough spot. It was in a tough spot.
I'm trying not to be the dead horse either at this point because clearly the Flash is, you know, it's run its course. But the KC was saying like I don't know why the movie didn't perform the way the other movies did, and it's like well, it's about presentation too. I mean, regardless, I mean, I think we can all agree that like the VFX looked weird in those promotions, and I was just kind of like okay, like I mean, Dave, you know where I stand with a lot of it in general. Like I have other reasons why I don't want to see the movie, but like. Just in general, the presentation for me wasn't selling me. It wasn't giving me that like, okay, maybe I misjudged this movie, or maybe I did this, and that's just me as a fan. But like as a general audience, if they see these like weird subverted effects, I mean, and it's not just the Flash. Like Quantumania was all over the fucking map too. I mean, MODOK scared everyone to a certain degree. I mean, not like generally terrified them, but like, oh shit, where did the money go on that one? You know, it's like. I don't know, like word of mouth doesn't help either, and like you know, I went to the Jordan's IMAX in Reading, Mass. That's the one I always go to and stuff when I see a big movie. I just went obviously to go see Indy 5, and I did the same thing for Shazam, but I was just curious because like I have like a bet going with friends and everything. I was like, what was the like the crowd filling in for like the Flash, like how like because you know
I had a theater that was probably 80% full. That's why I was like puzzled by it. Like I had a pretty full theater for that opening night. And then of course, when I saw the advance, it was completely sold out, not sold out, but you know, filled because nobody paid. But it was, that's what was, I find it so baffling.
But see, that's the thing though, like the advance, no one was paying. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And I see, but I say IMAX because IMAX for me is like the true gauge. Cause it's like, it's the extra. Like people are going here to see like the big presentation, you know, like Oppenheimer is probably going to be sold out to a certain degree, or it's going to be at least pretty full, right? Phil was talking about filled theaters. The last time I saw one legitimately filled was Avatar 2, and it was 2 weekends in a row. So like I was like, this movie's gonna be fucking massive because it's IMAX, and they've come back like 2 weekends in a row, still coming to the same movie. But like with Flash, they were like, you know what? It actually wasn't too bad. It was like. We have like a 500 seat audience and there was like 200 people for opening night. I was like, okay, cool. And she's like, but then it fell off like immediately. And I was like, because, you know, again, it could have been word of mouth, could have been anything, but like, you know, it's just, no, sorry, go on.
No. I was just it's the weird thing though, is like the word of mouth, like you look at the numbers, it's like, okay, well, clearly the word of mouth was bad, but like, I don't know anybody that I've talked to in person that saw it that didn't like it. Okay. So it was this weird thing, and even that, like
that's another weird thing too.
I went to the theater I went to a tiny theater that I probably won't go back to again. At like 1:10 in the afternoon on a Friday, because that's kind of my schedule is like 4 a.m. to noon now, so. I don't go to Thursday night showings. I now go Friday after work while everybody else is still at work. It's heavenly. But there were like, it means that there's not going to be a ton of people at my showing, and there weren't. There were like 10 people there. But the weirdest thing was that for the 10 people that were there, they were all fully engaged in the movie. They were laughing at every joke, and they were like fully emotionally invested when the Clooney thing happened at the end. They all freaked out. They were all like, I mean, it was the most engaged 10 people that I've seen in a movie theater. Truthfully,
I had a dude like like on the opposite side of my brother going like, he just joked. He's like, the best Batman's back. And he was all about it. He was just laughing and we were like having a good time about it. Yeah. It was just kind of funny, but yeah, it's a weird thing because I've had conversations with people. I'm talking about real life where they just were like, that was great. You know, the girlfriend loved it. Everybody in my group that saw it, they were just raving about it and everything. And I was like, it's just, this movie's going to be studied. It's going to be studied before like this crazy box office. And then, I don't know. It's just, it's going to be, I think it's going to be a little bit, you know, studied.
I've been saying this for like since all this box office talk started. I just think that, you know, because I see articles that say that, you know, the answer is to, this is bad for the entire genre because now investors are going to be less likely to invest in comic book movies. Well, okay, if you know how Hollywood works, all it takes is one person in that board to go, okay, look at what this movie did. Let's try and recreate that. No, the problem isn't that they're not going to back it. The problem is that they should back less of it. And both studios need to scale back.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're both going to run into this issue. Because I don't know how, I'm not that confident. I mean, I know it's November. I know that like we're going to have a gap in between superhero movies. I'm not terribly confident that the Marvels is going to do all that well in theaters. I'm not that confident in that.
The way I'm at, because again, I was more of a DC kid growing up, but I enjoy the MCU. But at this point in time, I got to be directly honest. The only thing keeping me truly engaged with the MCU is some variety, a little bit, like hoping that like the next movie does a little bit something different. But for the most part, it's because Fantastic Four and X-Men haven't been brought up yet or haven't come out yet, and Secret Wars. Like to me, Secret Wars is pretty much like the end game for me. Like not trying to encapsulate the previous movie, but like that's like I'll get to that point and I'll see how I feel. And if I'm at a point where I'm just like, I'm good, like I don't need any more of this, I can just jump off at Secret Wars because at that point they're probably going to retool a lot of stuff anyway. But yeah. But I'm saying that's like me as like a passionate comic book fan. So I'm truly wondering like how the general audience is at this point.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that I've been hearing more and more from the general audience, and because there's a few of them at my job at the station I work at. Mm-hmm. The thing that comes up whenever they talk about Marvel movies is that they keep talking about the number. They keep talking about how many movies exist. And when they speak on it now, there's almost like not an annoyance, but just like like almost like a quiet, like an amused dread. Like, man, how many movies have they made? And you think about it, 32 movies in the last 15 years. 32, 30, Guardians.
Not even counting shows.
Yeah, we're not counting shows and that ramped up within the last couple of years, but just movies. Guardians Volume 3 is the 32nd Marvel Cinematic Universe movie since 2008. Yeah. And so, and the other thing that I realized, I didn't even necessarily know this because it's tough as a fan to look at what the general audience does and wrap your brain around it. Like I talked to people in the general audience last year and found out that they don't watch all of the Marvel movies. And not only do they not watch them all, but any order I give them, they're still not going to follow. No. They're just going to pick and choose. They're like, oh, and I've heard this. I've heard people tell me I saw the last two Avengers. I didn't see the first two. I've had people tell me this.
It goes back to the, and I think I mentioned this on the stream before, but the glub shido type of idea. It's like the people know that this is going to happen now with these movies, but for them, I think realistically how they see it is more of like, okay, you know what? They're going to introduce this ridiculous thing at the end, and I don't know if that's going to even be important until like the next 6 movies. And so when that 6th movie happens and they tell me, oh, where was that? Oh, it was in this movie. Oh, okay, I'll go back and watch that now. Like that's kind of more, I think, how they take it in terms of like, no, everyone's going to this one, so I got to go see this one because apparently this is important. I mean, I try to think about it in terms of just the first phase because I know not everyone saw Thor. I know not everyone saw Captain America. I know a lot of people saw Iron Man. But when Avengers 1 came out and everyone's like, oh, they're all getting together. Like, oh, what? And like everyone got excited about it. Like even people who weren't comic book people, they were like, oh, I got like what's going on with this? And then they got more, to want to go. And then later they might have gone back and checked out those movies. And that's just like a 4 to 5 movie block.
And all those people at the end when they saw that purple guy, they were like,
oh, they had no fucking.
They were like, "Yay!"
I didn't know who he was. I didn't know who. I turned.
The fuck is that?
I turned to my buddies because I'm the same way. I grew up on DC. I have not read much Marvel. Only in the last year have I read like Civil War and like Brand New Day and a couple of the bigger arcs. But like, there's still a ton of Marvel I haven't read.
That he was the Marvel Dark Side. That's how I explained it.
That's what I
said. Marvel's Dark Side.
I turned to my buddy like right after. I was like, who is that? And he goes, Thanos. I was like, oh, all right. Okay. I had no clue. I didn't even know. That was the first time I'd heard the name Thanos, like ever.
And now, cut to so many years later, I followed one guy on YouTube. He's just, he's a casual guy himself, but he's definitely a big nerd of all different things. And he's just talking about reviewing Infinity War and Endgame. And he's like, he's like, first off, like on one hand, it's great that in Infinity War we see the farm scene, which we never think you're actually going to ever see from Infinity Gauntlet. But on the other hand, in like real life, I'm on a plane and I'm hearing a grandma talking about Thanos. It's like that's the level of how much it's transcended.
Yeah.
So you gone from like us not knowing anything about him to now like grandmas are mentioning who Thanos is. You know,
And a big part of that, getting back to the point I was making earlier, a big part of that is branding. A big part of that is the presentation to the general audience in terms of impressing upon them how important this is, how big of a spectacle it is, and it is, you cannot miss it in theaters. That is a massive thing that has been lacking with DC over the last number of years. They haven't impressed upon the general audience enough the importance of seeing these films at the theater and impressing upon them, like, you're going to get a unique experience when you see this at the theater. You cannot miss it.
It's also the tone, though, too, because let's be honest. I mean, if we're being truly honest, at least from my perspective, and if you guys feel different, feel free to tell me otherwise. But, you know, they tried to copy the Marvel feel for a long time. And I feel that hurt them because when this was starting out, and again, it's not so much just the Snyder stuff, it's just the way the tone was. I was like, you know what? I go to Marvel for this version of comic book movies, and I go to DC for this version, you know, and how they approach this stuff. But sorry, go on.
No, I actually agree with. I think this has gone. We actually kind of have numerical data for this. Like, if you look at the box office of the first 3 DCEU film, the first 4 DCEU films, you know, and everything just kind of like, and I know Aquaman is kind of the outlier at number 6, but like from like the Justice League 2017 on, that's when the Marvel copying really started. And I think in the beginning, the general audience was doing exactly what you just said. They were seeing the Marvel movies for, you know, they would take the family, see the Marvel movies, and then like, okay, well, you and I will just go watch the DC movies. But they were treating them separately. They knew there was a difference. And it wasn't that they liked one and didn't like the other. They just understood, okay, this isn't the same as the other. And unfortunately, Warner Brothers decided to go for the copy job. And now what they've done is they've created a paradigm where the general audience just treats superheroes all as one genre. So they don't come into a year like this year and go, oh, well, there's 3 Marvel movies and 4 DC movies. No, they just see 7 superhero movies.
And it doesn't shock me. It doesn't shock me that the Joker and the Batman, and not just because they're Batman related projects, maybe because they are to some degree, because maybe that to the general audience means, oh, this will be a little bit darker and a little bit more serious, you know, and they saw that and they ran with it. I mean, I think the Joker as a movie just surprised so many people, because I was even surprised at how dark the Joker got for what kind of movie it was. And then the Batman, you know, it's different. I think Reeves had, you know, a lot of different styles he was taking from, but regardless, it still treated itself seriously, and it wasn't trying to do it wasn't trying to fight a giant starfish, is what I'm trying to say.
No, it's a detective movie. It's a detective movie. Yes.
Yeah. So,
no starfish.
But you know, I mean, we've talked about tone before on here and stuff, and I've mentioned that, like, you know, season 1 of like the Flash CW show or season 1 of Daredevil on Netflix, entirely different shows doing totally different things, both true to comic books, you know. So it's not just, but it is the presentation, it is the thing. And again, you guys were talking earlier about, you know, what James Gunn is going to choose to do with Superman, and he's made a point to be, I want to embrace that fantasy element. And you guys making jokes, not making jokes, but like making the hypothesis that he could do a 1950s iteration isn't really that far-fetched, to my opinion.
Because, it's not.
Yeah. Zach had said in interviews of Man of Steel, I think, he was like, you know what, the thing is that, you know, I love Superman, but whenever I see the iterations outside the comics and stuff, and sometimes even in the comics, depending on what you're doing, it's always this, Superman is synonymous with American pie and the giant globe on top of the Daily Planet and 1950s cars. And he's like, I don't want to do that, because I want Superman to be grounded in the here and now, because he understood that the Reeves films especially were such a, you know, had such a, you know, a grabbing on like the general perception of Superman. He was like, I have to make it into a modern film, because I need to break away from that, because I need the audience to be like, oh, this is something legit different. Same reason for Jason Momoa being Aquaman, because he didn't want to go with the Super Friends and that mentality of like the white guy with the blonde hair. He's like, no. Like maybe some blonde highlights, but no, it's going to be fucking Momoa, because he's got this thing, and sure enough, he was right.
Lion. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, how about this? What if, and this, if he were to go in this direction, that would be extremely intriguing. What if he decided to try and do like a live action Dark Deco? Because the thing, because when we talk about like, because here's the thing, like if you make it a period piece and you like set it in the 50s, well, you still have to have a hook for the general audience.
Yeah.
Is there something in there for a modern day audience, for like millennials and Gen Z specifically, to go out there and say, hey, I want to see the Superman movie? I think if you do like a Dark Deco approach, though, where it's like, it's old, like it's, like how, like in Batman the Animated Series, older cars, older like buildings, but he's got computers.
Yeah.
And like and there are like cell phones.
Right.
The biggest thing to me is the character. That's all that matters to me. I mean, in terms of like making the connection with a good story, because to me, I mean, I'm not counting the Flash in this, but like the Batman 89 to me still works, because even though it's the comic book version of Gotham, I connect to that story. I connect to that version of Bruce Wayne taking a moment watching Joker on the screen and having this, like, listening to Danny Elfman music and remembering this horrific thing that happened to him. And it's in an older style Gotham with older clothes and 1930s, but that doesn't matter to me because I relate to what Bruce is seeing in this traumatic memory. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And the same applies to the DC animated universe, whether it's the high futuristic Metropolis or the Art Deco Gotham. I go back to those cartoons because, yes, it looks fucking awesome, but those stories, it's the stories. I care about the stories. I care that Batman wants to help Harley Quinn get over, being crazy, or he wants to do these things. So for me, I mean, James has said repeatedly, "Oh, I'm about the characters." So he better fucking prove it, man. Like, because that to me is the thing.
Do you feel like he has failed to do that in any of his films to this point?
No, I think I've said this to Dave and stuff. Like, I'm not a fan of him as a person, really, but I think as a filmmaker, he's competent. I think he gets stuff done. But I mean, the only film of his that hasn't really wowed me was The Suicide Squad, because I felt it was more about some of the goofiness, honestly, more so. Like the good character stuff he built up, I felt didn't really go anywhere, because Polka Dot Man got fucking, his fucking background would have been wild to study more of, like, especially with how he sees the world. And Ratcatcher Girl, that whole flashback with her dad, Taika Waititi played that, right?
Yeah.
Yep. That was more interesting to me than anything Peacemaker was fucking talking about, or Idris Elba yelling at his daughter, fuck you, or whatever the hell that was. Like, I'm like, okay, like. So, I mean, I'm hoping that Gunn doesn't go for the, the goofy approach. No.
And I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
That's like the chief concern in terms of like, okay, is he good? But I think that you have to really put it into perspective of, the fact that he is kind of displayed time and again, and really has started to show, being co-head of DC Studios, that he is a student of the comics. He knows his shit when it comes to the original source material. At least he gives the appearance that he does. And when you look at the comic book movies that he's done, the 4 big ones that he's done to this point, it's the Guardians of the Galaxy and the Suicide Squad, characters that lend themselves to a higher level of goofiness in a live action presentation.
That's fair.
Goofiness that Superman doesn't afford. You're not afforded that with that. I mean, it's not that you can't have humor. It's not that you can't have lighthearted moments, but you can't do a fuck you scene like that in the prison.
Yeah. Well, I'd
Superman.
be surprised. I'd be surprised if he had a fuck you scene in a Superman movie.
Right. That movie.
That'd be hilarious.
I will say that it'll be PG-13 at max.
Yeah.
Oh, of
At
course.
max.
Yeah, there's no way that it's R-rated.
Right.
My thing is this: like, if he does a deco thing and he has Jimmy Olsen in a weird bow tie, don't have him go Josh G. Willikers. Just don't do it. Like even
Right.
even if it's right there for the taking, like have him be actually like have it be a surprise. Have it be like, oh, he's actually like a normal kid or a normal man. Like, oh, Miss Lane, Mr. White needs to see you in the back, but he still looks like a 1950s version of Jimmy Olsen. But
Right.
but have it be modern dialogue because that's what the surprise was of like
Mhm.
say like the animated series or even some of the cartoon movies too. Same
Yeah.
thing. So
Yeah. No,
yeah.
I completely agree with that. And that's going to be the tightrope that he's got to walk. Like if he does do that, he still has to appeal to the general audience. Like he's got to get them to, he's got to impress upon them, hey, new Superman movie, you must go into it, you must buy a ticket. You must go into a theater to watch this.
And don't do any more advanced free screenings for the love
Yeah,
of God.
you know what? You know what's gonna be funny though? Like Barbie, I think is gonna get that treatment, and I'm like, oh boy, I've heard that Barbie's gonna
Well,
get that treatment.
there's a difference because
Yeah,
there's
there is.
guys like you, Dave, and Jeremy Johns or nostalgia critic Doug Walker, whoever that will get the advanced screening like in a week in advance for their channel or whatever. And that I understand. That's like part of the game and whatever else you're gonna do in this business. But the Flash gave out like 50 of them, like to like anybody.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, and that was like when I found that out, because I was originally concerned about the CinemaCon screenings. I'm like, this is 6 weeks before the movies. I don't want to hear shit from the CinemaCon screenings. And then it literally got to a point where like a few weeks to a month before the movie came out, like I had like so many mutuals that had already seen it, and I was like, I felt FOMO. I'm like, what what does?
I know.
Why?
I remember your tweet. I remember your
What
tweet.
is this? Why have
I know
so
it was
many of
too
you
much. It was
already
way
seen
too
it?
much.
I read the entire movie on Twitter. Like I didn't even have to go to DCU leaks. I was like, oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, that sounds terrible. Don't want to see that. Let's see. Oh, nope, not feeling that one. All right. And that was it. I was like, I made the choice even right there. I was already pretty much determined not
Yeah,
to.
at full circle, you already pretty much were like,
Yeah, I'm good. It was, but again, I even said to you guys there, like I wasn't gonna like poo-poo someone that wanted to see it. I think we were making the joke with Ryan or somebody. We were saying, I'm like, if a kid came out of a theater wearing a Flash hat and was like, I like the movie, I'm not gonna like slap the popcorn out of his hand, you know.
No. I know. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's when it comes to movies and stuff like that. And I think we should finally, start diving into this Dial of Destiny that we've been like,
Can you send out the Scott's signal?
I don't know. Like I said, I mean, like if Scott comes back, he comes back. He might not come back. He might not come back. I don't know if you saw earlier, Ray. He had the fedora and the leather jacket. Yeah, he was full on dressed. But then he said he was gonna go spend some time with the wife, watching something, and then I'm gonna assume that hopefully the night goes well for him, and he just they go to bed and have
for
some,
sure.
Whatever, it's fine. So if he doesn't come back, I mean, we were trying to. I was, there was a lot of Superman and DC talk. We're already like 3 hours and 11 minutes, so I was like trying to stretch it as much as possible, but. Let's just kind of like dive into this. So when it comes to me, I was like, I felt that it was definitely missing something. And it was just kind of like when I was watching, I was like, kind of like, it's like, I still enjoyed it, but I don't see myself going like, if I'm going to put an Indiana Jones movie on, I'm going to put one of the first three on. I don't know. It's just something like that. Paul, didn't enjoy it. You said, right? You didn't really enjoy it?
No, I did not enjoy it.
How did you feel, Ray?
So I'm definitely more in your camp of it. This is what I came to realize when I was digesting it afterwards, is that in many ways, like I hear you in terms of it felt like there was something missing, but I think I know what it is. And what it is it's not necessarily the fault of the movie itself. It's one of those things, like I thought about this. I was like, realize that aside from the fact that we all grew up with the first 3 movies also understand that they all came out within a 9-year period. Raiders was 81, Temple was 84, Last Crusade was 89. So in a span of 9 years, you got 3 Indiana Jones movies. And it's not like that was, too soon. No, nothing like that. It's just that within that 9-year period, you had a really organic progression. And they're out of order, right? Because I think chronologically...
Temple of Doom
is
chronologically.
Right. Chronologically, Temple's first, then Raiders, then Last Crusade. But there was still this like organic progression in terms of the storytelling and in terms of the direction and the acting, where it was like those 3 movies just fit together, right? And then you sit on the idea for 19 years and you come back with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. But by this point, Spielberg is older, Lucas is older, Ford is older. So it's like, okay, well, we've had it's almost like the Superman Returns problem in many ways, right? Because it's the same distance between Superman Returns and Superman 4: The Quest for Peace, 19 years, right? Then after you get the reaction to Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, you wait another like decade and a half before you bring out this movie, right? And the problem now is Harrison Ford is 80?
Yeah.
He's not the same, right? And it's Mangold did there were some visual things that he did that harkened back to a lot of the visual stuff that Spielberg did in the first 3 films, especially in Raiders, that I really enjoyed. There's a lot of technical stuff that he does in this film, aside from the VFX and the CGI stuff, which he tried to blend CGI and practical, and the practical stuff was awesome. Like some of the hard hits were like, the people were flinching in the theater and it was like loud, like, okay. But like the problem is that if you're going to try and do this with such a gap from the other 3, it's like, you can't recapture that lightning in a bottle. And it's not, again, I'm not blaming them for this because it's impossible to do that. You're so far apart. Everybody's different. Ford is different. And everyone is even if Spielberg were to do this, Steven Spielberg today is not the same Steven Spielberg that made those first 3 movies. He has changed as a director. He has changed as a person, right? We have changed as an audience. And you just can't recapture that old glory the exact same way before. So I actually, Dave, I have you remember my Star Wars rule. I have a Star Wars rule, Paul. For my rankings, where my number 1 is Empire and my number 2 is A New Hope, and no Star Wars movie could possibly be ahead of them, no matter what they do.
That's fair.
It's my reasoning for that is that a lot of it is the time, because those movies, it's a case where like the other movies, like the stuff there's stuff in the prequel trilogy, the stuff in the sequel trilogy, there's Rogue One, Solo, that they all owe things to those first 2 movies, in my opinion, right? And so that's why, and I do think Empire is the best. So I have it as a pinnacle, and then New Hope is like the godfather of it all that started everything. Everything else in Star Wars owes itself to that. And so by the same token, I can look at Dial of Destiny and I can say that, okay, you owe your very existence to those first 3 films, which means I can't put you ahead of them. They are above you because you don't exist without them. And I know people can say, well, duh, right? It's a sequel. Of course they can't exist without them. I'm saying in terms of the elements that they used, because there's callbacks. And there are characters and dynamics that are clearly like there is are we staying spoiler free with this?
No, we're going spoiler. Let's go spoiler.
Yeah, there's a short round character. Yeah. In terms of Phoebe Waller-Bridge's character, they tried to make her a nice Belloc, basically, in terms of like how she operates.
Yeah,
right?
Belloc with a conscience, sort of.
Exactly, Belloc with a conscience, right? Because she is the way she operates is the antithesis of what he does, and it was what Belloc did back in the first film, right? And the humor is they try to recreate Last Crusade. There's some Temple of Doom aspects in there with like the bugs. I could go through the movie and pick out, okay, you took that from Raiders, you took that from Temple, you took that from Last Crusade. And if you do that, I will enjoy it, but I can't call it better than the first three.
Yeah,
because
it's never going to be that.
Right. You just took it from those. So and it's, I guess it like, again, I'm not blaming the movie for it, because when you wait this long to do a fifth film, this is what's going to happen. This is the position you find yourself in. Too much time has passed for you to be able to recapture what you got with those original three.
Let's not talk
Too
about
much time, Zing. But we got somebody else who wants to join this conversation. We got Mr. Ryan.
What's up?
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going, man?
Not too bad. I heard some negative words on a movie that I actually happened to enjoy on Wednesday.
See?
I did still enjoy it. I did still enjoy it.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, so it's basically it is an interesting thing when it comes to this, because anybody who saw my first reaction, I just kind of can't. I was like almost like at a loss of like, it's like there was times like, I mean, I thought the opening scene when we were like a flashback. I mean, I get it. It's a flashback, and there's, we have CGI face Harrison Ford, which I didn't think the CGI looked that bad, to be honest. I thought it actually looked okay, and it felt more like an Indiana Jones adventure than the rest of the film, probably because he's younger and whatever the hell. And I know they were trying to establish what was going to happen next, but I was like almost to the point where I was like, I mean, even though like the way that it ends was kind of okay, but I was just kind of like going, all right. Like, I was like, fuck, I hope the rest of the film is like this. And it wasn't. Like, there was moments when we were getting into like the present, well, not present day, but present day for him, where I was like, oh man, I was just kind of bored. Like, and I like you were saying, Ray, I could see where they were pulling things. I mean, the biggest thing, it almost seemed like, you have Raiders, which is just an iconic film. It's funny too, but I love the fact that the debate was all over Twitter. I don't know if you were aware of this, Paul, but all over Twitter there was like a debate this week of which film is better, Last Crusade or Raiders, because a lot of people, I'm one of those people too, that Raiders is iconic. It's historic. It was something that just wow. But I will say I enjoy Last Crusade more than Raiders.
So I'm
on the flip. I'm on the opposite of that. Raiders.
What are you going to say, Paul? Yeah.
Well, I was going to say I have this conversation with my Indiana Jones buddies all the time, and like for me, it's weird because they're both masterpieces to me, Last Crusade and Raiders, but it's more about like what are you arguing? Because for me, Raiders is like pretty much a perfect movie. Like it's a perfect action adventure film. Like there's so much that it has inspired since it came out. But to me, Crusade is also perfect, but for different reasons, because it's the funniest one in the entire thing, but it works. It's all like organic humor. It makes everything work. And it's a fantastic like father and son movie. And like it works, I've had whole conversations with guys who have not had the best relationship with their dads that relate to that movie in so many ways. And Spielberg himself had father issues, which clearly translated to that film. Yeah. So I mean, it depends, honestly, in my opinion, because they're both kind of perfect for different reasons. It depends what mood you're in. I mean, for me, if gun to my head, I will say Raiders is the better movie because technically, on a technical level, it's a much more polished film. I find Last Crusade more goofy, but it's also more Spielberg and Lucas trying to recapture the magic because Temple of Doom had gone so sideways when it originally came out. Now people, because of Last Crusade, but people forget like Temple of Doom did not go over great when it came out originally. It was much more mixed. And to be fair, to me, in terms of the original trilogy, it's the one that's the closest to an actual B movie because there is no plot. Like even the exposition is done over with like goofy like table things happening like in the palace and everything and all of that. And even the exposition he gives like about the stones and everything he's telling to Willie, she's got like an elephant trying to like strangle her or something, or messing with her and stuff. So it's not in the same, it's never in the same breath as Raiders or Last Crusade. When the exposition happens, it actually happens. There's this like importance about it and all that kind of stuff. And sorry.
Well, no, with Raiders, someone posted a clip recently. It might have even been part of this debate. The expositional scene at the beginning of Raiders, where they're talking to the feds.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
fantastic.
it's well, and what they were pointing out wasn't just how organic the conversation was, but where the camera was placed, and how it was creating this. It's a massive expositional dump that is giving you all the information you need, but it's not boring, and it's extremely engaging, and it's literally a case of they know what he does, they have an issue, but they need to know what this is. Like they have a thing. They've been observing the Nazis. They're like, okay, the guy even says we have some information, but we can't make any light of it, and maybe you can. And he just starts saying things, and the light bulbs go off in Indy and Marcus's head, and they're like, oh no, we know exactly what this is. It's this da 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 da, and it's just really engaging, and it's just really well crafted.
And the thing is, that doesn't get talked about enough, I feel, and I feel this is also why Dial of Destiny doesn't work for me personally, is that even in Crystal Skull, the MacGuffin or the artifact, each time the artifact is talked about or shown, there's this like, I can't explain it. It's like a movie thing, but it's like this aura that's importance. Even the stones, like even as goofy as Temple of Doom is, there's that scene where he's got all 3 stones and he's holding them before he realizes the child slavery stuff is happening, but he's holding it, and it's this like importance in the skull or whatever. And even the alien skull in Crystal, like you can tell, like this, like the eerie music that that Williams decides to use, like even Mutt and him are both like, what the fuck is this? Like it's, I don't know, but like Dial of Destiny, it's a fucking little machine, and it's like, okay, that's cool. Like I don't know, I didn't get the same vibe from that. And
there's a little bit of a wow moment when they finally piece it together, but I think part of it is because you've got it separated like that. It's almost, and that's why I kind of think about it almost like Temple of Doom. Like when you separate those stones, they're kind of like meaningless, and then they all kind of like illuminate when they're all together and everything like that. So the magic is there when it comes together, but it's not until the final act of the film that you finally kind of feel a sense of that. But also the third act goes in such a, well, I mean, we're talking spoilers, right? So
it goes off the road. I liked though, I mean, in terms of the MacGuffin, because I felt Indy was a little bit like just out of character for a lot of the movie, and it's not just him being like older. It's just I don't know. Like there was just moments where I was just like, I don't know why they chose to do that, but when it came to archaeology, he still was Indy, because he's so smart, he's so well read, and so well educated.
Yeah.
That like he thinks about it immediately. He's like, the continental drift. He didn't articulate for the continental drift, and like we're fucked, and like basically like that's what he's saying. And then of course, you know, and then you find out on top of that, it's like again the thing about the villains where they didn't do enough research, and clearly now, like, you know, it's come back to bite them in the ass basically, or something like that. Like almost every indie villain does that. Sorry, go on.
So here's the last 2 films, Crystal Skull and this, the third act has made a choice and gone really, and gone really far with it, right? Like further, like we can say that, like even maybe like because I've talked with friends of mine about this before. Like, okay, before those 2 movies existed, like what was it that made Temple of Doom so different from Raiders and Last Crusade? And it wasn't just Nazis. It was also the artifact, right? You're going after biblical art. You're going after the Ark of the Covenant in Raiders. You're going after the Holy Grail in Last Crusade, right? So there's that aura. But on top of that, the manifestation of what those things do is different. Now, someone is screaming right now, well, Ray, how did Raiders end? Yes, I understand that the ending of Raiders is batshit. I absolutely, that's nightmare fuel for many people. I totally get that. But what it is they've been throughout the movie. This is why I agree with you, Paul. Raiders is damn near a fucking perfect movie, because like throughout the film, they were warned what would happen if they opened that thing.
Yeah. The wrath of God. But I mean, Belloc interprets it talking to God, where in reality it's more of like, no, God doesn't want to talk. God will be like, oh, I'm sorry, what? And then he'll just, you know, do a thing.
Exactly. And so like there's that aspect for that movie, and then in Last Crusade, it's the idea of, okay, we have this fountain of youth, but we can't take it with us. We have to let it go, right? We have to accept our own mortality, right? So there's a moral lesson at the end of those that has to be learned, like through those artifacts. And so like you don't really have that with Temple of Doom at all. You don't really have it with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull so much. And
I think, well, hold on, because I watch, and again, I should preface this before we start. I like Crystal Skull. I've lived through defending Crystal Skull for a lot of people.
All right.
I want to talk about this because I put it on last night after I watched Dial.
After you watch 5, you're like, I got to go back and rewatch Crystal Skull. But I watched Crystal Skull before going to see 5, so I didn't need to do it. I watched all the movies and stuff. But I'll say this, like Crystal Skull to me is, I think, a better movie because it sticks to the pacing. It sticks to the stuff. Because like here's the thing.
With you.
At the end of every indie movie, like the villains get their comeuppance. There's usually like an explosion or some sort of like final act where the villain meets their end because of the artifact and what they do. Even Temple of Doom, it's because Indy understands something about the stones that the thuggy guy didn't understand, and like he's like and then he like falls off the bridge and all that stuff. And even with the choices made in Crystal Skull, the whole place goes up. And like the villain gets her brains like melted with her whole body and everything else, like any other Indiana Jones movie. But even in 5, it's just a really weird choice. It's like, yes, they fucked up because they didn't understand the artifact enough, but then they just crash and it's like back in time. And then Indy's like, I should be here, and it's like, what? And it's like,
I totally was like, I started going, oh my god, no, this is not the way this is gonna end. But then it ended. Anyways, no, but what I wanted to say to talk about that point when it came to Crystal Skull, rewatching it again, I'm like, what was it missing? It's Spielberg. It was like that opening scene in Crystal Skull. It's great. It's fantastic. It's that warehouse scene. There's callbacks. It feels so indie. Like it just, and even like I know like when he wakes up and there's about to do like a bomb test and he gets into a refrigerator and you have to suspend big time disbelief. But I mean, at the same time, I'm like, this movie, it's movies, whatever the fuck. But when I was watching that opening scene, I was like, yeah, this is really good. Like this is still very, and I'm just like, we got John Williams, you got Spielberg, and it's just all firing. You got Harrison Ford. He's younger than what I just watched him in, so he's still, I don't know. There was just, when you get to that jungle setting and when Shia LaBeouf starts sword fighting with Kate Blanchett, that's where it starts going, oh fuck, you guys are making choices. It gets a little wonky, but you're right. It does feel,
like it goes. Well, like I was watching a review by Jeremy Johns. I watch him like sporadically. But I'm watching his spoiler talk, and he actually makes a point. He's like, you know what? Like, Crystal Skull is better in some ways because it has memeable moments. It has these like bad moments, but it doesn't stay focused on them. It just moves to the next thing and keeps going, like an indie film is supposed to do. But like, I felt like Dial of Destiny just kind of is just this whole thing is just, it's like continuous, and it's like it goes and it spreads. And it's like I can't explain it, but that's like and again, every indie movie is like around 2 hours long, and then this is like the longest Indiana Jones movie, and you can feel that the pacing is off because the other ones had, like, Spielberg had it down to a science. That might have been the one problem with Crystal Skull, is that it was he was maybe too confident, and someone couldn't go in and been like, you don't need to do the fridge scene, or you don't need the monkeys here, But he was like, oh, no, I got this. I've been doing this so long, and even though it's like 20 plus years later, or almost 20 years later. Yeah. So, but again.
Or the big ants. I was like, I forgot about the big ants. When I watched it, I was like, oh, fuck, there's big, like, big ants. I was like, oh,
you know what? The ants were dumb, but I liked that they practically showed the body going into the
that was creepy as fuck.
Yeah, that was indie to me. I was like, okay.
That was, I'll give it that. When you see, like, that one dude get dragged into the big anthill, I was like, whoa, okay, that's creepy. But it was still kind of fucking ants. Man, this is I don't know.
But here's the thing, right? Like to me, again, why I have a harder in terms of the four movies, the reason why I have the hardest time with Doom is because to me it has the least amount of story. Whereas like Raiders is about you meeting Indy, getting to know the world. Last Crusade is the father-son story, and you getting to know his dad. And even Crystal Skull, with all of its problems,
it's father-son again. It's father-son again.
Right, but it's a family. He starts the movie being old and not knowing his, like what his meaning in life is, kind of in a sense. Like they don't say it out loud, but that's kind of the gist of it.
Yeah.
He's made a communist, and then at the end he's cleared. He's an associate dean, and he gets married, and he has a long lost son. And they end it nicely with the church scene, and then they walk out the doors, and it's like, okay, it's like an epilogue almost. It's like a nice It has a beginning and an end. I don't know what the point or the story is in Dial of Destiny, other than
you didn't catch it.
Can I offer an explanation
All
for
right,
you?
go ahead, guys. Go ahead, because I'm with Paul on this. Where I was like, that was it.
Okay,
you guys go.
Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah. Like I felt it the whole way through. Like the whole point is like you see him, he's young, he's virile, and then we get to the present day, and it's like, I'm tired of this shit. Like kind of like he's over the neighbors and all that stuff. And then this one, upstart kind of comes into his life and kind of like gets his, mojo going again, so to speak. And he's back in the saddle again. And that's what I kind of loved about it, because he was kind of like not into it. And then as the movie goes along, he kind of like gets there, and then he gets the dial. They're there. And then he finally feels like he's at peace, because the whole point of the film is him feeling like everyone's left him. He's taken on this giant crusade over all these years, and everything he's put in has kind of felt like it's led to nothing. He can get cheers and accolades from his peers at the school, but it all feels empty to him because he really doesn't have a family. And by the end of the film, we're there in the room, even though he got knocked out, and I have a couple thoughts on that, but like he wakes up and he's just surrounded by everyone. It's almost like a Wizard of Oz scene where you all wake up and you're like, oh, I'm surrounded by all my loved ones, and it's great. And then, with the hat at the end too, it's like, well, okay, things started in a bad place, but now they're going to continue on, and he might be at peace now.
Before they show how time travel works, or like what the rules, because there's usually 3 versions of time travel, which is Back to the Future, where you can change time, and like when the timeline changes, and even if it goes into an alternate timeline, you can go back, but you got to make sure not to run into your previous self.
Right.
You get the second one, which is like Harry Potter and this, where just like time is kind of circular, and basically, no matter what you do, it's usually just going to go back around, or it's already happened.
Yeah, like a closed loop is how
12 monkeys.
Yeah. And then there's the third one, which is like DBZ and Avengers Endgame, where every time you go back in time, you make another alternate timeline, basically. Yeah. So it's like, okay. But I had this feeling, because they show him to be in such a I don't want to say a loser position, but he's not in a great position at the beginning of the movie.
Right.
And you slowly find out what happened to Marion and what happened to Mutt. Yeah. And then he has the confession with his goddaughter on the boat about what would you do if you go back in time? And he says, oh, I'd stop my son from joining.
Yeah.
I immediately got that as a Chekhov's gun to be like, oh, Indy's going to get the time thing and he's going to use it for good. He's not going to use it for like evil and taking over the world, because that's what the Nazi guy thinks he can do with it. Right. So then when that didn't happen, on top of just the weird ending, I mean, again, I was glad that him and Marion made up. I was happy with that, but I was also just like, I feel like we were supposed to get, like, it felt to me like we were supposed to get something else too with that. But again, they made a choice with like, oh, they didn't research enough. There was never an actual time. It's always this thing and whatever.
Yeah.
But
and I would have loved that too. Like if there was some like, hey, I'm gonna, fix the family that was. But I think the whole point of this is it's not about the past you had. It's about, like the family and everything that you have now. And then like even having John Rhys Davies' character, who I can't remember. Thank you. Yeah. Surrounded by those kids too. Like that's the extension of his family, like how everything kind of continues on. And I understand. I like movies when they do time travel and there's not like a million different plot holes. Why didn't you go here? Why didn't you go there? Like I said before, I look at this as like a closed loop. It's like you can just go here.
No, it's definitive. There's things in it that make it definitively a closed loop. I'll get to that in a second.
Yeah. And I think that was kind of great because like one of my problems with, as much as I love multiverses and everything like that, what ifs, and the problem is with that is once you open that door, you need to create parameters so it doesn't become like, well, I guess you can do anything now. Like, why didn't you go here? Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you? Well, he was here. This is what he gets to work with. So either you stay there and take it in like he was going to do, or you kind of go back to where you were and make the best of that. So, yeah, I kind of like the idea of him like being there, like almost in like a Logan thing, because I could see some parallels to Logan.
Yes.
I wanted more parallels to Logan, to be honest. I'm just saying. I wanted to be a bit more grittier.
I want to iterate this because this is very important to me. And again, it's funny because Dave knows me as being like a Snyder fan and liking the darkness to some degree, But it's funny because with Indy, I always associate Indy with a good time. Like when I was when I had seasonal depression, I watched the Indiana Jones movies to feel better. You know what I mean? And so I understand the point of the movie putting Indy at a certain place and wanting to do this certain thing.
Yeah.
But I guess I have a harder time kind of getting into this idea of like, seeing Indy at this place and like for Wolverine, that makes sense. Because Logan has a fucked up life, and like even if he wins, he still kind of loses sometimes. Not like Spider-Man per se, but like I don't see Indy in the same vein as Logan. I see Indy as the guy who's always noble, always smart, and he always gets out by the skin of his teeth, but he always beats the bad guy. And so to see him, basically the movie's basically being like, well, you're old and none of it mattered really, even though you were probably you saved the world like countless times. And it's like, that's not a great message. Like,
okay. But again,
I know there's stuff to argue with that, but sorry, go on.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's just that the Indy that you're looking for, the Indy that you had fun with,
I know,
was from 1936 to 1941, right? And this is 1969 Indy. Right.
Yeah.
So and there's so it's a case where the decision was clearly made to go in this direction because of, again, how long it had been. Right. Like this is a different movie. Dial of Destiny is a very different movie if it's made in 1992 or if it's made even if it's made in 2000, it's a different movie because everybody's in a different place than they are now.
I still had fun with 1957 Indy, though. You know what I mean? Like,
if I remember correctly, the idea with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was like the original idea with the first three movies was the old 30s and 40s action serials.
Yeah,
and then with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, they went 50s B movie.
Yep.
So that means that for this film, James Mangold clearly went post like Vietnam drama, essentially, right? Yeah. And so this is where like somebody that doesn't get into this film but love the other ones, I get it, because this isn't necessarily an Indiana Jones film this isn't trying to, like, in many ways it's not. The movie understands that it can't recapture the old nostalgia because it's been too long. So it's like, okay, this is why he killed Mutt off. Right? Because I mean that was almost kind of like, part of me thought that, okay, was that kind of also a decision based on how much the reception in general to Shia LaBeouf in the last film? Entirely possible.
Here's the thing. I was a Shia LaBeouf guy. Like I grew up on Even Stevens as well. But here's the thing. Like, it's 12 to 15 years. I mean, I think it's 12 years their time, 15 years our time.
Yeah.
You could have shown an old photo of Mutt in like how we knew him, and then recast an up and coming or somewhat good actor to play like a more grown up, like 30s something.
What would that have accomplished though for you?
I'm just saying like I would have been fine with seeing him be okay and have maybe he's not, he doesn't, I don't need Indy to be, have a parade in the streets. You know what I mean? But I would have been okay with him at least being with like having a family still, or having Marion and having Mutt, and then like he has to be thrown back into adventure somehow or something like that. I wasn't down with seeing an indie who was just like so so done with life, I guess. I mean, I understand, but I don't disagree with your take on it being a certain way in a certain certain time and referencing that type of film.
Yeah.
So sorry, go on.
Well, no, go ahead.
No, I was just saying like I don't disagree with it. I guess what I'm saying is I guess that didn't do it for me personally.
Right.
You know?
Well,
yeah, I mean, it does miss that zippy, serial, punchy kind of magic that, I mean, but we've already discussed, like, there's a reason why they went in this direction. Now, the problem is, and I've heard this before too, that this was going to be its own, like, set of, like, after trilogies, like, kind of like how they did Creed after the Rocky films, where they were going to try and put Shaw's character, and I'm glad they didn't go in that direction, because she's not really that likable until the end of the movie. At best. I mean, she has a little bit of a moxie to her. I don't know what the word would be, but like I'll just say moxie about her, where she's like kind of a go-getter, but she's kind of a scumbag in the beginning too. So
totally, yes,
yeah. So I'm glad that they didn't go in that direction. But if you've already made that choice early on in the script, then you're gonna have to rewrite the whole thing. Apparently, this thing got a bunch of like reshoots and things. I don't know what changed.
Yeah, there's so many rumors that have been out
COVID
there.
also affected it. Most certainly, the production, no doubt. Going back to the ending, though, because there was a point I wanted to make about that.
Okay.
Because with respect to the choice, the strong choice that was made with respect to how they were going to represent, this goes back into what I was saying about the artifacts. Because once again, we are left with the same situation that we had with Temple, same situation that we had with Crystal Skull, where this is not a biblical artifact.
Right.
In fact, this particular artifact isn't even like mystical or religious. It's scientific. It's mathematical, right? And so that does change things with respect to, because again, like I said, the way that the power of the artifact is manifested in the first three films is a lot more grounded than what you see in Crystal Skull or what you see in this film. Here's what changed it for me. Here's why, as of right now, and I will give Crystal Skull another rewatch, but right now, the reason that I would put Dial of Destiny ahead of it, like with respect to the ending, is the thing that really helped, the thing that really got with me, because it is weird. It is. The whole time travel thing is weird. I was not expecting him to meet Archimedes. I was not expecting a Logan type situation, and quite honestly, I'm glad she punched him, because the ending in the movie is, because I had that worry. I'm like, that don't do that. Okay, good. You doctor. All right, good, cool.
Yeah.
Right. I like the ending that we got versus the ending that we potentially could have got. But the big thing that saves all that craziness for me is the villain, because it occurred to me, like the whole Continental Drift thing, like you said, it really, like when you find out what Voller's plan actually is, and it becomes a case where, and this kind of goes, I really wish Scott were here, Dave, because I could totally bring up the Rocketeer again, because this goes back into this whole thing, like this idea of the Nazis being obsessed with the occult and all of the the science and the crazy mystical artifacts and and like that's. They were into some out there shit back in the day, right? And like that's manifested in this franchise, in terms of them going after the Ark of the Covenant, looking for the Cup of Christ, right? Like, and so here we have another scenario where it's years after the war is over, and Voller's kind of in the same position as Indy, but he's like, no, I still have my connection to the occult to help me. And so I'm going to use this to undo our mistakes because Hitler got it wrong. That's his whole point. Remember, he even tells the bellhop, he's like, you didn't win the war, Hitler lost it. And I'm like, why?
That was a good line. I like that line.
And I'm like, why did he say that? And it's like, oh, because he thinks Hitler was a dumbass. And he's going to use this thing to basically have a do-over and fix all of it. But again, it's like you said, it's the Chekhov's gun deal where they didn't research enough because they've never researched enough. They didn't research the Grail enough. They didn't research the Ark enough. So it's the same problem. So when that happened in the movie, I'm like, same dumbasses. And that was the continuity that kicked in for me, where I was like, okay, here they are again trying another crazy plot, and once again it fails really badly. So to me that's what really
I like that. I liked that. I liked it fucking up, and I liked Indy being like, you didn't think about continental drift, you didn't think about this.
Yeah.
I guess I just had I had a hard time with all of the. I mean, it was fun to watch, but at the same time, I was like, we're really back in time, 2,000 years. I was like, all right, okay, I guess we're doing this. And
that was a weird one for me too when they were back in that era. Yeah.
Because I can. I guess what I've always liked about Indiana Jones is that he kind of separates himself from all of the actual stuff that happens in a sense. You know what I mean? Like even the fourth one, you see the aliens, but he's already out of there by the time the alien does the thing, and then we just see the saucer go up, and we kind of once we know that they're aliens, once we're confirmed that that's like we're kind of almost waiting for the saucer, and then we're just amazed that it happened. But it's still like Indy's not going to space. You know, he's still on Earth. The saucer goes away. This was like, I guess the Archimedes thing took me out of it.
But you could make the argument that he still took himself out of it here because he didn't fly willingly into it. He was captured.
Actually, does anyone know why? Because in every Indy movie, don't get me wrong, it happens continuously, but I always feel like there's a reason, like why don't they shoot him here? Why don't they shoot him there? But they're always like, oh no, they need Indy for. And I'm like, I don't know why he brings Indy onto that plane. I can't think of a reason why he does.
But my thought.
Okay.
Although Ryan, do you have a thought? Because I have a thought.
No, I was just saying it's such a common thing throughout these movies. It's like they always feel like, well, they could have killed him, but they're like, oh well, we had maybe plans to use him for his knowledge of whatever, but then they don't, and it's like whatever.
Well,
all I'm saying is thank God that kid learned how to
fly a
plane in his makeshift. Anyways, that was
okay, but see, all right, but in that regard, like with something like that, Dave, like it's almost my diehard argument. Like my diehard argument about, because when people talk about how batshit like live for your, some of the shit he doesn't live for your diehard is, I go back to like with the plane and like some of the other stunts that he does. I go back and I'm like, go back and watch the first 3 movies. He jumps off of a building using a fire hose as a rope. He crashes through a way, like the craziness was always there.
Cool.
No, I'm not saying it wasn't cool. I'm just saying the crazy shit was always there. It's just
I know, but it's just the kid and like hey, I can fly the plane, and I don't know. It was just, and then you had like a dude that was like sleeping behind him, and then he's just, I don't know. It was. I was like, okay, so that's how they get back. Right. And I was like, I already knew. I was like, all right, that's how they get back. But and then all of a sudden, like when it came to that scene, I was like, are they getting back? And then by the way, Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
Yeah.
Why do I kind of crush on her? There's something about her. That's just me. I'm just saying.
I mean, she's got a look.
Yeah. She's got a look. Yeah. But it's weird because I'm like, I'm not a tall guy, and she's very tall, and I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it's just the way that she, the wittiness that gets me. I don't know, because I really haven't watched that Fleabag show. Seen clips.
That's what I thank you. I could not remember the title of it. Yes.
Yeah, that was like the show that put her on the map. And I've been meaning to watch it because anytime I have, I'm like, there's something about her that I'm like, I kind of crush. I'm like kind of crushing on. And then when I saw her in this, I was like, why?
Yeah.
And I'm like, but yeah, I mean, but at the same time, I think they were also trying to capture again they were trying to capture an interesting family dynamic, like obviously with her and him that I thought worked for the most part, but maybe not all the time. I don't know.
See what I would have liked. I will say, because it's not a perfect movie. I would have liked if instead of Toby Jones's character, I would have liked, because my speculation was that she was Marcus's like daughter.
Yeah.
That she was Brody's daughter. It's like, okay, and I know Brody, like they established that he had passed in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, but it's like, don't bring in a new person that we've never seen before that he's like tooled around with. Have it be one of his other boys. Have it be like, have her be because he was already British. Denholm Elliott was already British, so that could have been that. I feel like it could have been Marcus in that regard. Like it could have been his goddaughter.
And then maybe I don't know. It's just like when I was watching Crystal Skull again. I mean, that warehouse scene. I mean, obviously you have like the Easter egg. I mean, you literally see the Ark at one point. You go to, after all the madness, they like go right by it, and there it is. And it was like, and I don't know. Maybe I was like, when I was thinking about it, I was going, man, if this being the final Harrison Ford Indiana Jones, I don't know. Maybe I was just kind of looking for more of like maybe not like just crazy callbacks, but especially with the time thing too. I was like, man, wouldn't that be interesting if they dealt with something where they you kind of do go back and you see something with the legacy of the whole franchise. Even, it just felt like it didn't want to even attempt to do that. Like when they're climbing up the wall, he starts talking about like, he drank blood, he drank
the blood of Kali, was tortured with voodoo.
With voodoo. Like that was like so quick of just like, all right, is that all we're gonna really talk about when it comes to the
I half expected, because at first when you don't see the Roman stuff, I thought at first he would have succeeded, but because time travel is, a very, very, like risk-taking type of, sci-fi, like I thought that the plane was going to get shot down by his own men or something crazy, and he was like things he's not thinking about in terms of like because none of them ever time traveled before, obviously, and then like it would cause a problem, and then Indy would be the one to grab the thing and then use it, for himself, because he uses it for himself. Maybe he'll have an easier time or something like that, or just. But again, like you said, it's all more about science. And about that, and about
and the part of it, like the part of it that really makes it cyclical is, remember, before all of that time travel happens, when they find Archimedes' grave, she points out how there's like a dragon with propellers on his grave, and also he was wearing Voeller's watch. Like Voeller's watch was there.
The second he put the watch on, and they make it very obvious when he does.
They zero in on it.
Totally.
Yeah.
So
and you didn't notice.
And that totally reminded me of the Time Turner scene in was that Prisoner of Azkaban?
Yeah, Prisoner of Azkaban.
Yes, it totally reminded me of that from that, the whole cyclical nature of that. So it's like, okay, well that's where they're going with this. This already happened in that regard. This is just the part of it. But no, I don't know. I'll ask this question: is it possible? Because when you have a film like this, because this is an example of an event film. This isn't like what we do with comic book films, where there's like a dozen a year, right?
Yeah,
exactly. This is a case where we literally hadn't had an Indiana Jones movie since 2008, and then before that hadn't had one since 1989, right? So like these movies are less frequent than Mission Impossible films, right? As far as the entirety of the franchise, is it possible our expectations were way too high?
I want to make
we wanted to see going into it.
I want to make it very clear. I had no real expectations going in, because the trailers didn't really do it for me. I literally was only seeing the movie for 3 reasons, which was Harrison is Indy, the John Williams score, and I respect James Mangold, because like he's made a lot of movies that I really like. I mean, this isn't one of them, but I'm not going to stop watching James Mangold after this, because I know it's not just him in that room making the movie. It's a lot of other people too, So, but yeah, I didn't have really anything high going into this. I was just like, please just work, or just be like a competent movie, and it didn't do that for me personally. But I know apparently some people do like it, so
it's all subjective.
Yeah. And honestly, I went in low because unfortunately I had listened to enough YouTubers that were, well, they're kind of the angry sort who were just like, oh, Indy. Well, they were like pre-spoiling things without like telling everyone exactly. They're like, Indy can't get out of bed. The woman steals all the show, and like all these things that were just like kind of like leaning politically speaking. And I was just like, I I know those guys where they go, and I just was not feeling that. But hearing those tidbits, I was like, well, maybe there's some truth to it. And I don't know that it's going to excite me, but I do at least want to check out if this is the last Indiana Jones film. And I'll admit, I probably was buttered up a little bit because IMAX, I've never been to their headquarters, and I got to see this there. So that probably elevated it a little bit. But honestly, like I was kind of at like a 4 or 5 going into it, and I felt way better coming out of it than I thought I was going to. So, I mean, yeah, maybe that helped with my experience, but I was not expecting, even before I'd heard things, that it was going to be like, the classic trilogy that I remember from my childhood either.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Go ahead. No, I was gonna say I stayed away from reviews, or I stayed away from I stayed away from like Rotten Tomatoes and stuff. But like some things you just see, like I really got concerned when like I was going through, I don't know what forum I was on or something, but I'm looking through and I saw that IGN had posted, like I didn't read the review, but I saw the score and it was like a 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
And I was like, as a gamer, I was like, man, even if they don't love something, they usually give it a 7, and they gave this one a 4. I'm like, that's not great. Okay, well, whatever. And I still went to see the movie regardless, so that didn't like deter me. So,
but it presets an idea in your head for sure.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
But you know what? I've had movies where there were low rankings, and I ended up liking it more than I thought I would. So that's happened before. But at the same time, like, yeah, I tried to go in positive, like, because I try not to ever go into a movie negative if I can help it.
Same.
Yeah, because it always affects your expectation going in. But I wasn't going in this movie expecting to get the original trilogy. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah, and no one should. No one should have. I feel like maybe the 4 out of 10 review on IGN, I feel like maybe they did, right? And there's, and part of it is the.
Thank you, Nate.
Oh, that was nice.
That was nice. It was very nice of him. But I think that nostalgia is such a big thing. Like,
it is.
I mean, it's always been a big thing, but it feels like last couple of years, we've seen like heightened version, like Spider-Man No Way Home, obviously.
Yeah.
Like height just preyed on 20 years of cinematic nostalgia. The Flash did so as well. On a television level, like I don't know if either you guys, Ryan or Paul, you watch Star Trek at all? I don't know.
I know what's been happening over there.
Yeah.
But you know what? A good show that treats nostalgia correctly, Cobra Kai.
Yes. There you go. That's actually, yes, you're right.
That to me is a almost perfect show in terms of how they handle the franchise and the characters getting older and the kid relationships. Even like whoever writes that show, those guys, like they know what the fuck they're doing.
I have not seen Cobra Kai, but I would say as a Trekkie that season 3 of Picard is also a masterclass in how to do it properly.
I heard that was really good.
Yeah, my dad. My dad, who's the Generations, Next Generation fan. Oh, like he was kind of soft on Picard when it came to the first couple of seasons. He was like, it's fine. But man, he has said nothing but just rating like
I love the whole show, but no, the 3rd season, what they did, it's one of those, and I don't like doing this, but people do this anyway, where they're like they're using it as the example of this is how you're supposed to do it. This is what Star Wars should have done with the sequel trilogy. Like I've seen those posts, right? Yeah. Because people who wanted the sequel trilogy to be old Han, old Leia, old Luke, old Lando, and that was in those movies, like no Finn, no Poe, no Rey, or anything like that. And it's like, okay, look, whatever. But I just feel like that is kind of the mindset where like nostalgia is so important. People want to recapture their old feeling again, and they just. Not you. I'm not saying you, Paul, or anybody else. I was just saying in general, with respect to the perception of nostalgia, there are people that like just are holding on to that. They're like, and they just want to feel like a kid again. And when it doesn't happen, their world is destroyed.
Yeah, this is my thing. I don't want the new thing. Just give me what I know. Yeah. If you don't mind me asking, we were talking about kind of the artifact of Indy 5, and I wanted to ask you guys two things because flashbacks was also mentioned. How did you guys feel about that middle flashback scene and how that looked, especially in the context of the whole film? And how did you feel about that spear that they teased in the very beginning of the film?
The middle flashback. What was that again?
Yeah,
that was him, like kind of like, I don't know, we'll say 40s, late 40s.
So that was the one where Toby Jones told him to destroy it.
Yeah,
that scene. Yeah, okay.
There's again, there's certain rules. There's certain, I don't know, like there's certain, again, it's more about sticking to Indy and how these things go. Like Indiana Jones doesn't do flashbacks per se. I mean, not again, like Last Crusade is an example, but like they kind of do that. They kind of have to do. They it's more so at the beginning of this
to
movie.
Do young Indy and all that.
Yeah. So I mean, that's that I let go because they've done that. But like, it's weird seeing like the flashback being utilized halfway through, and because the thing was like I felt like the older movies were better at. Again, it's always about the exposition with these movies and how well it's handled. So, I mean, I didn't hate that scene. I thought it was handled better than actually the beginning in terms of this, because he's a much older Indy, so his voice sounded more appropriate, and it worked a little bit better.
Yeah.
Now, for me, in terms of the beginning with the Spear of Destiny, I mean, I knew it was supposed to be about the dial, but I actually felt almost kind of like cock teased, because it's almost like, I mean, we would do the spear. But I'm just kidding. We're doing the dial. It's like, you know what? I'm like,
I've heard it's because like, oh, they don't want to do religion in the movies anymore. So I at least thought that them teasing that right there was kind of like a, you know, where we could have gone. We could have done that. But yeah, I mean, I thought it was interesting that they planted that there, because it shows that, you know, he's constantly been doing all sorts of adventures. I mean, obviously we didn't see Atlantis, but you have to imagine that he went in those sorts of directions. So yeah, I thought it was cool that they did it. And then as far as like the flashback thing, I didn't like it at first, but then the more I thought about it, I was like, well, we have to kind of like see this progression of how we got to this point. So seeing the kind of the in-between of what we know versus what we've got now kind of helped bridge that gap a little bit. And I kind of liked it a little bit more thinking about it later.
But like, imagine you're watching like Crystal Skull and while they're talking on the back of the truck with after Mutt finds out that Indy's his dad, they just flash back to like them meeting in like a CGI. Like, I don't like, I would have been more thrown off. I was okay with just Indy saying the exposition.
Right. And that's the thing is like the expositional flashbacks in this movie aren't character driven, they're plot driven. Like the whole point of it is like the whole point of that flashback in the beginning is to introduce the Dial and Voller, because he's supposed to recognize him later. Like, oh, you're the same guy. Like, aren't you a Nazi? That type of deal, right? And then the one in the middle is supposed to reveal the thing, the encounter that he's been talking to her about.
Yeah, when they met and when the dad went crazy.
Yeah, why can I not remember her character's name?
Shaw. I can't think of the first name.
Yeah, Wombat. He calls her Wombat.
He calls her Wombat, but was it Helen? Was it Helena?
Helena Shaw. Helena Shaw.
Yeah, right.
I got a question too. Like, when it came to watching the trailers, especially the first one, did we all think that Indy was gonna be face to face with his younger self at one point?
No.
I mean, I don't know if I don't remember if I personally thought that. I don't think I did, but I remember that was like a thing that a lot of people were discussing.
I thought that was a rumor.
I remember being a rumor, but I personally didn't buy that. I did because and I know we've talked about how the last two movies have really gone for it with the third, with like the ending. I think that would have even been a bridge too far for me.
I wonder
for
like
him to do that.
If they were deciding, I mean, maybe in like an early script where they're like, he could go back and talk to himself and fix all his mistakes in the past. But like, wouldn't that be kind of like, I guess cliche by some means? I mean, I would like to see it, But I think people would kind of roll their eyes like, "Oh, we've seen this before."
Well, no, it's like what Paul was saying earlier about how he was led to believe, and I'm not saying you're wrong because I thought the same thing. I didn't know how he was gonna what he was gonna do, but I figured there was gonna be a case where he would get the dial and he would use it for his own purposes.
Yeah.
Right.
And so
or use it in the pursuit of good as opposed to the pursuit of evil.
Right.
I guess. Yeah.
And so like the movie essentially says, no, that's tropey. We're not doing that. We're going in a completely different direction.
Right, because Indiana Jones doesn't do any type of tropes whatsoever.
No, and it's
no. I'm not shitting on you. I'm just saying.
No. Right. No. But I think that. But I really do think that Mangold decided that was a choice he made, and I think that's a choice he made with the whole film. Truthfully, is he decided to not make a film that was. He made a movie that was emblematic and representative of the time that had passed in that franchise and in real life.
Yeah.
And he made a movie that it's not a 40s, it's not an old school serial movie, it's not a B movie. He made a turn of the century Vietnam drama movie. He totally did that. He absolutely did that. And that's why, like, you know, and I hear what you're saying in terms of the stuff that he does with the character being more emblematic of Logan, because Logan's had a way more fucked up life. I totally get that. But this is Mangold's way of saying Indy ain't perfect. And there is definitely a build-up over the years, especially through those first three movies. He's a hero to all of us in those first three movies, and this is like the deconstruction of a hero in his older age.
Right.
I've argued with many people. I know I've talked to Dave about this, the arguments of deconstruction, and that's a very fine line. You gotta wobble. I do want to say this though, just in defense, and again, not necessarily against you, but just in defense of Indy as a character. I never needed a movie of him being an old man, like having regret or whatever, to explain to me that he's not perfect. The whole reason I think a lot of us love Indiana Jones is that he's more in the vein of like a John McClane, in a sense of, we know he isn't perfect. Like, he fucks up all the time, and then he has to like improv to like do better. He chooses the wrong girl, or like, I mean, Last Crusade is all about his dad knows more than he does.
Yeah.
Don't listen to her. She's a Nazi. What? No, he's gonna shoot her. And then he gets, you didn't bring the book with you, did you? You dope. I should have sent it to the Marx Brothers. Like, it's a continuing, like, and it's through all of the original trilogy. He fucks up, and like then he has to try and like, correct that mistake and everything. So I've never seen Indy as like a unfallible person. If anything, it's the opposite. But the whole point was that Indy is just so much smarter than people give him credit for, and then he's always able to improv and like try to do better, and like, so I understand, again, like I said, I understand the point of why Mangold and Disney decided to do this with the character, but on the other hand, I think it also kind of like reflects differently on the character, because most of his adventures have shown me that he can kind of figure stuff out. I mean, again, like, he has to deal with the death of his son.
You almost see him in a different light than you did in those trilogies, right?
Huh?
You almost see him in a different light because than what you saw in the trilogy, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not against that. Like, I think, but like, again, it's a tightrope, because you have to be very careful with that. And again, I think, and like I said, for some people it didn't bother you, but I think for me it did, and I had a harder time with it.
So when it came to Mutt dying, he joined the service, went to a war, and died. Right? That's essentially.
Yeah, I assumed it was Vietnam because it's 1969.
I assumed it was Vietnam too. Yeah,
but see, again, that was just like a quick explanation too, where he just kind of goes. He's all, I predicted that if he were to join, it was gonna crush her, and it was gonna ruin her. It was gonna do all this stuff, and I was just kind of like, that's how they're just gonna. To me, I was like, I didn't like how they just kind of like, all right, that's why he's by himself, why Mutt is not around. He's like, it's just gonna be that, and I was like, and I'm like, I get it, because obviously they weren't gonna bring back, Shia, but at the same time, I was like, I was wondering, I'm like, please come up with like I don't know, just a better idea. I didn't really like that.
I still would have been fine if he had been like old, he had been like, maybe like dean of the college, and he had some issues with Mutt, but they were still like a family. And that's like the point of the movie, is that he has to go back into the adventure, but he's like, I'm 80 years old, I can't keep doing this. And like he's compelled to go back.
He's wiser.
Yeah. And like again, now granted, he's much older than fucking Sean Connery was in Last Crusade at this point, but like, I don't know, there was almost kind of like a Yoda aspect to Connery in those movies, where he's old, but you don't underestimate the dad. Like, he's not Indy. He's smarter than Indy, but he's not like he's not a rough and tumble like his son, but he's not a pushover either. Like his dad thinks of good ideas in the movie, and it's like you're partly like into him too, because he's James Bond. But I didn't know that when I was a kid. I didn't think about that. I just thought he was like a cool old dad. He
doesn't tackle it head on. He knows he's smart enough to sidestep it and let it go right past him.
Right. And I would have been more impressed with an Indy that thought on his feet, because he had done all those previous adventures. And the whole point is that he's having to kind of like deal, but he has to deal with now being like, he can't physically jump on top of the warehouse crates and run across anymore. He's got to figure out another way or something. I don't know. That to me would have been, I think, maybe more compelling. Again, like I said, I get why the movie was doing what it was doing, but for me, it didn't work on the story, I guess. But yeah, that's all.
Dave might not like this, but that's one of the problems I had with Batman and the Flash. Was I just felt like all of a sudden he's swooping down, he's throwing bing bang boom with the batarangs. He's like really capable. I'm like, this dude was just a hermit in a kitchen, falling all over himself trying to dive. And I was just like, he's surprisingly capable here.
If they had shown, like, I haven't seen the Flash, but if they had shown a scene of him having like the Kingdom Come armor, or like him getting attached, or like his bones are connected together, and like he has a power suit.
Yeah,
what's funny about that is I heard from somebody a while ago that before we saw the Keaton suit, that it was supposed to be a cross between Kingdom Come and Returns, and then we saw, and then when I got sent promo images before they got released, I was like, well, that was wrong. I'm like, there's no Kingdom Come really in that at all. Nothing in that. So I was like, it was kind of interesting. But at the same time, I'm like, like Keaton still can, he's not like he's like rickety or anything like that.
He's 70, 71 years old now.
Yeah, but he's not.
But he had just recently, like, people have pointed out that he was just recently in like an assassin movie beforehand, where he was doing some physical acting, so and Keaton, like, for early 70s, like, he doesn't, he's not slow necessarily. I mean, he's older,
but remember, it's not Keaton, it's Batman, who has been beating people for like 30 plus years with only, like, his bones.
Yeah, like you see how Bale is at the end of the trilogy, It's,
I mean, okay, but
you're talking about a Batman who has a Flash that travels through.
Yeah. All right. I'm just, that realism. How much realism in this?
Right.
Like is Nolan's Batman isn't going to do that. Reeves's Batman is going to do it if he has enough venom in his compartment to shoot himself up with, right? Because I'm still convinced that's what it was.
Yeah.
But Batman 89 is just going to do that. Like, that's how my brain reconciled it, Ryan. It was just like, this Batman 89 is going to do that at 70. He's just going to. Because look what he did in 89. It's like, you know what? It's just that's one of the things we talked about when we reviewed it years ago on Squadcast Media, about how in Batman 89 he is objectively, he's like factually in year one, but he doesn't have year one anything. Like, the car is established, the gadgets are set, like everything is like year 5, but but he's just starting. Like, they've only just started.
He's been around. He's been around for a little while, but like he's
right.
Year 1, year 2.
Like year 1, month 11.
Right. But because he's had. I mean, because the stuff that he has in that movie is light years ahead of even what Bale's had and Begins. Bale didn't even have that. Bale didn't have half the gadgets he had in one movie in The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
Truthfully,
I was saying, because on another stream you weren't here for it, but I said my complaint from what I had seen of the movie, like these were like promotional clips. It wasn't even actually anything technical with Batman that threw me off that much. It was more the fact that, like, I mean, now granted, you can argue that it's a converged timeline, so there's differences in a lot of different stuff, but it was more the fact that they're like, so what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm retired. Gotham's like one of the safest cities in America now. And I'm like, you're a Batman that like said no to fucking Vicky Vale in the Batcave because you got to go take care of Joker. Like, are you telling me that you're just gonna be like, we're cool now? Like, I don't need to put on any.
Yeah, I didn't really like that explanation.
The converged. I filed that under converged timeline.
Especially
after the spaghetti explanation, which I actually really liked. Like after all of that, it was like, okay, I get it. I get where, because the idea essentially is we're seeing the remnants of the Burton verse after Barry fucked with it.
Yeah,
that's the point. Is like, so that's the whole idea of it.
Actually, because we were on Indie and we kind of merged back into the Flash. I guess we should talk about this because we're like almost 4.5 hours in. I only just read it before the stream thing. The Ezra Miller.
Oh yeah,
because I need more clarification on that.
Well, okay, I'll show you.
Because there's what they wrote, and then there's also the lawyer statement as well.
Oh,
I didn't know even about the lawyer statement.
What prompted all of this was the Vermont thing got dropped.
Okay.
That like, so he has, or they have no pending. There's nothing. There's no legal pending anything with them anymore.
So this is what Ezra posted on Instagram, basically saying, "I'm encouraged by today's outcome and very grateful at this moment to everyone who has stood beside me and sought to ensure that all this egregious misuse of protective order system was halted." So, I mean, I guess I'll continue. I mean,
he and the lawyer. You don't have to read, I don't think you have to read the whole thing, Dave, but like he and his lawyers, or they and his lawyers, are saying that basically this woman was out to get him.
Yeah,
and was using the court of public opinion and the press for easy headlines to attack them, and I guess. They couldn't put a statement out like this until I forget exactly what it was. There was like they had to remain silent on it until the decision came down. Like there was a reason that they couldn't say something. They couldn't make a statement like this earlier, like in the which is what a ton of people have said today. Is like, why didn't they say this before the Flash came out? Like that would have made any fucking difference. No, not at all. But like But yeah, so I guess whatever statute of limitations is dropped, and they were able to put this statement out, and the lawyer has been saying stuff too about what the woman has done and how there's evidence that they were trying to manipulate Ezra into a situation at the Vermont house, and just the allegations of like not stalking, but like trying to manipulate their celebrity.
Oh yeah,
to their own advantage.
Definitely was happening, especially when the child that they were, came out and went like, I'm not missing, I'm right here. I'm posting a video. I'm fine. Don't believe that. It was that was like the biggest thing for me was when it came to all of that. It was like she literally was going, I'm fine. I'm literally, look at me. Hello. It was just like such a weird thing. It's like, no, he's not, it's crazy. Like, I don't know every little detail, but I am glad that, this did happen. I mean, of course, when referring to the Flash, it's like, yeah, it would have been nice to happen before that. Because am I saying that this would have changed the box office? No, but it could have changed some perception when it came to certain things. I'm sure that was a factor. Sure, not like a huge one, but it was one of them. Sure, but I think it's great that Ezra did post this, and he even said on a personal note, I want everyone to know I'm continuing to do my best to preserve my own wellness and what I can to reverse the collateral damage this ordeal has brought upon me and those close to me. Finally, all you many beings in the world who have had an enormous courage to see me through it all and make it here with me. I will spend a long time trying to explain to you what it has meant to have your support. And then, of course,
I really like that line. Just like not that he's just gonna be like, hey, thank you. You know, I think we're out of the we're in the clear now. But like he's or they are trying to continue to be better, you know, and work on this on a regular basis. So I mean, that's encouraging to hear.
Well, and I think that probably the biggest negative that this had on the Flash was that they couldn't do PR. They couldn't do the press tours.
Right. And I even said that. I said that earlier, I think on Monday's show, where it was like, you know, one of the things I didn't consider, because somebody actually asked, I was like, the fact that the star of the Flash could not do any press.
Right.
And how awesome would, I mean, again, many factors. I'm not saying that would have freaking made it, you know, it would be at 700 million right now.
Well, especially,
but I'm just saying, like, at the fact that you couldn't have the star promote this movie at all. And we all have seen Ezra in interviews. He's funny. Ezra is a funny person. Yeah, he's got that. He's got that about him. And then when even like Michael Keaton really couldn't even promote either, because he's like filming in Beetlejuice 2 or whatever. He made some nice appearances, you know, some surprise appearances at some screenings, but he didn't really even do much of press either. It was the Muschietis and Sasha Kaye that were doing the press for this. And it's just the press was just a little wonky. It was a little wonky. A lot of pressure for Sasha. I mean, she knocked it out. I thought she did a good job, but
and then I mean, you want to, if you want to get into the heavier factors of what I think has really affected the movie. I mean, it cannot be understated that this movie was literally under the control of not one, not two, but three different regimes.
This movie was cursed from the get-go.
Like the fact that there were three. Well, but the funny thing about it is, Dave, is we all kind of just like dismissed it, and we're kind of hoping. Like we all had our expectations on what it was going to do, but but in hindsight, it's like, no, we shouldn't have thought that highly of what this.
I mean, they jumped right into Flashpoint too. Like, I mean, you should have. A lot of us should have seen it coming.
Well, I think that.
But Flashpoint's an origin story too, though. That's the thing.
It is, and for what they did, for what Muschietti ended up doing, I like the adaptation.
Yeah.
Right. Listen, if we're talking about like live action adaptations of Flashpoint, as somebody who likes the Flash show on the CW, this movie is still a better adaptation of Flashpoint than that show was. Which, okay, fine, maybe that's not saying much, but still, it exists as far as that goes. But no, there's a genuine lack of stability that clearly massively affected that movie. The whole, when that article came out not too long after the release about the three different endings, and you just see the writing on the wall, it was like, okay, well, that's
three different regimes.
What are you supposed to do with that, right? There's a part of you that's like, I'm glad, because there were people that were like, I'm not going to believe this movie exists until I'm actually in the theater watching it, and even then, I'm not still going to totally believe it. And so we finally get to a point where this movie that was supposed to be out 5 years ago actually exists in a tangible form that we can watch. But because it's taken so long, it's been through so much shit, like all the way through. So
I'm just wondering, like at one point, I mean, like, because I saw somebody like that posted something today that, you know, obviously we always talk about the actual Flashpoint story. How if there was,
I think I know where you're going with this. This is what I was thinking.
I mean, the Michael Keaton aspect of it should always be there. I'm never against that, because I think that was a way to like try to drive some more. I mean, maybe it didn't work, but if there was a way to even like add the Thomas Wayne,
I thought that's
I saw it too. And then have a scene at the end with with Ben Affleck's Batman to have the letter kind of thing. That would have been that. I think that could have added to like even the emotional aspect of like a Barry just going, "Hey, I gotta do this thing. I gotta reline thing to make my mom die again, and I'm saying goodbye to her after I just got her back into my life," kind of thing. And I think like just to have that and then have the actual Flashpoint thing where, as opposed to, I mean, because once Ben Affleck's Batman is drives away, that's it. We don't see him again, and I would have liked to see him just one more time, and maybe they could have had some kind of ending that represented that Flashpoint ending a little bit.
If I'm being honest, I think we would have loved it.
Oh yeah.
I don't think the general audience would have cared.
But how could they not have loved that though? Even if you go in not knowing the story, just to add more dramatic effect to the whole fact that Bruce Wayne gets a letter from his dad. I mean,
because I think that because the story in itself is still centered around Barry, and I really do feel like the scene the last time he sees his mother, I really feel like that is what that is what was intended to grab the general audience.
I get
that's supposed to be, and it's obviously not exactly the same as the letter scene, obviously, but it's supposed to be like if you're making this Flashpoint adaptation and you're keeping the story centered around Barry, which was a concern, how much of a Barry Allen movie was this going to be? And it turned out quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a Barry Allen movie.
Right. So I think that was the intent was,
but I'm just saying, like when you have that conversation between Barry and Bruce, it's just the way that when they talk and and just the way, and I love that scene so much because Bruce goes like, hey, these scars make us who we are, kind of thing, and it's like even Barry says, I can go back and save your parents, and he's like, and even Bruce is like, what's done is done, man, and then even like. And then you end up where he's at, and he goes lonely. He says lonely, and then Barry, of course, it kind of gets a little lighthearted where he goes, well, we can go get something to eat, man, or something like that. And but then even Bruce goes, you know what, maybe some other time. I think it was just that scene, and then just to have another scene with them, and then maybe where it's like through all this crazy time travel stuff, maybe he got something where, because it's just there's a sadness still there with Bruce, even after everything that's happened.
Yeah.
With this iteration when it comes to BVS and Justice League, and then this, I don't know. To me, I was thinking about that recently, and because I saw a lot of people saying like, oh yeah, an actual Flashpoint would have fucking made $1 billion, which I'm like, no, it wouldn't have. I love it that fan hyperbole. This would have made $1 billion. No. In your fucking head, yes, but no, it would not have. I love it when people always say like that shit, but I was just kind of thinking like maybe just a little portion of that Flashpoint story and calling back to it because Barry's actual Bruce Wayne, who he considers his best friend, coming back, and if there was an aspect where they could have like done something to pull that off, would have been a nice little like, oh shit, just to add to all this. I don't know. Yeah.
You would have loved it. I would have loved it because those of us that have we would have loved it for a couple of reasons, not the least of which that the movie would have ended with Affleck's Batman still being like around.
Yeah.
But that would have undercut the whole point of, well, the things are still broken even after he put things back.
Yeah.
Because remember, like originally it wasn't, before the whole Clooney idea, it was going to be Keaton. And that's why Batgirl got scrapped, because he had created this whole new continuity where he's combining Simmons's Gordon with Keaton's Batman.
At least we got that explanation, right?
Yeah.
And at least we got that. Because everybody was kind of wondering, like, I mean, when Batgirl was being shot, it was like, why is J.K. Simmons here? And everybody was like, and then I always kept telling people, I'm like, we're going to get that explanation in the Flash. And we did. Mm-hmm. We did for the most part, even though it didn't, go that way technically. And then they just ended it with a gag, which I totally appreciated the gag, because I'm like, this is going nowhere. End it with the gag.
And that's the other thing, Dave, is like, it just, especially, I mean, when you see the gag in the movie, and then even after the article came out, it just made it abundantly clear, guys, there will be no sequel.
Yeah,
this is over.
Well, especially
this
now.
Is well, no, it definitely not now. But I don't think the intention was ever there.
Yeah,
at least from this regime, the intention was never there. So
I just really would have loved it because I was thinking about the whole like if they did Flashpoint as we know, you could have like skinny down Cavill, you could have had the Atlantean Themysciran War like in the background, not as a central plot point, but why Barry can't get to them because they're doing their thing and they're fighting over there. But like you could have done all that stuff, and I mean I don't know how you would have integrated Cyborg in. I mean it'd been nice if they did it the way the book did, but like it would have been really cool to have seen that stuff. And as a through line from everything that, because I talked to general audiences about various things about like DC just to get a feel of it. And like after I think it was my second time seeing Flash, I asked like what did you think of it to the guy to the right of me, because he cheered during the Ben Affleck scenes. He kind of let out a quick little woo for Keaton, but like I was like, well, did you like all that stuff? He's like, well, I know all this stuff and like I hope they continue it. And I was like, well, what do you mean? He's like, all that Snydery stuff, I don't really understand it, like what's going on with it, but like I would have liked to have seen more of it. And I wonder if general audiences are following it that way and not, when they see Keaton, if they find him there, even if it's explained, kind of jarring. Because like if you read a book or if you follow anything, a television show, whatever, and you go with the through line of characters, there's an investment that goes with that. So when you throw in random other stuff like a Supergirl we've never seen before, and you say there's multiverse and you jump everything into it in this one movie, sure, you can have fun with it, and I'm sure many of us did. But like for those who are generally just walking into this and are doing it for more than just Michael Keaton, seeing him as Batman, like, is that working for you? Is seeing all these random pieces and scattered timelines and this and that, is that working for you? I just kind of wonder about that. Would it have been better if they had kept some more familiar pieces and kept it throughout the movie, just with maybe a different template on them, like a angry Wonder Woman or a skinny Superman?
This is the argument, though, too, that's been persisting because, Superman, back to Superman Legacy, same idea and stuff like that. There was clearly some sort of initiative to keep, the Snyder characters to a certain degree after the Flash, which clearly isn't the case anymore. And I mean, even before all the Flash stuff had come out and everything, like fully, like in terms of trailers and stuff like that, when the Snyder Cut stuff was at its height, when had been released on HBO Max, I was arguing with friends. More the point being like, well, first off, we love this movie. The general audience seems to be accepting of the movie, or at least accepting of the fact that this is a better version than what we got in 2017. And I said, if the executives are smart, they'll go with this, or maybe they'll rework the movies a little bit, but it would be smarter to go with this. That has given them the golden ticket. And again, it wasn't me just being more Snyder or more in terms of being pro Snyder. It was the fact of like, here's the thing, like people are invested in this to a degree with these versions and these characters, whereas like starting from scrap all the way back to the beginning, for the most part, you're losing momentum. You want to have the momentum and you want to keep it going to get through, to have the through line.
I think that's why Aquaman still worked despite 2017 Justice League's, modicum of success, if you want to call it that. Like that was what people knew. People had grown with that, and they liked this Aquaman, and him doing I'm sure the spectacle of it all also added to it, among other factors.
There was an unprecedented level of incompetence with respect to generally speaking, when a studio decides to change course on a franchise, it is literally because they're not getting the desired effect on the bottom line. They're not making the money that they wanted to make, right? And we've seen franchises do that. Like a movie will come out, and a couple movies come out, and when they start making less money, they're like, okay, well now we've got to pivot. That's what Marvel did that with the Thor movies. Because like Thor, the first two didn't make that much. They pivoted. The last two made way more, right? Like we've seen money is what drives the change, right?
Oh, yeah.
And we saw a scenario where literally money didn't drive the change. Man of Steel and Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice made a combined $1.5 billion. And then Suicide Squad, which was horribly mangled by a trailer company, still made $746 million without China. Then Wonder Woman makes $821 million the following year, and the change happens. And you're right, Aquaman, I think, survived it because it was already in motion. It was Moa, the spectacle of it. Like, it was still something that the general audience was warming to this. And it was like what Paul was saying earlier about how there was a clear distinction between what DC was doing and what Marvel was doing because they were very different. The general audience understood this and was curious about seeing both. Yep. And then as soon as they decided to flip it and try and copy what the other one did, it just turned into the general audience perceiving superheroes all as one genre, and here we are.
Yeah. And see, and then this is where I go, I don't blame James Gunn to be like starting fresh.
Wipe it, yeah.
Because there is so much of a fucking mess that has been it's just built up in the last it's fucking
6 years.
6 years. Yeah. That's the thing is like, so that's why when he came in, I mean, like we had Black Adam come out and then we had Henry Cavill come back and we were all happy and we're like, okay, what's going to happen moving forward? And then I started hearing like, oh yeah, Dwayne Johnson wants to do his own like version. So we could have got a Dwayne Johnson version. And yes, that would have been an offshoot of Snyderverse because he would have still kept
the $7 Snyderverse.
Yes, yeah, it would have been that. It's still, it would have been something complete, but it wouldn't have been what people, at least when they saw in the Snyder Cut, it wouldn't have been that.
Nope.
100%, but it still would have had familiar characters. So like that's why like now like when we got the casting announcement and then all of a sudden I saw a lot of people going like The Rock was really onto something. I'm like, back in October you were all against it because they were using the John Williams score and he had the curl and his the emblem, the fucking yellow looked orange.
Yellow.
I was like I remember seeing like people just bitching about this whole thing and jumping on me for being excited about it, that we're all about it. And then all of a sudden we get like people like in the same like sanction of the fandom going, geez, man, I really wish like like the Dwayne Johnson was on something. I'm like, what? Now you're changing your tone on that? But I'm like, that's why I don't blame James Gunn to just be like, I have an idea. I just like it, but we ain't like, let's just fucking start with, we have this whole concept of the spaghetti universe. So when it comes to certain things, and I think James Gunn, particularly my characters, we can keep them around,
I mean, his characters have succeeded.
I mean,
Suicide Squad.
It didn't really do that.
Yeah.
Big.
Okay, but Peacemaker, like, you can't. What's your justification for not continuing Peacemaker? Not, I mean, from a business standpoint, not from you.
Are we going by the? I mean, again, I'm not trying to shun the show. I mean, I've heard a lot of people like it, but like, are we going from the estimates only given by HBO Max in terms of like viewerships?
Well, they
greenlit it at least.
There is no third party. That's part of the issue. That's part of why the strikes are happening, is because there is no Nielsen, there's no ComScore for streaming numbers. Yeah. It's all self-reporting. And the studios are using that self-reporting to say, well, we don't need to pay you on the same scale that we do on the traditional market because we're not showing you proof of what your show is doing. We're controlling that. So it's selective numbers. But the fact of the matter is they, based on their selective numbers, decided to continue with Peacemaker.
Yeah. Okay. I worked for Nielsen and they literally called it the Wild Wild West in terms of digital streaming numbers.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's still it's still it's the frontier right now. So like they'll figure it out eventually, but right now, like, I don't want to say that I don't completely trust that Peacemaker was a success, but I feel like that show's popularity is 90% that intro and people talking about it on social media. I don't really like. I would ask people about like episodes that they actually enjoyed and that sort of thing, and no one could repeat it. They're like, I think his dad was like Hitler or something, and then that was about it, and then they would laugh about it, or they talk about a fart joke or something they thought.
Well, and to be fair, like, did he say something recently about how like that was on like indefinite hold? Because
Peacemaker
after
I think it was more of like it was still happening, like he was reassuring fans
after Superman.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He's like Superman first, and it's like, well, that's a priority. That makes sense. But
I could totally foresee a scenario where Superman Legacy, if it is the success that he really needs it to be, just kind of forgets about Peacemaker.
I don't know. It honestly depends, I think, on a lot of differing factors, to be quite honest.
Yeah,
but,
once Superman comes out, I think they're going to gauge the audience of like what worked and what didn't, and they're going to go, "Oh no, we're doing this," and Peacemaker, we thought we were, but he's over there now.
As far as the show goes, I've had different responses. I had one friend that really dug the show and dug the satirical nature of it, which I wasn't a big fan of. But like, I had another friend who had HBO Max, and I was over at his place, and he knows me, he knows my stuff, but so he pointed that out. He's like, "Hey, you want to watch this show?" And I try to explain to him, I'm like, "It's not my thing, but you know what? Hey, I haven't checked it out. Let's watch the show." We made it through 2 episodes. He fell asleep on the couch. Granted, he was vaping weed, but he fell asleep on the couch.
Okay, that's a little.
But the best part was like a week later, I brought up the show to him and be like, "Hey, listen, that show, we never finished it and stuff. You can delete it off your queue. I had no desire. I watched the sober 2 episodes, and I'm like, I'm good. I don't need to see anymore." And I heard it did get better, but like, I was like, you can delete it off your queue if you want. He's like, "I have no idea what show you're talking about, sir." And I was like, "The show.
Hilarious.
We watched it. We watched it."
I mean, he was high. So
maybe I just think that there was funny that he had no memory, like,
that's
at
hilarious.
all.
I feel like you should leave out the he was high part.
I didn't leave it out. I mentioned it.
I was going to say, if you wanted to get to the butterflies, man, that plus being high would have been a great effect. But yeah,
now I'm gonna rewatch season 1, and I'm gonna watch season 1 high off my balls.
I mean, listen, we can get into a bigger discussion about like how popular any shows on any of these streamers are, because they're all self-reported. I mean, that Disney Plus, Netflix, it's all self-reporting, and it just comes down to. But this is the same argument that I have with people about box office, because people use box office as like a weapon to win arguments, which is so stupid. And because at the end of the day, you are literally arguing about which billionaire has taken more money out of your wallet. Right. At the end of the day.
The only time I really argue about box office is, I mean, especially now with Warner Brothers Discovery and their current financial situation, I only argue it in the sense of like, why didn't they follow with this? Because it made this much at the box office. Mm-hmm. That's the only time that I ever really use that, or I use it in a debatable way. Because
and we can absolutely do that. We can absolutely have that discussion with the DCEU, because I mean, Variety putting out all those pieces, like you can look at the chart. Look at how much money the first 4 movies made, and then after Aquaman, steep drop off.
But no one's going to admit that, unfortunately, and that's part of the problem. I think there's already camps that have been established, and if you try and go up, well, like, oh, Shazam made a little bit of profit, I'm like, well, yeah, but it didn't make the kind of profit that those other movies did. I mean, you're not going to make a Shazam movie that's like, the kind of budget that you're going to put into a, Batman v Superman or whatever.
If Shazam, like Shazam 1 made close to 400, if Shazam 2 had made 600, not even like $1 billion, or
the trajectory,
right. But there was no trajectory. It went the opposite way.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Clearly that was done. But like I can understand. Like I have buddies that I haven't seen Rise of the Beast. It's doing okay right now. It's not the new Transformers are not doing at the level of like the Michael Bay stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
But from but I understand Hasbro because Hasbro's responsibility is to sell toys, and the new films are hitting the fan base marks with what they want to see. So I can understand if they want to do the next one, even though it's not doing like massive numbers, because they might be basing it more on toy sales. But that's also Hasbro being both a movie and toy company, so that's a little bit different, you know.
Yeah, and despite the fact that we've had like some spotty successes, like your Top Gun from last year, or Spider-Man doing pretty well, all things considered, or Mario doing well, I really do think that there is something going on with the movie industry, and it's a much bigger discussion for a later time, I'm sure. But like, I keep hearing people, like I quoted one of my groups of someone I knew from the Midwest who was like, you know, screw a movie. I'd rather take a free day at the lake than go and see a movie that's going to cost me and my family $50.
Ryan, like, and that, thank you for saying that, because I have been like screaming this for the last year or so, and especially lately with all this stuff about the Flash, and just the idea, because I do think that they're like, in addition to there being way too many superhero movies from all angles, whether it is, you know, DC or Marvel, I think financially speaking, like I have friends, like my old boss at my old station, who is not a member of the general audience. He is initiated in all of this. He watches all these movies, has been deliberately waiting for these movies to get to streaming before he watches them, because he's got a really nice TV at home, a really nice sound system, and when he needs to go to the bathroom, he can pause it. And he doesn't have to put gas in his car, doesn't have to buy a ticket, doesn't have to buy concessions. More and more people are doing that now and saying, you know what, I will choose to save money.
Oh yeah.
You know, and the times that they do go to the theater for like an Avatar or a Top Gun Maverick, those are the 3 or 4 times a year now that they will go to theater, because those movies are marketed as, you must see this in the theater.
Yeah,
this is the event.
3D at home anymore. So
yeah, and it doesn't help that when the DC movies both bomb and then are on digital within a month of their actual.
I mean, that even happened with Fast X. I mean,
it did happen with
Fast
X.
Made a half a billion, made a half a billion, and then they were just, you know what, and I kudos to them, because they were like, did you guys see that box office drop? Oh, we got how many movies that are big blockbusters coming out? Put it on streaming. And that was smart. To be honest, I thought that was smart, because they made more than a half a billion at the box office, and they said, put that shit on streaming and get it on there. And I mean, I don't know, maybe it was smart, maybe it wasn't, but in my eyes, I thought that was smart. I know a lot of people are like, Jesus Christ, it's already gonna go on stream. And I'm like, it made a half a billion, and they probably saw like all the other movies that are going to be coming out. There's like other like 6, 7, 8 other blockbusters.
Yeah, they were about to get buried.
So, so why not just fucking throw it right on there? So then it kept with the conversation, because when it got thrown on streaming, all of a sudden I started seeing a bunch of clips online, and people are talking about clips, talking about Jason Momoa's character, and talking about crazy scenes and shit that happened in the movie. And I'm like, it kept the dialogue going for at least another week, at least with social media, when it landed on streaming. So I was like, well, like when it comes to Flash, I'm like, just fucking throw it on Max.
Well, and it also depends on which side of the conversation you're on with this, because think of the Batman, right? Because I still know people that think that the 45-day release window was stupid, because it would have made it potentially would have made a lot more than $770 million.
It wouldn't have crossed 800. Come on.
Well, I mean, and that's, we'll never 100% know that for sure, but for me though, like I understood the point of the 45-day release window.
So did I.
And the movie, the movie succeeded. You can't say it didn't succeed, right? So it's like, I get, but there are people out there that make the argument that this is why streaming is killing everything, because it's showing up on the app too soon and it's not staying in theaters for long enough. And it's like, no, sometimes it's not supposed to work adversarially that way. Universal made that move because they want more people on Peacock. But they want more people on their streaming service.
And again, well, we're actually going to bring. Hey, Andy's here. Hey,
hi.
You made it.
My internet went down on the wrong day, and I was like, the internet god just decided that, no, Andy, you don't get to talk to Dave tonight. You don't get to talk to anyone.
all good. It's all good. You're here now. We're just talking about box office stuff and streaming. But what I was gonna say is like,
how it's
again,
been a shit show this whole year.
well, what I was gonna say is just like when it comes to again, now you have these. One of the things that I wanted to bring up is like now you have. I mean, when we're talking about costs, I mean, again, you have these luxury theaters where you have the reclining seats. You have literal waiters in some theaters that just come and take your order. You get served food. It's like a whole thing now. I mean, some are more than others. The theater I go to when I'm like, when nobody wants to see a movie and I just go by myself, I just go around the corner. It is traditional. Yeah, I get to pick my seat. That's cool. But I walk in, there's no waiters, there's no alcohol, there's no reclined seats. It's just you go watch the movie and then you're done, which I'm all about because, unless I'm like, okay, unless I'm with the girlfriend and we're going to have a night out of it, or like, my mom comes along or some other family members or friends, we'll do a whole thing where it's like, it's literally like a night of like, okay, we can go here, we can get a dinner, we can get some drinks, we can just sit back and relax and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, nice night out.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying very hard when it comes to the theater. I mean, there's fucking theaters that have beds.
Yeah.
Have you seen those?
Yes, I have seen those. Yes, I have seen those. Yes. They're okay. They're like love seats. They're like couches, but they're flatter.
Yeah. But you have blankets and shit. Like, like how do you not fall asleep?
I haven't been to one of those, but I've seen them. Like I've seen what they look like. Yeah, it's well, even the one that I went to today, I went to because AMC, it has those Dolby theaters now with like the crazy sound. I mean, the sound for the movie was like it was shaking the theater.
Yeah,
like it was that deep. Was that really? And it was the first time I tried one of these, but I noticed that like the seats are in pairs, like they're all together in a row. But like there's like the idea of okay, well, you and the significant other or whoever else, can move this armrest and cuddle or do whatever, right? And it's like every two seats has that essentially. I was like, oh, all right, fair enough. It's just me because Sean was at work and wasn't that interested in seeing Indiana Jones. She's not really a fan of it like that, but still, no, they're trying to luxuriate it. They're trying to let you because it's all leather recliners and heated seats and the bars, man. Like you can buy alcohol at a lot of these theaters now.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, they're really trying to do that, but I mean, there's only so much you can do. The fact of the matter is like when you can like purchase or rent something on streaming for $20 and have multiple people just come over and watch it. You can't beat it. I mean, it's just such again, it's like the pandemic really just brought forward like what we were already heading to when it came to streaming wars and whatever the hell. And I think some of these companies just weren't ready for it. They were not ready for it at all. That's why we're seeing layoffs from everyone. I mean, I know like everybody wants to look at WBD and Zaslav. You're so evil, but like everybody's doing that.
Disney has laid off. So and they've done their own tax write-offs as well.
Oh yeah, like, all of them have.
They've been pulling content off of Disney Plus same way.
Paramount just canceled some shows and they're pulling them completely off their streaming service, and then they could just write them off. I mean, one of them was that Grease show, the Pink Ladies.
The Grease show, and dude, they have infuriated the Star Trek fan base because because first they canceled season 2 of Prodigy, and then 3 days later removed season 1 completely off the service.
Yeah,
Star Trek fans are pissed at Paramount right now.
Was Prodigy that good? I haven't heard too much, but
I've heard nothing but great about Prodigy. Okay. I have. It's the one that I actually have not sat down to watch all of it yet. Now I got to watch it by other means because it's no longer on the service. But no, it is. There's a lot of anger. In that fan
WB
base.
gets the coverage, but yeah, it's happening across the board. One thing I wanted to ask you guys, I know we were talking very like pro, let's move into streaming and shorter windows with the theaters, but in a hypothetical, do you think even if one company, Lionsgate, Sony, whoever, wanted to buck the trend and said, hey, we've got premiere films, they're big tentpole ones, we're going to put them out. And I know that this company and that company says, we're going to get it to your streamer in like 30 to 45 days or whatever. For us, you're not going to see it on disc or digital until 6 months from now, and you might not even get to see it on our streamer until a year from now. Like, do you think that would lead to a bigger box office and increase the demand? Or is all of the, everyone illegally streaming and sharing going to affect it in a negative way anyways, and you're not going to get that increase of box office that you're thinking you're going to get?
I think
sorry. Go on.
I think the genie's out of the bottle.
Yeah.
And it's not even so much illegally streaming, Ryan. I think it's because of YouTube and other really cheaper, stupid options that people go to watch. Sometimes we don't have Netflix going in the background. We have YouTube going in the background.
Yeah.
People do that. That's a thing. So it's
I'm guilty.
If you try to push them in, especially with the way ticket prices have gone up. Like I paid $12.69 for a matinee today. A
Right.
$130 matinee. If you try to push people back into higher price tickets at the theater, no, they're gonna flip you. They're gonna flip you off, and they're gonna go, screw it. I'm just gonna go watch, whatever idiot unboxing videos on TikTok or wherever. Like the genie's
or something.
The genie's out of the bottle. I think, unfortunately, for that.
I agree with Ray as far as like raising ticket prices. That's going to backfire
Oh,
dramatically.
absolutely.
However, I don't think the delaying the physical or streaming release would I think that actually could work, like in terms of like people considering watching a movie while it's in theaters. However, I don't think it would be foolproof because I think it would still depend on what the movie is. If the movie sucks, it's not going to matter.
Or if it's a smaller movie, it's not.
Yeah, your
matter.
flashes, your fast X's, those kind of things. Instead of giving the people the idea that like, oh, well, I can just wait for it to come on my streamer. I'm already paying for that. Why would I want to pay a movie theater? Now you pushed it out so long, like everyone else is talking about this movie. Maybe I should go see it too. Even if I go and see it on a $5 Tuesday, at least that's when the movie theater is still going to get the money. And then you probably will digitally get it, or you'll get it on a streamer later. But at least someone on that end is still getting the money. And that's kind of where my thought process is on it. Make the tentpole films still go to theaters and give them a longer breadth of air between when they release.
However, here's the truth, and this is like especially true of our generation and below us, Gen Z especially. We still don't have a lot of money, to be quite honest.
True.
I mean, some of us have some money to spend, but overall, here's the thing too. Like, it's not going to matter if the movie is bad. If I hear the movie is bad, I just know not to spend money on it, and then that movie's going to sit in a theater for 6 months with no one watching it. Oh well, depending. At some point, the movie studio is going to just pull it.
Yeah, like, they drop out. Yeah.
And then okay, now let's drop it to streaming. We'll drop it early or whatever, and then that.
Well, apparently, according to somebody in the chat, they're like, "Oh yeah, they have a 17-day thing now." Who the fuck? When that?
Oh, is it? Are they talking about Asteroid City? I just heard that it's got a super quick release.
No, okay. That was
17 days.
That not all of them. There have been a few, but no, it's not all of them. It's not all.
17 days seems like a weird number.
They did that with Trolls World
17,
Tour.
Not 20, not 25.
It's got to be 17.
Random number.
They did that with Trolls World Tour, and I think they also did it with Halloween, like one of the Halloween movies.
Yeah, I think
they've done it. They've done it with a handful of movies. They have not done it with all other releases.
14, 21.
No, it was 17. No, it was 17. I don't know. I don't know why.
Like, was it after it was pulled from theater 17 days, or was it after it hit?
So it is 17. So that just seems like such a random number.
You know what I think it is? I think it's because of the weekend. I think they're counting like they're starting on like it's not going from like week to I don't know.
So it comes in the middle of the week instead of the Friday.
Yeah, because don't they release them digitally on like Wednesdays? Isn't it a middle of the week thing anyway?
So
I think so. I don't know.
Because I saw that, I'm like, why is 17 seems like a weird number.
But it's not all Universal movies. They have done it with a handful of them, but it's not all Universal movies.
Yeah, I mean, so like Super Mario did extremely well. And if there was any kind, like they clearly would have known, let's hold this off. Let's let the movie keep playing. It's still getting really good traction. They got 1.3 billion out of it. Now we'll put it on streaming. So I mean, again, it's more about it. It goes from movie to movie, and like how much they know how much they feel they can make in that movie in the stretch, and where they're at, and how much people are going to see it, basically. So,
Indeed.
Yeah.
No, it should be gauged by that, and which is fine. I don't see anything bad about that. I mean, Top Gun Maverick was it was funny because I did that whole thing last year where I was like, I'm gonna grow my mustache out to for till Top Gun reaches 1 billion, and then I said, oh, the whole theater run, and then it just would not fucking stop, and I was like, God damn it, I'm tired of this mustache. Because it came out during Memorial Day, and it fucking left theaters after Labor Day. That's how long that goddamn thing was out, and I was just like, all right, I can't handle it anymore, guys. I'm shit.
That movie was so popular that they re-released it in IMAX theaters.
Yeah,
because people were loving it in IMAX. They're like, why are we not taking in this money? And they put it back in. So
but that's the thing with that movie. I feel like, because I remember, again, I never watched the Top Gun movies. I know, shocking. But I remember with that film, I feel like the problem, like, for example, when you look at the superhero movies, for example, is that because so much of it, now is like just getting spoiled on social media. It's getting recorded secretly and so on. But with Top Gun, I felt I didn't really see as much of that. I'm like,
there's no spoilers in it, really. I mean, there is.
Oh, there is. Yeah.
There is, but like not to the extent that it's the Flash had, where it's like,
it's not like that. It's just like little things. The experience of Top Gun Maverick was what you needed to feel.
Yeah, it's not a story thing. It's not like, I mean, because really, I had one person tell me that he thought it was just a carbon copy of the first movie.
Oh my God, really?
It's not a carbon copy of the first movie.
Maybe the opening,
but
familiar beats. I'd say.
It definitely has familiar beats, but it's not a movie where it's like, okay, I don't want to be spoiled. No, it's not that type of a movie.
Yeah.
Well, it's like one of those things where it's like the whole Val Kilmer thing. That was like the biggest spoilers. Like, is he in it? Is he not? But I think we all assume, right. And then the only other spoiler is, does Maverick die or not, or something like that, and that's probably like the only thing. But when it came to the Flash, it was, well, with all superhero movies, especially when they deal with multiverses, who the fuck is showing up? And, I think we're going to get that again when it comes to Deadpool, but I think we already kind of know.
Well, Deadpool,
I think Deadpool is going to be an event for some people. Like, and see, this is what I'm talking about trajectories. Like, I think so many people loved that Wolverine for so long, and Deadpool already has a good track record that they will come out for that movie.
Yeah.
What the product is in the end, I don't know. I think I heard James Mangold's already pissed about it because he thinks it's going to shit on what he did with Logan. But
I don't think he's pissed, but I get why he goes like, that's the way I want to end it.
I mean,
but at the same time, all the fans were like, we wanted this for like so long, dude.
We want to see Hugh Jackman in the yellow suit. Yeah, but I mean,
that's gonna happen too. You better believe.
If that doesn't happen, especially now that it's an MCU product, do you know how much these fans are gonna lose their shit? Because usually the MCU kind of gives us everything we want.
But don't get upset if it's a gag. It might be a gag.
Use them with it a little bit, just like wear the suit.
Yeah. I do know that Ryan and Hugh did make a video not long after the announcement to be like, hey, listen, so Logan is this. We're not shitting on that. And again, that's because of clearly like, there's gonna be multiple timelines and different things, and time travel probably. And so they're trying to make a point. It's like, no, Logan is its own thing. That happened. But now we're doing something different.
I mean,
I think what they're doing is by the end of Deadpool
was this continuity in Fox X-Men? No.
Well, they made the Deadpool movie. The first Deadpool movie has that joke.
Well, no, that's
McAvoy or Stewart. These timelines are
that's
he opens the door into.
Right. That's the point, Andy, is no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't matter. I love Fox. Aside from Last Stand and Origins Wolverine, I actually love the Fox X-Men movies. Yeah. But I'm the first one to tell you the continuity went out the door real quick with that
But
franchise.
the thing is that because because I think the film that kind of set up the whole idea, you can still have an ending be maintained, but we can still do things with it. Is we saw in Endgame how Loki, even though we know Loki dies, his past self is now out there doing stuff. So it's like
His
it's almost
variant.
like,
Yes.
yeah, his variant. So you can almost you can have your cake and eat it too. In this case, so I think again, I mean, I think that whatever they do with Deadpool 3, it's like the ending of Logan will still be like it will be fine, but at the same time, it's like
I
how
personally
many people care at this point when it's like when there's no continuity.
He's looking at it from the artistic standpoint of that was the swan song for Hugh Jackman playing the character. That was the finality, and it good. It's like a sports analogy, which you may or may not. I don't know how big you guys are into sports, but like Michael Jordan,
Ted Lasso or Friday Night Lights, I will understand.
Michael Jordan, he wins, his 6th NBA championship with the game-winning shot at the end of the game to beat Utah back in like '98, right? And then he retires. He retires having literally won his last game with the game-winning shot. And then 2 years later, he comes out of retirement and plays with Washington. That's what James Mangold is treating Deadpool 3 as. He went out on top, perfect, didn't need to come back, but he came back later to do.
And I think at one point, Hugh Jackman wanted to do that, but he even said himself, like, when that, because when did Logan come out? That was when, like
2017.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. But Deadpool came out a year before, right? So it was already in. It was already in. It was already, obviously Logan was already very much in production and stuff like that. And he even said himself, like when he saw Deadpool, he was like, "Fuck." He was like, "I want to be in this." It was like one of those things where it's like he even said himself, like when he saw Deadpool, he was like, "God damn it, this would be a lot of fun to be in." So it was just like one of those things where, yeah, you retire, you're sending off your character, but then you saw another little like, hey, look at this. And then of course Ryan Reynolds was probably like, dude, come on, kind of thing.
Hey, come on, let's do it. Hey, here's my cane. Let me poke you with it a little bit. Hey,
exactly.
Hey, and here's the thing, because I'm assuming we've been talking. You guys are referring to like rumors that have been going around of this film and so. And here's the thing. For all we know, that some again, we know that Hugh Jackman is in it. What in terms of what they're doing, again. What if some of these things are not happening, and we actually do get some sort of like variant of Hugh Jackman where it's like it has nothing to do with Logan? That way, it's like you get to keep that film's ending intact, but it's like we also get to have the team up we've been waiting for since whatever year Wolverine Orders Wolverine came out, because it was like the fuck is this?
Watch Deadpool pull a fast one, and we see that event that Logan talked about when it came to all the other fucking X-Men getting killed.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. See.
Whoa, you see what I did there?
Don't get those hopes up, Dave. Don't do that.
I just tickled you. Ray. I tickled you.
Yeah.
I just tickled you right in that
did kill them. Look, did kill them.
In Logan, it's Professor X. He gets dementia. Doesn't realize it because it happens, and then his thing caused everyone to just their brains to explode within their. I'm assuming their head. They don't go into detail, but you're meant to.
Was it with or without Cerebro?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't from Cerebro. I think basically he killed like the main X-Men because he had it happen at the mansion first.
Okay.
From like news reports you hear and stuff, and the same thing that happens to them twice in the movie that doesn't affect Wolverine and Laura the same way.
Yeah.
It kills the other X-Men.
God damn, those scenes are so freaking good. Like when he's like when Logan's just like going through and when through that casino through the hotel, and he's just like going through it, and he's just fucking all. He's just killing all those dudes as that's happening. God damn.
I love how they shot that. Like I forget how many dudes like were holding the rope that was around his waist that was like pulling him backwards. They had to like fight against. No, that was
I think it's time for Logan rewatch because damn, I forgot some of those things.
Watch it again, man. I mean, it's so well done, that movie. And yes, I get it that you want that to be the send off, but at the same time, it's just one of those things where it's like you have an opportunity here.
We also wanted this. Like, we
yes,
deserve
exactly.
this.
Yeah.
And I think if you just approach Deadpool 3 as like, this is gaggy. This is gonna be. This is a different kind of tone
prologue.
thing.
It's a prologue.
And you can we can preserve this over here. That's why I looked at The Flash. To be honest, it's like that's what I kept telling people. It's like when people were like, "No, it's not. There's not Snyderverse." I'm like, "No, I think this movie is going to preserve the Snyderverse." With
more references to the Snyderverse than there was to the blah blah blah.
No. Again, going back to the scene Dave was talking about, the conversation between Barry and Bruce. The second he said Pazharnov, I just did one of these. Like,
yeah,
there it is.
Well, another thing too, when he's in the Chrono Bowl, you literally see Arthur doing this. You see him point. And I'm like, that was not in Justice League. Sorry, guys.
Nope.
But you see him pointing.
So I've also
another
said
thing that wipes out the fact that it's connected to Justice. I'm sorry.
And I've also said basically the fact that, like, to me, I consider that a variant of the Batman 89 Keaton because of the merge timeline. So it's a variant of like whatever.
Just variants. You know,
right.
and that's
guys, we're DC. DC goes with doppelgangers. Marvel does variants.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry,
you gotta get
I'm
the right terminology.
Because like. First of all, I like the word doppelgangers in general, but secondly, I'm like, come on, the Flash isn't too, like we set the stage for that. I think the reason they had to call it variant was because Kevin Feige was like, oh, shit, the Flash beat us to it.
Yeah, you're true. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
No, but when it comes to all this stuff, man, I mean, I think it's going to be. I'm hoping Deadpool 3 is going to be definitely something special. It's going to be. I mean. It's what's great about Deadpool is it's a parody to all this stuff. I mean, both Deadpool movies have been parodies, and they poked fun at both universes, and it's now going to poke fun at the multiverse concept.
It's going to poke fun at the MCU. I mean, that's what I'm excited to see.
Poke fun at the MCU. Well, it's already poked fun at the MCU, but
yes, it
it's
now it can. You can go full in and being like, hey, that's so. I would pay so much good money.
I'm going to say this now. Sorry, go ahead.
That's what I say. I would pay so much good money if like there's a point where like Wade, he hears what happens. For example, to like what happens to Ms. Marvel in the comics is like. Oh, how interesting. They made her a mutant in the TV show, and then they kill her, and her movie's coming up in a few months. It's almost as if they're going to try to line things up.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to get meta. I mean, I would not be surprised if we just, randomly see Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans in it as themselves. Something like that. I mean, we already saw that with like Free Guy. I mean, remember like Chris Evans was like, "Oh, what the shit?"
Yeah.
When they did that, I would not be surprised if there's going to be some kind of something.
The second you had the close the door scene with the X-Men cast, the whole X-Men cast in that room, it's like, okay, no holds barred. Like nothing is off the table with respect to what they can do. So
what I really want. And I tweeted it out was if they bring Channing Tatum to do Gambit, even just as like a little side thing, I wanted to see what they were going to do. Apparently he studied. I don't know if that movie would have been good or not, but just to see him like legit.
He is so, dude, I did not even think about that. Thank you, Ryan. He is so going to be in there as he's so going to be be there.
He's so going to be there. You know who set the stage for? You know who set the stage for that? Nick Cage coming back as getting to do his Superman at last.
Yes, we have precedence for this.
I didn't even think about Channing Tatum. Yeah. It would be funny too if what's his name who did play Gambit in the Wolverine movie.
Taylor Kitsch or whatever.
Yeah. If they're gonna go crazy multiverse, they might as well just have both of them. And have oh my god, dude! I didn't even think about that. Yeah, Channing Tatum is so gonna be there as Gambit.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Heck, for all we know, they will bring in Fan Four Stick and be like, "Hey, like we didn't do that well." I don't wish upon anyone. Again, I had to watch that movie because I lost a bet, and that was 2 hours I never got back.
Oh man, that movie was reaching for something that was not there. There was some great the best part about that movie was when they all wake up in like that lab and they're like going, what the fuck? I mean, I thought that was like, oh, like, all right, there's a good movie in here, maybe somewhere, because when like Reed when Reed is just like stretching and it's like a horror movie, and then all of a sudden he goes through like the vent and he's trying to find the others. I thought that scene was very, very, very strong. But then everything else was just kind of, I mean, some of the lead up stuff was okay too, but yeah, then it falls way off the fucking,
I wanted to see the train cut, but I mean, that movie is just picked apart so badly. It's just like, I don't even know if it's worth the commitment at this point to even try.
I think even Josh Trank went on Twitter and was like, no, don't do
Just
that.
don't even-
There's no, like, don't.
Yeah,
he
did.
was coming
He
out.
totally
He was
did.
trashing the
He's
film.
all,
That's
there's
not
no
my
train
film.
cut. He's all, there's no train cut. I have people in my mentions that are still trying to release the Mark Webb cuts of his Amazing Spider-Man, and I'm like, well, first off, I get them in there, and it says release the Webb cut, and then I was like going, okay, and I was looking at some of the images. I'm like, this is from both Spider-Man movies, right? I'm like, well, why does your hashtag have it plural? Release the web cuts as opposed to release the web cut. And then he's all, yeah, that makes sense. I'm like, this ain't
I would
happening.
like to have seen what Mary Jane would have looked like in that, but the dynamic between him and Gwen is so good that.
But have you seen those images, Ryan? Though, of Shailene Woodley as Mary Jane?
Yeah, she looks kind of plain. There's no no red in the hair or nothing dynamic that makes me go, oh my gosh, that's Mary Jane either. So I'm curious to see how it would have played out.
I would have liked to have seen how she would have done it compared to the other Mary Jane that we had. But
absolutely.
But yeah, that's what I've always been curious about, is like, knowing that she was going to be in the second film and they cut her out,
right?
And just all right, we'll see.
I mean, that movie, as much as I love it for so many things that it Spider-Man's right, but as a movie, it's way wrong. Like it's so interesting to see where they were going to go and where they didn't go. Like, I mean, they literally Easter egg that entire basement scene with like, oh, here's the entire Sinister Six. You're going to get him. And not so much.
Nothing happened.
Yep. Yeah. Man, I
wish now Tony's kind of trying to do it again a little bit.
I hope.
They're like with different characters. They're like, hey, here's Morbius. Hey, we got Vulture because of the whole multiverse thing.
Well,
we got Kraven coming. We got Venom.
Venom 3. I saw some images from the set. That looks like it'll be interesting, but I don't know if he's going to be doing jungle stuff the whole time.
I didn't hate Let There Be Carnage. I loved the first one.
Yeah.
So I'll see this one. I'll see the third one.
I've been just kind of like, yeah, all right.
I'll play along.
The movies are all right. They're okay. I like the first one's definitely better than the second one, but yeah. But when it comes to Venom, I'm just like, but it's just funny because then they got the Kraven. They're like, all right, let's make it R-rated. I'm like, after Venom and Carnage and Morbius, you're now going R-rated. It's like took that long for you guys to get to R-rated when you had all these like fucking killers. But then I'm kind of wondering too, because like this whole anti-hero thing, I'm like, all right, so if we get back to the point of us where they go after Spider-Man, like, okay, we're rooting for him now, and now we don't root for him. I mean, that's the only part. Like when it came to the Kraven trailer, I'm like, all right, so he's an anti-hero. It's one of those things again. So, but when it comes to getting to Spider-Man, how are we supposed to feel here? I mean, I don't know. It's just all crazy. And then there was also a rumor that Andrew Garfield is going to be like actually Venom Spider-Man at one point. I hope that's true. I don't know if it's going to be true. And I feel sorry for Andrew Garfield. He has to interview and say like, no, Wolf, I'm a wolf. You're a wolf. Whatever the fuck Wolf he said before No Way Home. But yeah, I just feel sorry for him. But I mean, I'd hope that's the case because I would love to see Tom Hardy's Venom go up against Andrew Garfield.
That's the match.
Yeah.
That's the match. Seriously.
Yeah.
It just makes the most sense.
I think Andrew Garfield getting all of these schlock villains will just be hilarious. So I say go for it. Just go nuts.
Why not?
Yeah, have fun.
If he wants to do it, that's the thing. He wants to do it. And let's face it, like when it comes to Sony and their Spider-Man, I mean, we got Madam Web coming out as well.
Yeah.
It's like they're just trying to create their own little universe with villains. And meanwhile, you got Tom Holland that is like, all right, he's got to continue his story over here. That is, obviously 50-50 Sony Marvel Studios. Well, let that be more Marvel Studios universe. And if Andrew Garfield's down to when he gets back to his, and you could continue it, because apparently when it comes to Venom, it's continuing right after the whole event that happens, with him that we saw in No Way Home.
Yeah.
So why not just have Andrew Garfield also, I'm back, and then, and he even said, I want to fight an alien, and then he ends up fighting an alien.
There you go. Like, it's like you have all the setup right there, and it's like, again, I'm always like, when I look at those films at the Sony Spider-Man universe movie, I'm like, somehow they just feel aesthetically web related. It would be just natural to just make it work. I think that's why, again, if you talk about, well, they've never mentioned Spider-Man in that universe, it's like, well, like maybe in that world, Spider-Man just isn't as famous. He isn't as big a worldwide phenomenon yet.
It is such a easily figured out problem. It's barely a problem.
Yeah.
But it's all about if Andrew Garfield wants to do it.
Right.
Because, he got burned before, and maybe that's what's holding that whole thing up. If he's just like, you know what, I'm good with just showing up. Maybe I'll show up again when it comes to like some of this stuff with the other Spideys, but I don't want to be in like a movie where it's just me being Spider-Man. Maybe that's what could be the case.
Well, look at remember what happened when he got burned. Remember when he got burned? Who was at the top at that time? Amy Pascal, and she's
Amy,
a producer. Yeah, she's a good old Amy.
I was just about to say let's not act like she's got all the cards in her deck.
No, she definitely does not.
No,
she definitely doesn't have her emails in check.
Oh,
Christ.
Actually, my bigger sticking point was Avi Arad. Like that's
what I was saying.
Yeah,
point. Lol.
Yeah,
but many of us still haven't necessarily forgiven him for Spider-Man 3.
Exactly.
Truthfully,
there's a lot. There's a lot of things I will never forgive Avi Arad for. Like again, just his. Just like for example, his insistence on no, Peter Parker is Spider. Who cares about Miles? And he talks, I just.
Well, and just the the whole thing. I mean, the editor's cut is better than the theatrical version, but still, just the whole. It's always bugged me that Raimi just wanted to do Sandman.
Yeah,
and then he had like
that's
Gwen
the best
and
part of that story.
He had Gwen and Venom forced upon him. Basically for that film, and it's like how do you do that?
That's the best part of that story too.
Yeah,
man.
Well, it's like how do you do that to Raimi? Seriously,
the day Avi Arad retired, Avi. Yo, hey Avi, hey Uncle Avi. The day Avi Arad retires, like I'm just like, oh my god, because I just want him off the.
Let it happen. Let it happen. Anyways, I think we should end it right here. I'm getting the yawns, and I see Paul getting the yawns.
I do apologize. Understand, guys. I'm not yawning at any of this.
No. Same with me. I've been up since.
I'm with you there. It's approaching 3:30 in the morning here, or approaching 3 in the morning here. So.
Yeah, it's same here. So
in the midnight hour.
No, I work early. I try to get off at 3, so that's why I work early. That's what, Andy. That's why I wake up at 5:30.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a whole routine and try to.
I wish I knew what a routine was. So.
Yeah.
Dude, waking up at 5:30 is like sleeping into me now. I wake up at 2.
I know you wake up. Fuck you! You start work at 4.
I wake up at 2 in the morning to get to work at 4.
Yeah, dude, I don't know how you do that, man, but yeah.
Now I
But
feel
the good thing is,
spoiled that I get to wake up at like 10 or 11.
The great part about it, Dave, is I get out of work at noon. Everybody else is still stuck in their jobs for 4 to 5 hours.
I stop work at 3, so it's
yeah.
But luckily, I'm off all next week, and I'm gonna enjoy the shit out of that. That's for damn sure.
And that's when all the news are gonna break. You're gonna be busy like than ever. Again, this week.
I hope so.
I mean, this week was even crazy with all the Superman Legacy and
James Gunn, announce your whole cast next week. I'll be ready, man.
Oh my God.
I mean,
I'm not going anywhere.
It's July 1st now, so if that strike has not gone into effect, they can't announce anything.
Yeah, that's true. See? It's going to be a slow news week next week.
It really is.
Yeah. So, but anyways, guys, I appreciate it. We'll go around the horn right here. Thank you to Anthony. Scott never came back, which, that means he had a good night with his wife. That's good. Scott, who else showed up tonight?
Casey.
Rebecca, Casey.
Rebecca.
Yeah.
I missed her. Oh,
yeah, you missed Rebecca.
Oh, Philip was here.
Phil.
Next time. Oh,
So
Phil was
thank you.
also damn. It was like a big reunion.
Oh yeah, we had like a whole different group, like before everybody came on. But thank you to Paul, who's been on the whole time. So Paul's been on the whole time. But yeah, thank you everybody. But yeah, we'll go around the horn. First off, Paul, go ahead and promote anything you want to promote.
I don't have anything really to promote. I just like being here and talking to you guys. But if you ever need to find me, I'm at pmickey1988 on Instagram. You can friend request me or message me or whatever. I'll probably respond. So yeah,
there you go. Ray,
you can find me on Twitter at the Flightcast. You can find my blog and my podcasts at theflightcast.com. Tomorrow will be my full spoiler-filled review of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, which will feature a lot of the stuff I talked about tonight, but plus some other things as well that we didn't quite get into, including a CGI conversation, because we didn't really talk that much about the CGI of the movie. I mean, we talked a little bit about it, but not. But Paul, you mentioned the train thing, and I'm going to talk about that specifically tomorrow.
Okay,
the train deal for sure. So look for that. I'm doing more individualized shows than I do on my Patreon. So tomorrow the show is called Flight Review. It's what I do for all of my movie reviews. So yeah, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny spoiler-filled review tomorrow, and then Sunday will be a feedback show because I've got a decent amount of feedback from The Flash and also from Superman Legacy casting reactions. So we'll have a nice chat with the listeners with respect to that on Sunday, and then at some point, probably in the next week or so, I'm going to talk to Scott. We're going to figure out when we're going to record the next episode of DCTV Squadcast over at Squadcast Media, because we got to talk about Superman and Lois. Because even though it's been spoiled for us already.
Oh, yeah, we all saw it. We all saw it.
Yeah. I still got to watch this season and see how in the hell they got to that.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that, Ray. I'm like, all right, even though I got it spoiled, which is it's whatever.
Yeah,
but I want to see how
it piqued my interest. Yeah,
what in the holy hell happened this season that led to that?
Yeah,
holy shit!
I can't wait for you to experience it.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna. I need to binge that whole fucking thing, man.
Yeah, it's coming to Max. I think the second week of July.
I was gonna say it's soon. It is soon. Yeah, that'll be on Max. Yeah.
Good.
We're good. All right, Ryan.
So I won't even throw out any of my Nerd Rage stuff, but I do want to say, if you want to follow me over on Twitter at Ryans_ramblings, I just put up I like to do mini reviews for some of the bigger hits of the year. So I did one for Indiana Jones, and actually it's getting some good traction. So if you could throw a like or engage with me there and talk to me about the film a little bit more, anything I haven't already said here, I'd really appreciate that. But I got 4 days off, so I'm either going to be working a lot on the studio or I'm going to be just chilling on a beach. So I'm looking forward to either one. And thank you guys for having me on again, and can't wait to do the next one.
Cool. Yeah. All right, Andy.
Well, once again, I'm sorry I couldn't come on sooner. I feel so
All
bad. 'Cause
good.
I was the one who I was the one who asked, like they like, hey, can I come on tonight? And then like I don't answer for 4 hours. I'm like, I looked like the
It's
biggest
all
douche.
good. It's all good.
But I'm at Andrew back on all social media. I'm gonna for all of July be harassing everyone to see Blue Beetle in August, making at least one. I promise. I swear on this stream, I will be making a Blue Beetle tweet at least once a day, so that everyone remembers to go see Blue Beetle. But yeah, you can find me at the Flash Podcast, Screen Rant, Multiverse of Color, Endless Multiverse. We're back next week finally because Jordan has been busy going on
Yeah, he
trips.
has.
So just find me and all that good stuff, and thank you for having me.
No problem. All right, guys. Well, this was fun. Like I said, thank you to everybody on the panel who showed up. Smash that like, thumbs up before you leave. Do all that stuff. Subscribe to the channel, everything. And yeah, we will talk to you guys later.